Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 628. My time is very precious. The truth was that this sort of thing was no big deal to the auction house. If it happened, then they would only have to teach the perpetrator a good lesson, then kick them out. The golem square was quite powerful, so they weren't afraid of anyone. Boom! Wuxia didn't move at all while the two guards were blown away. With a series of bangs, the two guards shot through several large walls of the auction house before finally reaching the street. This commotion caused an uproar in the auction room as everyone turned around. Some were even startled, and one person shouted, "What is going on?" The finale of the first half was suddenly stopped. The auctioneer was especially shocked to see such a situation. At this location, Wuxia also saw Wuxia, so he sneered, "So it is that ignorant and suicidal human." Dozens of experts from the auction house rushed over to surround Wuxia's group of three. Bai Wang and Shihao were frightened pale and had painful expressions. This was going to be bad. At this moment, a person who appeared to be the manager walked out with a cold expression full of murderous intent. The auction was now paused, and many people were looking at Wuxia. Wuxia then used this opportunity to fan the flames. "Sovereign Hu, teach this blind boy a lesson. Break his limbs and hang him outside the city walls so that he won't ever dare to think that the Golem Square is a place for him to show off." It was no wonder that Wuxia hated Wuxia. He was originally one of the chosen candidates to participate in the alchemy conference for the giant bamboo country. Who would have thought that last night, news came that he was temporarily rejected? The Lai clan asked around and heard some rumors. The problem was because of Wuxia, so Wuxia immediately went to cause trouble for him early in the morning. Wuxia was happy to see Wuxia not knowing any better and causing trouble in the Golem Square. This was called ignoring the accepting heavens and barging into the unwelcoming hell. Manager Hu of the Golem Square stepped in front of Wuxia. He was called Sovereign Hu because he was a heavenly sovereign. An auction house with a manager at this level was quite incredible, and its might was apparent. Manager Hu spoke coldly, "Friend, if you want to do business, then we very much welcome you. However, if you want to cause trouble, I'm afraid you came to the wrong place." Wuxia relaxedly said, "You are right, I came for business, but those items are not worthy of my consideration, so I wanted to go upstairs for a look. However, it seems that you guys don't want to do business, so if you'll excuse me, I'm not a person who holds back." Wuxia's proud attitude caused the auction participants to chatter with each other in a low voice. They wondered where this human came from to act so boisterously in the Golem Square. Wuxia sneered and said, "Ha ha ha, a no-name junior like you still wants to participate in the second half? Give up on this thought, that place isn't meant for poor brats like you. Fool! Daring to cause trouble in the Golem Square? You are tired of living." He didn't forget to incite trouble so that the square would teach Wuxia a good lesson. Manager Hu's eyes sharpened with killing intent as he said, "Friend, are you purposely causing trouble?" Wuxia was too lazy to argue with the manager, so he threw out a treasure box and nonchalantly said, "Don't waste my time, tell your superior to come out. The second half is about to start." Manager Hu caught the box and opened it for a look, then he immediately closed it. Aghast, he held it carefully with both hands and immediately ordered someone standing next to him, "Quick, go invite the ancestor." Such a sudden development astounded everyone. It all happened too quickly because just a second ago, Manager Hu still wanted to teach Wuxia a lesson. In a short amount of time, an old man with pure white hair approached. Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. His blood energy was hidden, but him merely standing there gave off the feeling of a mountain's immensity. Manager Hu quickly gave the old man the box with a serious expression and also whispered in the old man's ear. After hearing what the manager said, the old man opened the box and was completely shocked. He also quickly closed it. He bowed his head towards Wuxia and said, "Our Golem Square's people have eyes but can't see Mt Tai. This old man is apologizing for any offense that young noble might have received. Your arrival at the Golem Square is our honor and allows the square to become much more radiant. This sudden change left both the buyers and the others in the room stunned, especially those who knew this old man beforehand. They all had to take deep breaths. This old man had a great background and had been renowned since several years ago. With his protection, no one had ever dared to come and mess with the Golem Square. But now, his respectful attitude towards Wuxia was simply unbelievable. People were curious and wondered what was inside the box. Bai Wang and Shi Hao were surprised as well. Just what could be inside the box to cause the square to change its attitude by this much? Wuxia said slowly, "Okay, no more nonsense. I came to pick up a couple of things and heard that your auctions have decent items in the second half. Now begin, don't waste everyone's time." "Of course." The old man quickly replied, then asked Manager Hu, "How is the first half of the auction?" Manager Hu answered, "Right now, we are auctioning the featured item, the cauldron. It had just begun." The auctioneer added, "The current highest bidder is the young noble from the Lai clan with 16,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades." Wuxia glanced at Lai Jia, then told the auctioneer, "I want this cauldron." There was already a feud between the two, so after hearing Wuxia, Lai Jia's expression sank as he coldly said, "Right now, I am the highest bidder. Since it is an auction, you should follow its rules. Don't tell me you want to bypass the rules and buy it at a cheap price." Wuxia was too lazy to look at Lai Jia as he spoke. 16,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades? He told the auctioneer, "I bid 100 virtuous paragon refined jades." 100 virtuous paragon refined jades. Wuxia's bid caused quite a stir as everyone stared intensely at him. Bai Wang and Shi Hao lost their minds as well. These were virtuous paragon refined jades. They had never seen such a grade before. Although refined jades could be exchanged, that was only in principle. It was virtually impossible to see such a transaction in reality unless one was exchanging jades of a higher grade for ones of a lower grade, or else it would be at a very unfavorable ratio. For example, using a virtuous paragon refined jade to trade for lesser ones such as jades of the Heavenly King or Heavenly Sovereign grade. There would surely be many people who would happily make this deal. However, if one wanted to use these lower-grade jades to exchange for a virtuous paragon refined jade, it would be very difficult even if they offered a higher price than the market standard. For cultivators, higher-grade refined jades were extremely hard to come by, especially those of the virtuous paragon level. Almost all of them were monopolized by monsters such as imperial lineages. Great powers who had virtuous paragon jades were either extremely strong or had their ancestors accumulate them over a very long period of time. Everyone felt that Wuxia was too outrageous. 100 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy a heavenly cauldron, what could be crazier than this? Wuxia looked at Lai Jia and asked, "Do you still want to bid?" At this time, Lai Jia's expression was extremely ugly. Although the Lai clan was very rich, he couldn't take out virtuous paragon refined jades. It wouldn't be easy for his clan either. Wuxia lazily said, "Okay, if no one else wants to bid higher, then let it be done." Wuxia's arrogance left everyone helpless. Many alchemists present also wanted this cauldron, but bidding 100 virtuous paragon refined jades or more was too crazy. No, no, no. The old man quickly gave the refined jades back to Wuxia and said, "If young noble wants this heavenly cauldron, then we'll just gift it to you. It is only a little present, it's not worth anything." "Very well." Wuxia looked at the old man and said, "Since you have such goodwill, I will sincerely do business with you." The old man's first order of business was to gift the cauldron with a vermilion divine flame fire source to Wuxia. Everyone was astonished. Just what was it that made the old man so generous? Shi Hao and Bai Wang were scared silly. A cauldron with the value of 100 virtuous paragon refined jades was given away with just one phrase. This was too unbelievable. They couldn't understand the life of the rich. The old man personally led Wuxia into the place where the second half of the auction was taking place. It was even more extravagant and luxurious. Each honored guest had their own room where they could clearly see the auction stage. Here, one could choose to sit on the balcony in the open and feel the atmosphere of the auction. And if they didn't wish to show their face, they could just stay in the room and be out of sight. The old man led Wuxia into his private room. When Wuxia sat down, the heavenly cauldron was already packaged. The old man personally handed it over to Wuxia and said, "Just a small gift. I'll happily accept it then." Wuxia accepted the cauldron and didn't bother looking at it as he handed it over to Bai Wang, calmly saying, "Bai Wang, you have worked hard as my guide, so this cauldron is for you." The old man was not surprised at all to see Wuxia's action. If he could take out that thing, then it made sense that the cauldron was nothing to him. However, it was different for Bai Wang. He shivered in shock and stammered, For me? It was the most precious item he had ever received in his life. The truth was that this sort of thing was no big deal to the auction house. If it happened, then they would only have to teach the perpetrator a good lesson, then kick them out. The golem square was quite powerful, so they weren't afraid of anyone. Boom! Wuxia didn't move at all while the two guards were blown away. With a series of bangs, the two guards shot through several large walls of the auction house before finally reaching the street. This commotion caused an uproar in the auction room as everyone turned around. Some were even startled and one person shouted, "What is going on?" The finale of the first half was suddenly stopped. The auctioneer was especially shocked to see such a situation. At this location, Li Jia also saw Wuxia, so he sneered, "So it is that ignorant and suicidal human." Dozens of experts from the auction house rushed over to surround Wuxia's group of three. Bai Wang and Shihao were frightened pale and had painful expressions. This was going to be bad. At this moment, a person who appeared to be the manager walked out with a cold expression full of murderous intent. The auction had stopped and many people were looking at Wuxia. Li Jia then used this opportunity to fan the fire. "Venerable Hu, teach this blind boy a lesson. Break his limbs and hang him outside the city walls as an example so that he won't ever dare to think that the Golem Square is a place for him to show off." Chapter 629, Auction. Wuxia quite liked Bai Wang. In addition to being an alchemist, his experience and insight were both very rich. Wuxia had decided that Bai Wang would be the guide for Shihao, so he said, "When Shihao joins the palace for training later on, he will need you to watch over him. Rest assured, young noble, I will take good care of Shihao." Bai Wang solemnly stated his commitment. At this time, the old man from the square asked Wuxia again in an earnest manner, "Young noble, may I check it again?" With Wuxia's permission, the old man unlocked the seal on the box again and observed the item inside with a serious expression. He looked back and forth and even sniffed it as part of a very meticulous process. Bai Wang and Shihao were also curious and wanted to see as well. However, it was blocked by the old man's hand, so they couldn't see it. After finishing his check, the old man respectfully asked, "Will young noble sell this to the square, or do you want to auction it?" "Auction." Wuxia said, "I don't want refined jades, only other items. As long as others have things that can interest me, then I'll trade. But if not, then if the square has something I like, you guys may have it." "I understand," the old man replied. He didn't find it strange at all since Wuxia easily threw out 100 virtuous paragon refined jades. With such a style, it meant that Wuxia was not part of the nouveau riche or someone who got lucky with treasures along the way. He must have a great background. The old man had seen countless people and knew that Wuxia was as formidable as a dragon hiding in the depths of a swamp. If Wuxia didn't lack refined jades, then only unique treasures would be able to interest him. The old man guaranteed Wuxia, "Don't worry, young noble, the golem square will not disappoint you. A few ancestors with earth-shattering backgrounds are coming to the auction, and I'm sure they will be interested in your item. Shihao and Bai Wang were both gasping after hearing this. The old man was referring to ancestors from great powers, and perhaps even those from imperial lineages. This type of character was extremely renowned, people they could never come into contact with. That would be good. Li Qie calmly said. At this time, manager Hu asked, Ancestor, a few guests still haven't arrived yet, should we start the second half now? The old man looked at Li Qie, then nodded his head and said, Begin, time is precious. Those who are late will have to miss out on this once-in-lifetime opportunity. Manager Hu obediently bowed and went to carry out the order while the old man carefully put the treasure box away. He told Li Qie right afterward, Just let us know if you need anything, young noble. I have to go take care of something now. Li Qie nodded his head as the old man took his leave. There were only maids left in the room. A maid brought a tray forward with a plaque on it and told Li Qie, Young noble, this is a token of friendship from our master. It is a noblest writ from our golem square. We hope that you will visit us in the future. These writs were only given to demon kings and ancestors from the great powers with high status. Those who held these writs were the most esteemed guests of the square, ordinary people could never reach this level. Bai Wang was very familiar with the capital, so he was shaken to see the square's writ. In the country, even the 18 monarchs didn't have one, only the demon king did. But now, the square gave Li Qie one of them. This was being too generous. Li Qie didn't bother looking at it and casually handed it over to Shihao. Shihao was stunned since he had never held an item that represented such high status before in his life. When the auctioneer stepped onto the stage, Li Qie said as he sat on the balcony, The auction is about to begin. Let us see what items the square can take out. Bai Wang and Shihao stood right behind him. This was their first time attending an auction of this level, so they were able to expand their horizons. There were many private rooms as well as occupied balconies in this auction hall. Some rooms were pitch black with indistinct figures. In this situation, many liked to show their face while others preferred to be hidden. However, regardless of their preference, they all had great backgrounds and fame. Bai Wang, standing on the balcony, was able to recognize many big characters with his great knowledge, so he murmured, Nine Fingers Alchemist, the Flowing Water Valley's Flood Dragon Monarch, the Heavenly Flame Stone Saint, the Giant Stone Royal Lord. However, among those on the balconies, there was only one person who Li Qie was familiar with. A girl as arrogant as a phoenix displaying its fine feathers was in front of everyone. This was the arrogant girl who had grievances against Li Qie, the descendant of the Jian clan, Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's eyes became cold when she saw Li Qie sitting on another balcony. She quickly shifted her glance away from this sight that annoyed her. Of course she would not act friendly with him. The auctioneer spoke while standing on the stage, Honored guests, the auction today formally begins now. This just happens to be our annual auction, so the items this time will surely catch your interest. Our Golem Square wishes for everyone to have a fruitful venture so that you will not feel as if this was a wasted trip. The first item was brought up. The auctioneer said, This first item is an appetizer. Since our stone medicine world has the highest concentration of alchemists, I'm sure many friends today are high-level alchemists. I'm confident that this first item will please the alchemy crowd. He then opened a trunk. It was full of purple soil as a violet aura spread out with great energy. This is the finest soil to cultivate medicines, violet heart mud. It is suitable to grow all types of medicines and grasses, especially the soulgrass variety. Of course, there is no further need to describe its effectiveness. Although it is only one trunk, it is more than enough to grow one root of any medicine that you like. The starting bid for this violet heart mud is 30,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. An alchemist immediately bidded, 40,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. For alchemists, medicine cultivation was a very deep field of research. All of them wanted to grow the best spirit medicine possible. Cultivation materials, soil, fertilizer, and the techniques were all extremely important factors. A good medicine might be hard to find, but it was even harder to find good soil. In the world of alchemists, good soil was always sought after, let alone the stone medicine world with its strong alchemy background. 50,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. Another big shot named a higher price. One immediately followed suit, 80,000. 100,000. After many rounds of bidding, the violet heart mud was finally sold for the high price of 800,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. The second item was brought up and introduced by the auctioneer. The second auction item is a bottle of longevity blood. This is the blood of a 2,300,000-year-old longevity spirit that operates at night. I don't need to explain the benefits of this longevity blood. This is the best of the best, something that all heavenly kings desire. The starting price is 400,000 heavenly king refined jades. The moment the introduction was over, many great characters were shaken. In the present times, many heavenly kings were in control, but many of them were very old and on the verge of death. Longevity blood was the main ingredient for creating longevity medicines. This bottle was definitely the best for heavenly kings of any level. Suddenly, these big characters in the chamber could no longer sit still and started a fierce bidding war. In the end, this bottle of blood was sold for 3,700,000 heavenly king refined jades. The next few items were all rare treasures and were sold at exorbitant prices since the majority of the buyers were all big shots. One or two items were sold at unbelievable prices. During the process, Jian Wuxia was a big spender. Her bids were always much higher than others, giving off the feeling that this lady has too much money. Because of this, people were reluctant to compete with her even if they wanted the item. Moreover, most of the big shots here were from great powers, and some of them were of the ancestor level. However, Jian Wuxia was the golden daughter of the Jian clan, and the Jian clan was an imperial lineage. Ordinary people didn't dare to compete with her while the ancestors didn't want to compete with a junior like her. Outside of Jian Wuxia's lavish spending, there was another young man who was also very generous. He raised the price of one item to an outrageous level and bought it without any hesitation, suggesting that he was also not lacking in money. Meanwhile, Li Qie didn't bother looking at the items. They were too common for him, so he was too lazy to bid. Bai Wang and Shi Hao were different, especially Shi Hao since he was still young and inexperienced. Today, all the items before them were supreme treasures. They wouldn't dare to dream of these items before, but now they had the fortune of seeing them in person thanks to Li Qie bringing them to the second half of the auction. All the spirit medicines had been auctioned off, so everyone was waiting for the rumored heavenly cauldron to appear. Finally, it was taken out onto the stage. It had the appearance of a tree stump, very archaic looking. It didn't have an oppressive aura, but it had a profound Tao intent. The auctioneer introduced this cauldron. The next item is this heavenly cauldron. The first thing to note is its amazing background. It came from the alchemy kingdom. These words caused the audience to clamor as all eyes gazed intensely at this cauldron. Chapter 630, Imperial Cauldron. One grand character immediately asked in a serious tone, a cauldron from the alchemy kingdom? Which alchemy emperor did this belong to? Dear honored guest, this cauldron was owned by the 100-grass alchemy emperor and followed him when the emperor was still young. Anyone who studied the alchemy kingdom knows that the 100-grass alchemy emperor was one of the greatest regarding plant cultivation since the start of time. His usage of the cauldron was not limited to pill refinement, it contains many benefits regarding growing plants. Because of his great skill at cultivating plants, he was called the 100-grass alchemy emperor. However, after becoming an emperor, he focused on immortal pill refinement instead, so he thought about switching to a different cauldron. Eventually, he found one that was more suitable for pill refinement, so he exchanged it with the cauldron that he had used for the first half of his life. The auctioneer was able to provide the history of the cauldron quite well. Surely the Golem Square had spent a lot of effort on this matter. A demon king inquired, if this heavenly cauldron belonged to the 100-grass alchemy emperor, then why did the alchemy kingdom let it be lost in the outside world? The alchemy kingdom was a behemoth in the alchemy realm as well the entire stone medicine world. One sect with 3 emperors, how formidable was this? Not to mention that it even produced 4 alchemy emperors. Although alchemy emperors were not comparable to immortal emperors since they couldn't sweep through the world in an invincible manner, they had a prestigious status and great fame. Since the start of time, both eternal existences and god-kings would need an alchemy emperor eventually. Sometimes, even immortal emperors would need alchemy emperors. The kingdom's first immortal emperor was also its progenitor, immortal emperor Yaozu. He used the Tao of alchemy to become an emperor, so he was not only an immortal emperor but also an alchemy emperor. Thus, he was both the first immortal emperor and the top alchemy emperor among the 4 in the alchemy kingdom. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't respond to her provocation. However, the generous young man didn't stay silent. Compared to Jian Wushuang with her bottomless pockets, he was a lot more cautious, 2,050,000. This type of bidding was meant to show his determination to own the cauldron, but at the same time, his intent of not offending Jian Wushuang. 3 million, Jian Wushuang didn't double the bid this time, but it was still a frightening number. The remaining bidders simply shut up and didn't dare to bid any longer since they couldn't match Jian Wushuang. 3,050,000, the generous young man raised it by 50,000 once more. However, no one could stop Jian Wushuang's momentum as she continued to raise her bid to an intimidating level, 4 million. The auction became the playground of the young man and Jian Wushuang. Her bids made it very difficult for the young man. He had no choice but to stand up and slightly bow down towards her direction. Goddess Jian, I know you are interested in this cauldron, but you are not an alchemist so you might not need such a cauldron. However, Jian Wushuang was always arrogant and never gave anyone face no matter who they were. Whether I need it or not is none of your business. The generous young man was still courteously bowing as he said, of course, it is none of my business. But honorable goddess Jian, this cauldron is very important to me. My Huangfu clan and the alchemy kingdom are in-laws, so now that the kingdom's cauldron has been lost like this, it makes me, an alchemist, feel very terrible. I want to win this auction and then give it back to the alchemy kingdom. I hope that goddess Jian will show magnanimity. As long as you agree to let me have this cauldron, you can ask for anything from me. What? Are you saying that this young lady is coveting something that belongs to you? Also, this young lady doesn't lack anything. Jian Wushuang spoke with an imposing aura. Her arrogance was boundless regardless of her opponent. Although her attitude was distasteful in the eyes of others, it also showed that she was an arrogant and confident person. No, no. The generous young man understood her personality, so he hurriedly apologized, that is not what I meant. What I was trying to say is that, in the future, if Goddess Jian has any order, then just say a word and I'll carry it out right away. Her arrogant character loved it the most when people flattered her. She nodded her head and said, very well, Huangfu Hao. Today, this young lady will give you some face. If you bid 5 million, then I won't compete with you anymore. The young man named Huangfu Hao quickly told the auctioneer, I bid 5 million. Although such practices were not compliant with the rules, today, the price of this cauldron was exorbitant already, so even the Golem Square chose to turn a blind eye to what had just played out. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang kept her word and no longer bidded after Huangfu Hao raised the price to 5 million. One grand character immediately asked with a serious tone, a cauldron from the alchemy kingdom? Which alchemy emperor did this belong to? Dear honored guest, this cauldron was owned by the 100-grass alchemy emperor and followed him when the emperor was still young. Anyone who studied the alchemy kingdom knows that the 100-grass alchemy emperor was one of the best regarding plant cultivation since the start of time. His usage of the cauldron was not limited to pill refinement, it contains many benefits regarding growing plants. Because of his great skill at plant cultivation, he was called the 100-grass alchemy emperor. However, after becoming an emperor, he focused on immortal pill refinement instead, so he thought about switching to a different cauldron. Eventually, he found one that was more suitable for pill refinement, so he exchanged it with the cauldron that he had used for the first half of his life. The auctioneer was able to provide the history of the cauldron quite well. Surely the Golem Square had spent a lot of effort on this matter. A demon king inquired, if this heavenly cauldron belonged to the 100-grass alchemy emperor, then why did the alchemy kingdom let it be lost in the outside world? Chapter 631, Money is one thing I don't lack. The auctioneer declared, 5 million. Going once. Does anyone want to bid higher? At this time, no one else wanted to bid. Although this cauldron was very amazing, this was a price as high as the heavens, a price that very few people could afford. It was not worth it to utilize all of their wealth just for one cauldron. Huang Fuhao was relieved to see no one else bidding. With this cauldron, he could earn some favor with the alchemist kingdom. However, before he could finish heaving his sigh of relief, a voice came along, 10 million. The bidder was Wuxia, sitting leisurely on his balcony. His calm demeanor rendered others into disbelief. It was hard to imagine that this huge number came out of his mouth. After naming such a price, Shi Hao and Bai Wang both shivered and felt their knees giving way. Huang Fuhao wanted to vomit blood from anger. It was a struggle to convince Jian Wushuang to show mercy, but now another troublemaker came out of nowhere. What was even more frustrating was that this troublemaker doubled the price. Bai Wang was reminding Wuxia that it was best not to create animosity with Huang Fuhao. Wuxia sat on his balcony and nonchalantly asked, "What does all of that have to do with me?" Bai Wang didn't know what else to say. He wasn't clear whether Wuxia didn't get the point or if he was just extremely confident. Very few in this world dared to not put the Huangfu clan into their sight like this. Bai Wang took a deep breath and whispered again, "Young noble, Huang Fuhao himself is quite formidable as well. He is considered the fifth alchemy prodigy and has great talents. If he didn't spend so much effort on cultivation, then perhaps he would be part of the four. I heard that he had reached the heavenly king realm for some time, but the more dreadful part is that his golden stone gaze has the same power as his forefathers." Bai Wang was only a minor character. If he could take a step back to realize the immensity of the heaven and earth, he would do so, unlike Wuxia's more aggressive approach. Just as he said, Huang Fuhao was indeed strong. He was a golem with an indescribable noble background and a flesh and blood body at birth. However, his eyes remained that of stone. This was a pair of invincible golden stone eyes that could be found from his forefathers, quite a rare occurrence. Normally, atavism would result in the body reverting to stone and becoming weaker. It was very rare that someone undergoing atavism would inherit their forefathers' strongest bloodline. And Wuxia was still as calm as ever. At this point, Bai Wang knew better and kept his mouth shut. Wuxia was not a kid that was seeing the world for the first time. His nonchalant attitude regarding Huang Fuhao made Bai Wang think that Wuxia was even stronger than what he had imagined and that he had underestimated him. At this time, Huang Fuhao really wanted to kill Wuxia. His glare towards Wuxia contained a murderous glint. He took a deep breath and bit his teeth, deciding to risk it all. 16 million. That won't do. Wuxia said with a smile, "You have to understand that I am no longer bidding with the lowest grade of refined jades. I am bidding 16 million jades of the Rising Era Paragon grade. If you are simply bidding jades of the conventional level, then you have to bid more than 30 million. When most people talked about virtuous Paragon refined jades, they would refer to the lowest grade used by early era paragons. Although both were virtuous paragon refined jades, one grade's gap was the difference between heaven and earth. One virtuous paragon refined jade contained an unbelievable amount of worldly energy, so the difference of just a single grade had an unreachable gap. Everyone present became dumbstruck after hearing this. One of the demon kings stood up and lost his voice. Refined jades meant for rising era paragons. What the hell? Everyone felt that Wuxia was messing around too much. Normally, people would use the lowest grade for any given level of refined jade unless further specified. Huang Fuhao became red due to uncontrollable anger. Even if he had the support of the elders, 15 million regular jades alone was pretty much all of his wealth. However, if they were of the rising era paragon level, then even if the golem square allowed for him to trade and the buyers agreed to take his early era paragon jades, he would have to spend at least 30 million. This was an amount that he simply couldn't afford. At this point, the auctioneer on the stage couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. This number was simply too scary. Chapter 632, Alchemy Foul. Eventually, with an ugly expression, Huang Fuhao dropped back down onto his chair and gave up on bidding. He couldn't afford such a price anymore, so what else could he do except give up? He could only watch Wuxia win the heavenly cauldron. 15 million refined jades of the rising era paragon level. Any higher bids? On the stage, the excited auctioneer's hand was shaking while holding his wooden gavel. Who else would dare to bid when the price was already this high? Eventually, the auctioneer slammed his gavel to conclude this round as he spoke with his trembling voice, 15 million rising era paragon jades. The cauldron belongs to this young noble. In the end, the buyers could only come to one conclusion: there are too many lunatics these days. One demon king couldn't help but utter, there should be a limit to being wasteful. This level of profligate behavior is just unreasonable. Only a madman would spend 15 million rising era paragon jades. This was indeed a supremely prodigal son. The next treasure is a weapon from the foreign Dao. Infected by the last auction, the auctioneer's mood was at an all-time high. In the private room, the workers from the auction house brought the heavenly cauldron over. Wuxia casually handed over a spatial pouch to the workers to pay for the item. Afterward, he threw the cauldron towards Shihao and said, "Keep doing your best. If you want to own this cauldron, you must spend a great deal of effort to harmonize with it. However, as long as you keep working hard, it will eventually accept you. At that point, your achievements in the alchemy Dao will be able to reach a much higher level." The workers were astounded by Wuxia's actions. They had seen many wealthy men and big characters, but spending millions of virtuous paragon refined jades for a cauldron to casually gift to a friend as if it was mere rubbish. Such extravagance was beyond cure. They had never seen this type of person before. Shihao was shaking with fear. When the cauldron was thrown his way, he quickly jumped to grab it tightly as if he was afraid of dropping it. An item worth millions of refined jades made him afraid of it touching anything at all. He struggled to calm down and prostrated on the ground while exuding his uncontrollable appreciation. "Big brother. I will definitely not let you down." He was a simple man. Countless words formed in his mind, but only this phrase left his lips. Wuxia nodded and said, "Be diligent. This cauldron is indeed great and has a natural affinity towards medicine. With it in the future, you will gain many benefits when cultivating plants. The more important part is that this cauldron has refined imperial pills before, so it will increase your pill refinement level by a notch." At this point, Shihao could only nod his head repeatedly. He didn't know what else to say to express his gratitude while Bai Wang watched on with admiration. Countless alchemists yearned for such a cauldron to no avail. Bai Wang understood that all of this was possible because Wuxia valued Shihao and wanted to train him. Several auctions went by, and the next item was a living creature. A fowl was raised to the stage, resulting in quite a dazzling spectacle. It emitted waves of immortal lights along with a medicinal fragrance that caused others to salivate. An experienced alchemist sniffed the aroma and became lost in his indulgence while murmuring, "Nine dragon saliva aroma, Tao wood profound aroma, immortal river lotus aroma. How beautiful are these fragrances! So supreme." Another famous alchemist stood up in astonishment and stared at the chicken in disbelief as he lost his voice. Impossible. Could this be a legendary alchemy fowl? Sir, you have great insight. The auctioneer replied, correct. This is an alchemy fowl. They are extremely rare in this world, and this is our first time auctioning one in the Golem Square in the capital. Other great characters could handle it, but the alchemists here could no longer bear it. Is it really an alchemy fowl? They all stood up and gazed intensely at the fowl. An alchemy fowl. Baiwen couldn't help but shiver while standing next to Wuxia. He opened his eyes wide and wished to examine every inch of the beast carefully, not wanting to miss even a single feather. He gasped and said, "So alchemy fowls do exist in this world. They are divine items in the eyes of alchemists. To have one is." Baiwen was at a loss for words since he felt that this was a divine creature. Any alchemist in the world would love to have one. This prompted Hao's inquiry, what kind of chicken is an alchemy fowl? He was still young and didn't know the effects of an alchemy fowl, but after noticing the many astonished alchemists, he knew that this chicken must be very amazing. Baiwen's gaze was still fixated on the chicken as he replied, "It is a long story, but in short, that chicken is everything an alchemist could want." Wuxia was also staring at this chicken along with the others. Among them, the alchemists were the most affected since the chicken could only be found in their dreams. The chicken had been sealed, so it sat motionlessly with its head looking down, acting indifferent before everyone. Although it had been captured, it still showcased its arrogance. The auctioneer quickly spoke, "Alchemy fowl, I believe that the fellow alchemists here understand this creature more than I do. It can eat insect kings, capture poisonous creatures, protect spirit medicines and grasses, and its excrement is the most fertile soil in this world. More importantly, its nature is to protect medicines and plants, so it can find materials that others won't be able to. With one watching your alchemy farm, there would be no need to worry about poisonous insects or anything else. There would also be no need for fertilizing water." The auctioneer's continuous explanation made the alchemists salivate. Even without his explanation, these alchemists would know the amazing effects of the alchemist fowl. However, the others present began to want it as well. An alchemist with great achievements in the past watched the fowl for a bit then asked, "Why does this alchemy fowl seem so dejected?" The auctioneer answered, "Honored guest, you should know how hard it is to capture one of them. After all, these creatures would avoid imprisonment at all cost. In order to capture this one, we had to invite 3 virtuous paragons. This was quite difficult and costly. In order to catch it alive and watch it for year after year, the 3 paragons chased after it for millions of miles before perfectly sealing it. Think about it, to eventually be caught after so much struggling, do you think it would still be excited?" Everyone felt that this answer made sense. It was harder to capture a divine beast like the alchemy fowl alive than it was to reach the heavens. Without 3 paragons, it would have been virtually impossible to catch the fowl. The auctioneer patted his chest confidently and said, "Of course, our Golem Square guarantees with our reputation that this fowl is unharmed, so fellow guests can buy it without any worries." It wasn't just alchemists, which lineage didn't grow medicinal grasses. Therefore, all of these sects would have even more grasses if they had an alchemy fowl. "May I take a look at this alchemy fowl?" In fact, it wasn't only Baiwen's group who were interested in the fowl, Wuxia was staring at the chicken as well. "Sure." The auctioneer quickly ordered the handler to place the chicken in Wuxia's hands. A god of riches like Wuxia, of course, had special privileges. Not too many people were able to throw around money like trash in such a domineering manner like him. Li Qiye gazed at the chicken for a long time before voicing his praise. It is indeed a good chicken. Then, he handed it back to the handler. The arrogant Jian Wushuang, who was sitting on the balcony of another private room, asked, "Are we about ready to start? What is the starting bid of this alchemy fowl?" She seemed to be very interested in the chicken. The chicken was brought back to the stage, whereupon the auctioneer answered, "The starting bid for the alchemy fowl is 500,000 virtuous paragon refined jades." "What, 500,000 virtuous paragon refined jades?" An honored guest bemoaned, "Are you trying to rob us?" "Honored guest, this item has great value." The auctioneer calmly spoke, "Fellow honored guests should all know that there are no virtuous paragons among the younger generation, and there are only a few paragons among the middle-aged generation. This is common knowledge. Current-day virtuous paragons all established themselves 30,000 years ago or even earlier. All of them are ancestors of the great powers. This little one doesn't need to explain the situation of these ancestors. They are sealed underground and secluded from the world. Think about it. In order to invite 3 virtuous paragons to come out and give chase for millions of miles just to catch this alchemy fowl, fellow guests should be able to imagine the monstrous price we had to pay. Refined jades are precious, but blood-era stones are even more valuable, right?" The guests looked at each other and felt that the auctioneer was being quite reasonable. Inviting 3 virtuous paragons to come out was indeed costly. However, the starting bid of 500,000 virtuous paragon refined jades was simply too high. Even the most esteemed guests were immediately swept out of the door by this frightening starting bid. Eventually, with an ugly expression, Huang Fuhao dropped back down onto his chair and gave up on bidding. He couldn't afford such a price anymore, so what else could he do except give up? He could only watch Li Qiye win the heavenly cauldron. 15 million refined jades of the rising era paragon level. Any higher bids? On the stage, the excited auctioneer's hand was shaking while holding his wooden gavel. Who else would dare to bid when the price was already this high? Eventually, the auctioneer slammed his gavel to conclude this round as he spoke with his trembling voice, 15 million rising era paragon jades. The cauldron belongs to this young noble. In the end, the buyers could only come to one conclusion: there are too many crazy people these days. Chapter 633, Priceless Fowl. One alchemist bit his lips and shouted his bid, 510,000. However, this alchemist's bid was short-lived since Jian Wushuang from the Jian clan doubled the bid, 1 million. This type of bidding method made everyone speechless and upset. No one wanted to be a fool by raising the price so much, but what could they do? All the buyers here knew the background of this arrogant girl, so they could only accept it. Who was to blame for her having so much money? 10 million, however, right after Jian Wushuang's bid, another explosive bid was made. The honored guests' hearts skipped a beat after hearing this bid. Is he crazy? Everyone looked towards the direction of the bid and found that the person who raised the price to an astronomical amount was Li Qiye. They were all stunned and had no words to say about this rich baron. Jian Wushuang's doubling of the price was already hard to accept, but Li Qiye raising it by 10 times caused them to lose their minds. They gazed at each other in amazement. 10 million, this was a price not too many people in this room could afford. The auctioneer shivered on the platform and thought that he had misheard, so he had to repeat, 10 million? He had been doing this for a while, and this was his first time seeing someone raising the price by 10 times. This was simply too outrageous. Correct, 10 million. Li Qiye nonchalantly replied. Bai Wang and Shihao felt helpless as well, but they had already become numb to such a feeling. In the beginning, Li Qiye's high-bidding style scared them silly, but now, they had gotten used to it. At this point, Jian Wushuang glared at Li Qiye. It was clear that he wanted to oppose her. After a while, she turned away and arrogantly proclaimed, 20 million. This was met with Li Qiye's relaxed tone, my bad, my refined jades are of the Rising Era Paragon grade. Jian Wushuang laughed proudly and retorted, my refined jades are also of the Rising Era Paragon grade. She looked at him again and issued a challenge, no matter how much money you can put out, I will follow it to the very end. She looked as if she had too much money to spend and wanted to kill someone by throwing money at them. Who was to blame for her being the golden daughter of the Jian clan? Rumor has it that the clan only had one daughter, so how could she not be arrogant? The buyers, at this time, were completely speechless. Many alchemists lamented their lack of luck, but they knew better and gave up on this competition since they couldn't compare to these two rich fellas. Li Qiye only gave her a stern glance, then shifted his gaze and smiled before slowly speaking, you really want to follow along to the end? I'll bid 100 Immortal Emperor refined jades. At this time, countless people stood up all at once and exclaimed, what? How could anyone be crazier than this? Bai Wang and Shi Hao, who were numbed by this, dropped to the ground. Bai Wang was quivering as he stuttered, young master, these are Immortal Emperor refined jades you are talking about. One had to know that Immortal Emperor refined jades were 1,000, no, 10,000 times more precious than virtuous Paragon refined jades. It was very difficult to obtain them, so since the start of time, their owners were either immortal emperors or imperial lineages. Great powers couldn't get their hands on them, unless their ancestors were once loyal to immortal emperors and were rewarded with these jades. I know. Li Qiye said with a smile. Li Qiye didn't only go to the dangerous burial grounds. No one else knew that below the Yin Yang Pond in the Golden Palace, he hid many supreme treasures and even refined jades. After being around for tens of millions of years, his wealth had reached a monstrous amount. Although grooming the group of immortal emperors like Min Ren spent an unbelievable amount of wealth, it also allowed him to regather a monstrous amount as well. In the past, before his departure, Li Qiye conveniently left behind a bunch of refined jades in the Golden Palace, but Immortal Emperor Qianli didn't use them, so when he came back, he casually took them away. The buyers felt that this was too outrageous. Is this necessary? Using Immortal Emperor refined jades to trade for an alchemy fowl? Although the alchemy fowl was indeed very valuable, it wasn't to this degree. Immortal Emperor refined jades were extremely rare. A few great powers, after obtaining them, would just hide them away and wouldn't use them without caution. But now, Li Qiye was using 100 Immortal Emperor refined jades to trade for this chicken, making others think that he was insane. Such a prodigal son. Many from the previous generation didn't know what to say. They had seen many young masters throwing money away like trash, and they also did the same when they were young. However, compared to Li Qiye, all of these young masters were quite frugal in comparison. He could scare people to death by spending Immortal Emperor refined jades like this. Many people had never even seen this kind of jade their whole life and didn't know what they looked like. Everyone at this scene had their breaths taken away by Li Qiye's frightening bid. The auctioneer was completely stunned. The Golem Square was quite famous in the giant bamboo country and the alchemy realm, ranking among the top 5. And among the auctions he had hosted, the auctioneer could count the times when Immortal Emperor refined jades were used with his hands. However, this was his first time seeing someone immediately bidding 100 of them in an instant. Amidst the silence, Li Qiye reminded the auctioneer, if no one else is bidding, then give the 3 final calls. The auctioneer regained his composure and quickly called out, 100 Immortal Emperor refined jades, going once. Jian Wushuang bit her teeth once and deepened her tone to say, I bid 105 jades, I can pawn a treasure to provide this amount. The person in charge of the Golem Square quickly said, if Miss Jian didn't bring any Immortal Emperor refined jades, then you can just write it down as credit, there is no need to pawn anything. He could feel sweat beads dripping down his forehead. Since Jian Wushuang was the golden daughter of the Jian clan, the Golem Square allowed her to put it on her credit. An imperial lineage like the Jian clan wouldn't renege on a payment. However, she was obviously not confident this time and didn't go about doubling the bid like before. She only added 5 jades this time. The truth was that 5 jades were already scary enough, ordinary people simply couldn't afford this sum. 200 pieces. Wuxia, however, threw out this number nonchalantly without even batting an eye. This time, the doubling of his previous bid finally caused Bai Wang and Shihao to directly kneel on the ground. They wanted to scream out, "Boss, these are Immortal Emperor refined jades, they're not ordinary jades." His bid nearly made Jian Wuxuang vomit blood from anger as she sharply glared at him. If they weren't in an auction house right now, she might have already taken care of him. Wuxia met her gaze and lazily said, "How high can you go? Just be direct, 1,000 or 10,000. His arrogant demeanor enraged her. She had always been arrogant without a care for anyone, but today, Wuxia had suppressed her pride, so how could she not be furious and burn with an intent to kill? She sat straight down and didn't say anything, nor did she bid again. Although she was unbridled with her pride, she was not stupid. She couldn't handle Wuxia's provocation, but she had no choice other than to step down. Using several hundred or 1,000 Immortal Emperor refined jades to buy one alchemy fowl was too insane. She couldn't spend this many jades for such a creature. As the golden daughter of the Jian clan, she had always been pampered by her family. They, indeed, had a lot of Immortal Emperor jades, but it wasn't to the point where she could lavishly waste them. Despite her arrogance, she still had a sense of propriety. 200 Immortal Emperor refined jades, going once. The excited and quivering auctioneer shouted. Many people were silent. Besides ancestors from imperial lineages, very few could afford to pay this amount. Eventually, the auctioneer slammed his gavel as Wuxia spent 200 Immortal Emperor refined jades for one alchemy fowl. The silent buyers had two separate trains of thoughts. Some of them believed that Wuxia was crazy while others said that he was the most prodigal son in this world. Bai Wang stuttered as he asked Wuxia, "Young master, was this worth it?" Wuxia only smiled, and others didn't see the nuances in the matter. The others believed that he was being wasteful, but he himself felt that it was completely worth it. Several other treasures were brought up afterward, but no one bid as crazily as Wuxia. Jian Wuxuang scored 2 treasures among them. Wuxia no longer bid. Although these treasures were not bad, they were not worth him taking action. It is my honor to introduce the next treasure, a rock left behind by Immortal Emperor Wan Shi. After hearing this, one buyer voiced his concern. "I thought the Golem Square was going to place this rock as the last item of the auction?" The auctioneer answered, "Honored guest, excuse us, but there was a sudden change. The next item will be the featured item, so this rock could only be considered second to last." This stirred up the buyers. Prior to this, many honored guests had a list of the items up for auction, but now, there was a sudden change. Such an occurrence was quite rare. This would only happen if this last item had an even more intimidating background. Chapter 634, Immortal Emperor Wan Shi's Rock. After seeing that no one else was talking, the auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "This rock was left behind by Immortal Emperor Wan Shi. Many of you are golems, so I don't need to introduce Immortal Emperor Wan Shi too much. Something left behind by Immortal Emperor Wan Shi." Some buyers were startled after hearing this. Immortal Emperor Wan Shi was the first emperor of the Golem race. He dated back to the Desolate Era and could be considered one of the oldest emperors. His background was up for debate, but many of the future generations believed that he hailed from the Golem race. Those who held this view believed that Immortal Emperor Wan Shi once stated that he used to be a rock, so the future generations believed that the emperor sensed the heaven and earth and eventually gained life. However, many questioned this view because his background was still muddy. He was a mystery among the emperors. They only knew that he used to be a rock, but his exact origin and sect were unclear. However, one irrefutable claim was that the Golem race had considered him to be their first immortal emperor. When he was still of this world, he did not deny this claim. As one of the oldest emperors and the first of the Golem race, immortal Emperor Wuxia did not leave behind a lineage. During his era, he suddenly disappeared one day, and no one knew why. The auctioneer went on, everyone knows that the emperor didn't leave behind a lineage, but he himself left behind a rock. Legend states that his inheritance might lie in this rock, and whether there was only one rock or not is up for debate. However, our square guarantees that this rock was indeed left behind by the emperor. At this time, the rock was placed on a tray. It was very ordinary looking. If it wasn't for the fact that this was an auction of the Golem Square, everyone would think that it was a random pebble picked up from the streets. One of the buyers asked, how can one be certain that this rock was something left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia? The person in charge of the square didn't say much and instead pressed down on the rock. It was as if his finger penetrated through the rock. Whoosh! In an instant, the rock emitted a brilliant light as waves of imperial aura exploded. The ordinary rock was as vast as a sea. The man then withdrew his hand, and the light disappeared as the rock regained its ordinary appearance. All the buyers took deep breaths. The moment the power of the imperial aura exploded, they all knew that this rock was certainly something left behind by an emperor. One person couldn't contain his excitement and asked, what is the starting bid for this rock? All the capable buyers were trying to prepare themselves mentally. Such a treasure would definitely have a frightening price. This was also why some ancestors came to the Golem Square, it was just for this treasure. This time, it will be an exchange. The auctioneer answered, the owner of this item does not need refined jades, he only wants ointments or divine restoration medicines. The owner is here at this moment, so if honored guests have any great restoration medicines, just take them out. As long as the owner needs it, the rock will belong to you. Everyone gasped silently in response. To trade something left behind by an emperor to cure a wound, just how terrible could this wound be? A few wounds went beyond physical ailments. Some of them left behind eternal and incurable damages, and only sacred medicines of a heaven-defying level would be able to cure them. However, using medicines to trade for a rock of this level caused all the alchemists to be very excited because this was within their domain. One alchemist stood up and called out his item, I have here 100 injuries powder, it's my own unique mix. A voice came out from a private room, the level of 100 injuries powder is too low. No one could see who was inside the dark room, but it was surely the owner of the rock. He interrupted the alchemist since he needed a better ointment for his injury. A stone king stood up and said, my sect has a spirit serpent curegrass with a 1,000,000-year-old spirit. It can cure injuries of a virtuous paragon. The owner interjected again, I have already eaten a 3,000,000-year-old spirit serpent curegrass, and it was completely ineffective. Next. Huangfu Hao from the Huangfu clan spoke, my clan has a small bottle of soul-rending immortal powder. There's not a lot but there is enough for one application. An alchemist was shaken after hearing this name. The soul-rending immortal powder is a supreme medicine of the alchemy kingdom. This powder was very famous in the stone medicine world, and ordinary people couldn't obtain it. If the Huangfu clan didn't have an in-law relationship with the alchemy kingdom, it wouldn't ever have the chance to obtain some. This supreme medicine of the alchemy kingdom. The owner pondered for a moment and said, it would be effective, but one bottle won't do. If you have a pot full of it, then I would trade with you. After hearing this, everyone present had to gasp. Clearly, the owner had used soul-rending immortal powder before. Anyone who could use such a medicine must have a frightening background. Just how terrible was his wound? Huangfu Hao sat down dejectedly. He would never be able to gather an entire pot's worth. The clan struggled just to obtain one small bottle. Outside of a great character from the alchemy kingdom's imperial family, who would be able to have so much? I have a box of sacred jade cure water, I have a soul-returning clay flower, momentarily, many alchemists reported their items, but all were denied by the owner. Surely he was mortally injured. The ointments mentioned by these alchemists had stunning effects, but the owner did not need any of them since they couldn't cure his injury. While the others were offering their items, Wuxia sealed the space around him and put 5 petals of the immortal injury peony into a box. Meanwhile, the buyer's medicines were all denied by the owner. Eventually, no one could take out something better than what had already been mentioned. The owner was slightly disappointed and gently sighed. If anyone has a way to introduce me to a high elder of the alchemy kingdom so that I can trade for soul-rending immortal powder, then I will reward them. The owner's wound was taking a turn for the worse and needed sacred medicines to cure it. However, the buyer's sacred medicines were not things the owner needed, so he had to make this deal. The participants glanced at each other. It was easier said than done to gain an audience with the royal family of the alchemy kingdom. They all turned towards Huangfu Hao. If there was someone here who could gain an audience, then it would be him and him alone. Huangfu Hao could only show a bitter smile. How could it be easy to be acquainted with a high elder from the imperial family of the alchemy kingdom? Even an ordinary virtuous paragon wouldn't be able to gain an audience. At this time, Wuxia gave the box that contained the petals from the immortal injury peony to a worker of the square. I have a little something here. Show the guest and see if he needs it. Many suddenly looked towards Wuxia's direction. They were very curious about what was in the box. Twice in a row, Wuxia acted extremely generously, so it was hard for him not to attract attention at this moment. The worker brought the box to the other room right away. Afterward, the owner's exclamation came from the room, "This thing actually exists in this world?" His shout caused everyone to look at each other then back at Wuxia as they tried to guess his background. With such a frightening style of bidding on top of having a supreme restoration medicine, just who could this young man be? Could he be from an imperial lineage or the progeny of an alchemy emperor? However, both of these types of people would be famous in the stone medicine world, yet Wuxia was a nobody where no one knew his identity. From the private room came the voice of the owner. If this young noble is willing, I agree to trade with you. The owner was very anxious since he needed Wuxia's items. Although it was only 5 petals from the immortal injury peony, it was already a supreme immortal medicine capable of curing all wounds. Since it was called an immortal medicine and was capable of even curing Wuxia's fatal injuries, other wounds would definitely not be an issue. Deal. Wuxia said with a smile. At this point, everyone was curious to know what Wuxia traded to the owner. What could be even more valuable than soul-rending immortal powder? They worked their brains to the limit but couldn't think of a better ointment than the powder. While the other buyers were both shocked and lost in speculation, the auctioneer spoke, "Very well, the next item is also the last, the ultimate finale. Honored guests, let us come together to end this auction in a magnificent manner." Everyone became even more attentive. The rock left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia was supposed to be the finale, but now it had to give up its spot. They were curious to see the item that caused something left behind by an emperor to lose its spot. On the other hand, Wuxia, who was sitting on the balcony, was very relaxed and calm. He, of course, knew what the next item would be since he had asked the Golem Square to auction it for him. The item being auctioned was being carried onto the stage under countless gazes. The tray had an item that looked like a sweet potato. One couldn't see what was special about this ordinary-looking thing. After seeing that no one else was talking, the auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "This rock was left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia. Many of you are golems, so I don't need to introduce immortal Emperor Wuxia too much. Something left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia." Some buyers were startled after hearing this. Immortal Emperor Wuxia was the first emperor of the golem race. He dated back to the Desolate Era and could be considered one of the oldest emperors. His background was up for debate, but many of the future generations believed that he hailed from the golem race. Those who held this view believed that immortal Emperor Wuxia once stated that he used to be a rock, so the future generations believed that the emperor sensed the heaven and earth and eventually gained life. However, many questioned this view because his background was still muddy and unknown. He was a mystery among the emperors. They only knew that he used to be a rock, but his exact origin and sect were unclear. However, one irrefutable claim was that the Golem race had considered him to be their first immortal emperor. When he was still of this world, he did not deny this claim. As one of the oldest emperors and the first of the Golem race, immortal Emperor Wuxia did not leave behind a lineage. During his era, he suddenly disappeared one day, and no one knew why. Chapter 635, Longevity Fruit. Big shots like Demon Kings and Stone Kings looked at each other in confusion. However, the Golem Square had a gold-studded reputation and wouldn't auction ordinary items. One Demon King curiously asked the auctioneer, "What is this thing?" "This little one is not exaggerating, this item is truly rare." The auctioneer explained, "I'm afraid not too many people here today know about it. This is our Golem Square's first time seeing this thing, and the second time our boss has seen it." One Stone King lost his patience and urged, "Okay, don't keep us guessing, just tell us what it is." The auctioneer smiled and said, "This is an incredible king medicine, and it could even be called an immortal medicine. Fellow great alchemists, please take a careful look. You will be able to recognize it immediately." Eventually, one alchemist as old as a fossil stood up. His clouded eyes opened up wide as he emotionally stuttered, "No. Can this be the legendary longevity fruit?" "What? Longevity fruit?" The speculation of this old alchemist left the venue in shock. All the other alchemists stood up and focused their eyes for a better look. One alchemist whispered, "Longevity fruit, although it is a fruit, the fruit appears at the area of its roots. With the shape of a potato, it has a shade of purple in the dark." He then lost his voice and shouted, "This really is the legendary longevity fruit." After hearing the confirmation, the ancestors hiding in their private rooms all cried out, "Longevity fruit." Inside these dark rooms came burning bright glares. Elder Li's vision is quite keen, truly worthy of being a renowned alchemist in our alchemy realm. The auctioneer praised the old alchemist who was the first to recognize the fruit. "Fellow guests, this is correct, this is indeed a longevity fruit." One old alchemist emotionally muttered, "Longevity fruit. I have been an alchemist for 5,000 years, but this is my first time seeing one." The auctioneer said, "Fellow guests, a longevity fruit has one root and two fruits, this is one of the two fruits. Our Golem Square is auctioning this in place of its owner." All the buyers were breathless, especially the ancestors from the great powers. Just prior to this was the difficult Tao era, so new virtuous paragon didn't appear. Thus, all the current virtuous paragon's ancestors were those who had slept for tens of thousands of years or even longer. They relied on blood-era stones to seal themselves deep underground for their slumber. These characters had limited lifespans. A few of them were even on the verge of dying and didn't want to come into being until the very last moment. They desired medicines that could prolong their life more than anyone else. Influential great powers, especially imperial lineages, tried their best to buy these longevity items for their ancestors. Although these longevity medicines had exorbitant prices, they were the most common form of life prolongment and had always been greatly sought after. Imperial ancestors ate these medicines like meals, but it was not an everlasting panacea. Eventually, the ancestors would keep using them until the effects diminished to the point where they would have to find rarer spirit grasses and immortal medicines to prolong their lives. The auctioneer spoke unceasingly, "Fellow guests, I know that there will always be someone in need of this longevity fruit. In fact, even if fellow guests do not need it, you can still buy it as a gift for your elders. It would be an amazing and filial offering." The auctioneer talked and talked, but the buyers were mesmerized by the longevity fruit, so they didn't mind his constant ramblings. This fruit was far too rare, so just looking at it a bit longer was a fortune in and of itself. In fact, the Golem Square was working to increase the impact of this matter. The auctioning of an item like this longevity fruit was prohibitively rare since owners of them would normally never put them up for sale. If the square had the ability to auction such an item, then its prestige would rise substantially and it would have even more customers in the future. This longevity fruit would become a source of fame to them, so they even waived the usual entrance fee. Honored guests. The auctioneer finally arrived at the main point. Our boss has personally appraised it. This fruit can increase one's lifespan by 600 years. 600 years. The ancestors could no longer sit still, and all the buyers felt their hearts beating faster. Everyone present had one or two elders or an ancestor back in their clan. Nothing could be better if they could give this fruit to their ancestor. It was incredible to prolong a virtuous paragon's life by 600 years. They could continue to be buried underground for a much longer time. To a lineage, if an ancestor ate this fruit, they would be able to contribute much more to the sect and could come into being several times later in the future. That's right, this is not an immortal medicine but, in fact, is even better than one. The auctioneer concluded, regardless of how many longevity medicines your ancestors has taken or what level they have reached, as long as they are not an immortal emperor or the highest level of God King, this fruit would absolutely be able to increase their lifespan by 600 years. Of course, ancestors who had taken this fruit before would have diminishing effects, but I trust that the ancestors in the stone medicine world that have tasted this fruit before can be counted on one's hand. Cultivators of different realms used different longevity medicines. As for the extent of life prolongment, it would depend on each person's circumstances. However, the longevity fruit neither cared for levels nor was affected by the previous usage of other longevity medicines. It would always increase one's lifespan by 600 years. This was a precious length of time for a near-death big shot. In fact, just as the auctioneer had stated, those who had tasted this supreme and rare fruit in the stone medicine world were exceedingly few in number. While the buyers were drawn in by the fruit, one glanced at Wuxia. At this time, he understood what Wuxia had brought to the Golem Square. He took a deep breath at this point and wondered for a bit. If Wuxia could take out even a longevity fruit, then what does the giant bamboo country have to attract him? Right now, it was not Wuxia asking the country to allow him to stay, it was the country begging for him to stay. Sure Hao, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. He only curiously stared at the supreme longevity fruit. As for Wuxia, only a smile could be found on his face. The longevity fruit was something plucked from the lost garden of the immortals by him and Lan Yunju. The two of them managed to grab many king medicines. Since the start of time, only around 3 people had made it to the lost garden. King medicines were as common as vegetables in this garden, so one could imagine how many Wuxia had plucked. Others wouldn't dare to dream about immortal medicines like the ancestor ginseng, but Wuxia had quite a few of them. The longevity fruit was something Wuxia casually took out since he wanted to see if the Golem Square had something worthy of his attention. The longevity fruit had 2 stems, so Wuxia took the fruit with the younger spirit and kept the other fruit capable of prolonging one's life by 800 years. While the others didn't mind continuing to look at the fruit, one ancestor from a great power eventually voiced his question as he could no longer stand waiting. How will you sell this longevity fruit? What is the starting bid? The auctioneer replied, this fruit is being auctioned for an esteemed guest. This guest does not need refined jades, so he will only trade item for items. All the buyers here were well versed in this style of exchange. Someone who could take out a longevity fruit wouldn't give a damn about ordinary refined jades. The type of person who could produce supreme treasures would only trade with items. The auctioneer said, the esteemed guest is here as well. Everyone will only need to take out an item. After half a minute, if the owner does not ask for it, then we'll move on to a different person. The moment these words came out, all the buyers quickly planned ahead. Some did an inventory check on their treasures to see if there was anything that could tempt this mysterious owner. A bit later, the auctioneer slammed his gavel and proclaimed in a serious manner, "Very well, let the auction begin. Anyone can bid now." An ancestor in a dark room started with his bid. "I am willing to trade a divine monarch's life treasure for this longevity fruit." This offer startled many others. Divine monarchs were true experts among virtuous paragons since they were eternal existences. A person who could take out such a treasure must be an incredible character. However, a treasure of the divine monarch level couldn't get into Wuxia's sight, so he didn't bother looking at it. Since the owner didn't answer, the virtuous paragon could only sigh. Before another ancestor could name his price, an older alchemist seized the opportunity and said, "I will use my clan's alchemy scripture to trade for this fruit. My Nanhu clan is renowned for its alchemy even in the alchemy realm." However, these words went into one ear and escaped from the other. No alchemy scripture could compare to the canon in Wuxia's possession. The alchemist laughed wryly after not getting a reply. He understood that the owner didn't like his clan inheritance. In a different room, another ancestor spoke at this time. "I have a Saint Physique law for the Diamond Saint Physique. I am willing to trade this law for the longevity fruit." But of course, this item also couldn't pique Wuxia's interest since no law in the present times could compare to his physique law. Chapter 636, Mysterious Wooden Horse. I have a life-saving order writ from the Jianlong clan. As long as you have this writ, no matter where you are or what danger you are facing, the Jianlong clan will do their best to guarantee your safety. Another hidden ancestor spoke. These words shocked everyone. The Jianlong clan was a monstrous existence, the only existence comparable to the alchemy kingdom in the stone medicine world. With its protection, one wouldn't have to worry about offending anyone. However, this writ also couldn't tempt Wuxia. The arrogant Jian Wushuang stood up and spoke in a serious tone, "I will trade a supreme secret technique for the longevity fruit." Wuxia didn't budge. In fact, he didn't even open his eyes. As there was no response from the owner, Jian Wushuang gritted her teeth and lowered her tone once more. "I have 3 drops of immortal emperor longevity blood. If the owner is willing, then I will use the supreme technique along with the 3 blood drops to trade for this fruit." Jian Wushuang didn't need the fruit, but she had an elder who really needed it. The rest of the buyers were shocked as they exclaimed, "What? Immortal emperor longevity blood?" This was something coveted by everyone due to its peerlessness. Even imperial lineages might not have some. However, this still was not enough to make Wuxia open his eyes. Both Bai Wang and Shi Hao were astounded by these incredible treasures. They had never seen so many ungraspable items before, but now they were revealed as offers. Bai Wang shuddered and reminded Wuxia, That is immortal emperor longevity blood." Wuxia still didn't respond, making Bai Wang understand that Wuxia didn't care for immortal emperor longevity blood either. Bai Wang couldn't help but feel afraid, not caring for such a level of treasure, too domineering. Jian Wushuang also sat down in frustration after getting no response from the owner. This was her second time being defeated today. The first time was her pride being trampled by Wuxia. Now, the owner also didn't react to immortal emperor longevity blood, so how could she not be frustrated? The other big shots all listed what they had, resulting in quite a cornucopia of items that included weapons, treasures, king medicines, and manuals among other things. However, Wuxia still didn't bat an eye. After the other buyers offered their items, one hidden ancestor finally spoke, "I have a little wooden horse." He was very unwilling, but ultimately, he still mustered his will and made the decision to say, "I can't say what this little wooden horse can do right now, but it is something left behind by the immortal emperor patriarch from my clan, a treasure of the utmost importance." The ancestor was still quite hesitant and full of remorse, but he really needed the longevity fruit. "If the owner is willing, then I will trade this wooden horse for the longevity fruit." He was afraid that the owner wouldn't be able to see the horse, so he told the workers from the square to bring a tray over. This was a very normal tiny horse carved from wood of a gray color, not too eye-catching. The group stared at the horse, and no one could tell how this was valuable, but this ancestor was able to become an esteemed guest at the square, not to mention that he introduced his patriarch as an immortal emperor. Even if outsiders couldn't guess its background, it would surely not be a scam. Wuxia opened his eyes after hearing the words, "little wooden horse." After a while, on the balcony, he told the worker from the square, "Bring that wooden horse here so that I can take a look." After hearing this response, the auctioneer immediately told this great power's ancestor, "The owner agrees to see your little horse." Good. Very good. The ancestor was in urgent need of the longevity fruit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered his immortal emperor's precious treasure to trade for it. Very quickly, the horse was in Wuxia's hands. He took a careful look before telling the worker from the square, "I'll agree to this trade." The auctioneer heard it right away and immediately announced, "I'm relieved to tell everyone some good news, the longevity fruit now has a new owner. Its previous owner is willing to trade the fruit for this guest's little wooden horse." After this announcement came out, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Many wanted to know the effects of this horse left behind by an immortal emperor. Unfortunately, they couldn't research this horse at all. Neither the buyer or the seller wanted to reveal much about this horse, so the curious crowd couldn't obtain an answer. The auctioneer excitedly slammed his gavel and announced, "Very well, I now announce that this auction has officially ended with great results." He was very jubilant. This was the biggest and most surreal auction he had ever hosted. It would leave a bright mark on his career as an auctioneer. With the end of the auction, those who chose to remain hidden used a special passage to leave. Outsiders couldn't see all the participants. Meanwhile, since Wuxia ignored immortal Emperor Longevity blood for this little inconspicuous wooden horse, the shocked Bai Wang had to ask, "Is this worth it?" Wuxia smiled and said, "That would depend on the person." Bai Wang and Shihao couldn't discern the use of this little horse and didn't know what was special about it. Wuxia didn't tell them either. After finishing the transaction process with the square, Wuxia left along with the other two. Both of them were very happy and excited. It was needless to mention Shihao. He obtained a cauldron left behind by the 100-grass alchemy emperor, something he wouldn't even dare to dream of before. Bai Wang also obtained a vermilion divine flame cauldron. Although it was not comparable to Shihao's, this was more than enough for him. At the very least, he wouldn't have been able to buy one like this even if he strived for it for his entire life. They felt very grateful to Wuxia for giving them items this precious. As they left the Golem Square and crossed a couple of streets, they were suddenly stopped. The person blocking his path was Lai Jie, the descendant of the Lai clan. Bai Wang reacted very quickly. The moment Lai Jie went in front of Wuxia, Bai Wang immediately stopped him. Bai Wang spoke calmly, "Young noble Lai Jie, if you have something to say, then say it right here." "Dog servant, scram to the side." Lai Jie coldly shouted with an oppressive momentum. In his eyes, Bai Wang was only a servant. However, Bai Wang's status was not low. Although he didn't come from a prestigious clan, with ancient pine as his backing, he was not afraid of Lai Jie if push comes to shove. Bai Wang beckoned by waving his hand as ancient pine's disciples all gathered and awaited his command. He coldly spoke, "Young noble Lai Jie, please return." Young noble Li is an honored guest of the giant bamboo country and is not someone that you can meet at your whim. Bai Wang's attitude enraged Lai Jie. He wished he could rush over and teach Wuxia and this dog servant a lesson, but he was stopped by ancient pine's disciples. Lai Jie shouted a threat at Wuxia, "Brat, listen well. The capital isn't for an outsider brat like you, having money is nothing. There are countless clans that you can't afford to offend at the capital. Know your place and get the hell out now. If not, You won't have a chance to leave the capital with your tail tucked between your legs, you will die without a grave. This was the disparity between Li Jia and Jian Wushuang. Both of them hated and wanted to kill Li Jia, but Jian Wushuang wouldn't block his path like this with meaningless threats. If she wished to, then she would immediately kill him instead of posturing. A minor character like Li Jia was nothing to Li Jia, but his threat caused Li Jia to pause. Li Jia took a look at Li Jia and slowly spoke, "Li clan, right? What kind of trash clan is it? So what if you have a little fire spark? Remember, a fire source can destroy your Li clan as well as end your life." Li Jia then lazily walked away, not bothering to care for a response. Li Jia took note of this arrogant retort and angrily shouted, "Ha ha ha, you think I'm afraid of you? Brat, I dare you to not walk away." He didn't have a chance to chase after Li Jia since Ancient Pine's disciples were blocking his path. Eventually, he stamped the ground exasperatedly and swore that he would teach this little unknown outsider a lesson. The moment Li Jia returned to the mansion, the demon monarch had already been standing there, waiting, and quickly ran to greet him. The monarch revealed a wide smile. "Congratulations, young noble, for your triumphant return from the Golem Square." At this point, the monarch's attitude was even more respectful, and he became even more humble. Li Jia looked at the monarch and smiled, "Your information gathering is quite fast." The monarch wryly smiled and said, "I only heard it just now." Young noble's grand gesture shocked the four directions, it would be hard to not catch wind of it. Li Jia only smiled and didn't respond. The monarch rubbed his palms together and said, "Early this morning, I went to meet the other monarchs and couldn't come with young noble, please excuse me." His tone then became more serious, "Her Majesty wishes to meet young noble, would that be okay? Wait a bit." With that, Li Jia went inside. The monarch stood there on the spot, not knowing what to say. Being summoned by the ruler of the giant bamboo country was an honor, but it was different for Li Jia since they needed him and not vice versa. Bai Weng then whispered to the monarch. After hearing the report, the monarch's expression quickly changed. "I have a life-saving order writ from the Jianlong clan. As long as you have this writ, no matter where you are or what danger you are facing, the Jianlong clan will do their best to guarantee your safety." Another hidden ancestor spoke. These words shocked everyone. The Jianlong clan was a monstrous existence, the only existence comparable to the alchemy kingdom in the stone medicine world. With its protection, one wouldn't have to worry about offending anyone. However, this writ also couldn't tempt Li Jia. The arrogant Jian Wushuang stood up and spoke in a serious tone, "I will trade a supreme secret technique for the longevity fruit." Li Jia didn't budge. In fact, he didn't even open his eyes. As there was no response from the owner, Jian Wushuang gritted her teeth and lowered her tone once more, "I have 3 drops of immortal emperor longevity blood. If the owner is willing, then I will use the supreme technique along with the 3 blood drops to trade for this fruit." Jian Wushuang didn't need the fruit, but she had an elder who really needed it. The rest of the buyers were shocked as they exclaimed, "What? Immortal Emperor longevity blood?" Chapter 637, Blood Soul Worm. As Li Jia made it back to his room, the monarch followed right behind him and busily apologized, "Young noble, this was all because of my negligence and not personally escorting young noble. Rest assured, I guarantee that these people from the Li clan will never appear in front of you again." After hearing Bai Weng's report, the monarch thought that Li Jia was taking his displeasure out on others. Li Jia said dismissively, "Such a trivial thing is not worthy of my attention. I pay no mind to insignificant characters like that, so Demon Monarch doesn't have to worry either. Moreover, in the future, the Li clan will not dare to appear before me." The monarch was taken aback since he didn't know what Li Jia was implying. While the monarch was dazed, Li Jia continued on, "Do not worry, Demon Monarch, I will go meet your royal lord tomorrow as I am not free right now. The monarch calmed down and said goodbye to Wuxia. He didn't dare to say anything else that could bother him. After the monarch left, Wuxia took out the pentagate to seal the room again and also took out the alchemy fowl from the golem square. The chicken emitted a bright light along with a permeating medicinal fragrance. This was indeed a supreme bird. The seal on the chicken's body remained closed as Wuxia put it on the table for a careful look. Back at the golem square, Wuxia had taken a look, but now he wanted confirmation. He stared at its eyes, then made a decision and took out the myriad heavenly cauldron. Boom! It landed next to Wuxia and, with a wave of his hand, a flame fell to his palm. The flame slowly condensed into a knife resembling a mysterious piece of ice that emitted the thick aroma of medicine. Others would be dumbfounded by this scene. Controlling a flame to turn it into a blade was already difficult, but controlling a flame to turn it into ice was even harder. Wuxia pushed the chicken down and intended to dissect its stomach. "Little thing, let me see what you have swallowed." The alchemy fowl struggled in fear, but it couldn't escape. Wuxia calmed it down. "Don't worry, my ice flame blade contains the essence of an alchemy trove, so even when I cut open your stomach, the wound will recover right away and it won't hurt you. Even if you don't want me to do it, the thing inside your stomach will make its way out anyway." The alchemy fowl was no ordinary bird and was fully sentient, so it calmed down after hearing Wuxia. He slowly dissected the bird's stomach with his icy blade. He was as smooth as flowing water, not even a tiny mistake was made. Wuxia was a master with no peers at dissection. He found something that resembled a jade block the size of a finger. It was a bit like a seed. Wuxia took it out from the chicken's stomach and said, "Little thing, you were too greedy. You wanted to keep a treasure like this all to yourself." Pluff! Suddenly, a spurt of blood shot out from the seed. Its velocity was matchless and was even faster than the speed of light as it shot towards Wuxia, launching for his heart. However, Wuxia was prepared from early on and had the lamp in his other hand. The lamp released a black flame that instantly swept over the spurt of blood. This bloody strand kept on morphing. At times, it resembled countless tentacles as thin as hairs. Other times, it looked like a ferocious face, yet afterward, it also undertook the shape of a holy existence. This thing that resembled a drop of blood could take on many creepy transformations. This was indeed a terrible monster. The drop of blood was afraid of the black flame and no longer dared to approach Wuxia. It hovered in the air as it tested the flame with a thin tentacle. The moment this tentacle got close to the black flame, a sizzling sound appeared as it was burnt to a crisp. Wuxia ignored the thing trapped by the black flame and held the seed from the chicken's stomach for a closer inspection. It was a finger-sized piece of black jade in the shape of a seed. Wuxia looked at it closely, then glanced at the alchemy fowl and said, "You were very lucky to meet such a divine item. However, you were too greedy and instantly swallowed it without any consideration. Did you want to become an immortal phoenix in one fell swoop? A divine item such as this cannot be hogged by you alone. Even the blood soul worm coveted it, but it was smarter than you. It only latched onto the item and waited for an amazing bird like you to swallow it." The alchemy fowl relaxed after seeing the blood-like creature entrapped by Wuxia, but it had an unwilling expression upon seeing the black jade in Wuxia's hand. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. "You are lucky to have met me. Otherwise, sooner or later, you would have been sucked dry by the blood soul worm. It would eventually break out of your stomach and seize this divine item for itself." The chicken was full of regret, but it couldn't do anything at this moment. Wuxia noticed the unwillingness in its eyes and only smiled before speaking. "Don't worry, you can follow me, I will not mistreat you. You should know that a master like me will only appear once across the eons." Wuxia put away the black jade, then flicked his hand as the cauldron shot out an ointment needle with a thread of medicine on its end. One shouldn't underestimate this needle. It is the transformed medicinal trove within the myriad heavenly cauldron and could instantly close a wound. Li Qie stitched up the chicken, and the wound closed as if nothing had happened. He then unsealed the chicken, causing it to cry out at its newfound freedom. The chicken stared at the drop of blood that was trapped in the black flame and wanted to pounce over to kill it. However, it was stopped by Li Qie as he spoke. I still have uses for the blood soul worm. He took out a box that contained a black seed full of thorns. This was the seed of the evil taifa tree. It had been refined by Li Qie for a very long time now, so its appearance had greatly changed. Li Qie looked at the drop of blood trapped by the black flame. This was not a blood drop, it was a very evil and terrorizing poisonous creature called a blood soul worm. It was just as rare as the alchemy fowl, and the two creatures were eternal enemies. When both creatures went all out, it would be hard to determine the victor. Li Qie waved his sleeve once more as a group of flames from the cauldron fell into his hand. In an instant, this group of flames immediately turned into immemorial icicles. These icicles started to pin down the blood soul worm trapped inside the flame. The worm tried to wiggle around, but it couldn't move at all due to being pinned by the icicles. Li Qie then placed the worm on top of the evil taifa seed as all the thorns on the seed latched onto the worm. The worm struggled, but it was meaningless. With that, Li Qie recalled his icicles. How could it just sit there and await its death? The moment the worm was freed, it recklessly crawled into the seed of the evil taifa tree, wanting to devour it. However, the evil taifa seed didn't back down. It tightened its thorns and tried to swallow the worm as well. At this time, Li Qie inserted a universal law as thin as silk into the evil taifa seed, giving birth to a maelstrom inside. This boundless magical rune was the culmination of Li Qie's refinement, and it turned into a maelstrom. With this refinement, the blood soul worm and the evil taifa seed slowly became one. After a while, the transmutation of the two was finalized. The evil taifa seed was no longer black, it was of a crimson color just like blood. Excellent, I had thought over this method for a long time now but hadn't met a suitable evil creature. Li Qie looked at the seed in his hand and murmured, I will create the strongest plant in this world. There was no further need to describe the strength of the evil taifa tree, and the blood soul worm was also a frighteningly powerful evil creature. The amalgamation of these two existences would become a wicked and mighty being beyond one's imagination. He put the evil taifa seed back into the box and sealed it. There would be a day when he would need this powerful existence. Afterward, he took out the black jade item again for another look. Good stuff, not too many people have seen this thing since the start of time. In the eyes of others, Li Qie was crazy for spending 200 immortal emperor refined jades to buy an alchemy fowl, only a madman would do so. However, Li Qie was far from insane because he noticed that there was something strange about the alchemy fowl. It was not listless because of being sealed, it was because its body had a certain something inside. It swallowed a divine item, but who would have thought that its enemy had been slumbering within? The blood soul worm and the divine item both creeped inside the chicken's body. The worm was a very evil creature. Once it latched onto an existence, that existence's longevity blood would be sucked dry until the worm got its fill. It would then break out of the corpse and come out. Very few people were capable of subduing such a sinister creature. Because the chicken swallowed the worm and its strength was sapped by the worm, the three virtuous paragons were able to capture it. Li Qie had rich experience and had seen countless things. After a single glance, Li Qie immediately knew that the chicken had a blood soul worm in its body. Chapter 638, Destruction of the Lai clan. Contrary to others' belief that he was crazy, Li Qie using immortal emperor refined jades to buy this alchemy fowl was a huge profit. Buying 3 extremely rare and precious things in one breath, what could be better? Li Qie observed them for a bit before putting everything away. Then, he tapped on the cauldron next to him and gave a command, go. Under the capital is a fire source that has been strengthened with a spirit. Although it is not comparable to the supreme flames you have devoured before, this is something created by me and its spirit is not bad. Devour it and deal with some little problems for me on the way." The cauldron received Li Qia's command, then crawled under the earth and disappeared. After the monarch left Li Qia's room, he told Bai Wang to take good care of Li Qia while he immediately went to visit the demon king in the palace. There was a secret conference going on with all of the strongest demon monarchs of the giant bamboo country present. Ancient Pine spoke, "Your Highness, young noble Li didn't want to come to the palace for a meeting." Madame Ziyan nodded and said, "I have heard about the Golem Square's events." Another demon monarch spoke austerely, "He's this arrogant? Does he want Her Majesty to go see him herself?" This was one of the 18 monarchs, the Eagle Demon Monarch. Madame Ziyan shook her head and said, "It's not his fault. With such amazing pill techniques, he could just utter one word and countless people in the stone medicine world would line up to earn his favor. Even imperial lineages would be happy to commission him. Such a peerless alchemist would be well received anywhere he goes. Not to mention, someone full of treasures like him doesn't need anything. It is hard to get his interest." At this point, she sighed gently and lamented, "Our giant bamboo is only a small country. I'm afraid we won't be able to keep an alchemist like him." Ancient Pine couldn't help but suggest, "How about Your Highness goes to personally meet young noble Li? I see that he has some love for our giant bamboo country, so if Your Highness shows up personally, then maybe young noble Li will be moved by the sincere gesture." Ancient Pine knew that a supreme alchemist with no need for treasures or money like Li Qia couldn't be convinced by material objects. They had to use a different method to impress him. Madame Ziyan was very open-minded and felt that Ancient Pine made a lot of sense. "If young noble Li is willing, then I don't mind making a trip. A peerless alchemist in this generation is worth a personal trip to recruit him." Another demon monarch voiced his concern, "This doesn't feel right. Your Highness is the royal lord of our country, how about we go welcome him instead?" "No." Madame Ziyan shook her head and said, "So what if I am a royal lord? Every alchemy emperor is treated as one's most esteemed guest, even immortal emperors are no exceptions. It is certain that young noble Li will become an alchemy emperor, so an ordinary royal lord like me greeting him personally is how it should be. I wonder if young noble Li will be willing to stay or not." Eagle voiced his musing, "Your Highness needs to have another plan. If we can't keep him, then Your Highness needs to pick another participant for the conference." The Eagle Demon Monarch was somewhat related to the Qin clan, so he wanted to help them. Madame Ziyan nodded and said, "I'll have made my own decision by that time." Another Demon Monarch said, "Your Majesty, young noble Huangfu from the Huangfu clan is interested." The madam quickly interrupted this monarch, "Do not mention this matter again." Her imperial prestige made others not dare to look straight ahead. A demon king was still a demon king, so Madame Ziyan's power was not to be underestimated. The monarch who brought this issue up immediately shut up and didn't dare to say anything else. Madame Ziyan declared, "Tomorrow, I will personally go greet young noble Li. It would be best if he could join the palace for some time." The moment she made her decision, a confidant hurriedly rushed in, "Your Highness, Your Highness. Something big has happened." Madame Ziyan noticed the confidant's urgency, so she grimaced and asked, "What happened that's causing you to be so anxious?" The confidant quickly said, "The Lai clan is finished." One demon monarch stood up right away and asked in surprise, "Finished? Finished how?" Although the Lai clan was not an invincible clan, it was quite formidable within the capital, not to mention that they were also the #1 alchemy clan in the capital. It was not easy for such a clan to be finished in such a short amount of time. The 18 demon monarchs and Madame Ziyan were all startled. They knew the Lai clan still had several living ancestors. Although their ancestors were not comparable to those from the great powers, they were still top-ranked experts. With their presence, the Lai clan shouldn't have fallen so easily. Another monarch rapidly inquired, just what had happened exactly? You need to be more clear. The confidant answered at once, it happened not long ago. The fire source under the Lai clan suddenly exploded and blew away their ancestral ground. Their ancestors wanted to suppress the blast but were incinerated by the scorching fire source. People said that the fire source soared into the sky and rushed into the Lai clan, killing Lai Jie, the Lai clan's young noble. Our disciples said that the flame penetrated the stone heart of Lai Jie in just 1 second. Although the rest of his body is still intact, his soul is definitely done for. After hearing this report, all the monarchs looked at each other. The Lai clan was known as the #1 alchemy clan in the capital for a reason, their fire source. This fire source not only helped them by providing great cauldrons, it also made their pill refinement much easier. An alchemist in the capital had previously proclaimed with disdain, the Lai clan's skill at alchemy is only third-rate at best. They would be nothing without that fire source. Although these words were quite extreme, there was a hint of truth to them. The Lai clan's alchemy Dao was not particularly outstanding, they would have been overthrown long ago without the fire source. The Lai clan's prestige and ability to refine great pills were mostly due to this fire source. One demon monarch murmured, if the fire source has been destroyed, the Lai clan will fall into the abyss and will never be able to rise again. Their demise is certain. An alchemist among the 18 said, their alchemy Dao relied on a few old geezers for support. Their younger generation can't reach the apex. Now that those old men have been burnt to ashes, the slightly excellent Lai Jie had been killed, and most importantly, their fire source has been destroyed, the Lai clan can only withdraw from the alchemy path. Madame Ziyan sat on her throne and pondered for a moment before speaking, this is quite strange. The fire source has been passed down for a long time, the Lai clan has been guarding it generation after generation. It has always been very stable with its own sentience and is not the type to change or go wild. Why did it explode without any prior warning? It was not without reason that Madame Ziyan was able to become the royal lord since she had many outstanding aspects. The moment she received the news, she understood that something was wrong about it. The monarchs looked at each other and felt that the madam made sense. Ancient Pine suddenly recalled something and shuddered. He stood up and told the madam, Your Majesty, I just recalled something. Perhaps it has something to do with this matter. Madame Ziyan quickly urged, What is it? Tell me. The Lai clan was a big clan in the capital, so their fate left the madam puzzled. Ancient Pine told the story of how Lai Jie blocked Li Qie's path since Bai Wang had reported it to him in great detail. And now, the Lai clan's demise reminded him of this matter. Ancient Pine continued on, I heard my subordinate say that young noble Li had said that the fire source of the Lai clan will definitely be destroyed. Madame Ziyan stood up and asked after hearing this, Has young noble Li left your mansion at all? Ancient Pine shook his head in response, When I left, young noble Li was still in the mansion. I believe he didn't leave at all. After hearing this, Madame Ziyan stood there, quietly thinking. The eagle demon monarch spoke, Perhaps this is only a coincidence. It is normal for young people to utter a few words of arrogance. That's right. Another monarch added, The Lai clan has many experts, not to mention their ancestors. It would be difficult for an outsider to sneak into the Lai clan without being detected, at least, for those of the younger generation. But in this case, the Lai clan didn't seem to notice any outsiders, only their fire source's sudden explosion. Madame Ziyan thought about it a bit more and shook her head, I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. That fire source definitely didn't explode for no reason since it also killed Lai Jie. The Lai clan had so many people, so why did this flame only kill Lai Jie alone? She was not only a virtuous ruler but also very intelligent. This sparked more questions for the demon monarchs. The alchemist monarch said, If this wasn't an accident, then there are two possibilities. However, these two possibilities are quite unlikely. Another demon monarch quickly asked, "Old son, don't keep us guessing. What are the two possibilities? Tell us so we can think about it together." The alchemist monarch mused it through a little bit before speaking. "I have only heard of these two possibilities and have never seen them before. These matters are only in the legends, so it is hard to tell whether they are real or not." Madame Ziyen said, "Demon monarch, go ahead and say it. Whether it is true or not is not important. At the moment, anything is possible." Chapter 639, Still a Legend. The alchemist demon monarch smiled wryly and said, "This might sound a bit absurd, however, there is a legend about an alchemy emperor that goes like this. The emperor was able to control both the fire source and fire spark. Another tale told of him controlling the fire of a heavenly tribulation, but yes, this is strictly fictional. It might be possible to control a fire spark due to the matchless flame control of alchemy emperors. However, controlling a fire source is a different story. It is one thing if the fire source is above ground, but if it is below, then even an emperor would have a hard time controlling it. Controlling the flame of a heavenly tribulation is even more outrageous. However, people speculated that this would be possible for an immortal emperor who was initially an alchemy emperor. For example, immortal Emperor Yaozu of the Alchemy Kingdom might have been able to control the heavenly tribulation's flame, but other alchemy emperors won't be able to. Of course, all of this is just gossip among alchemists and no one is certain of anything. The alchemist took a deep breath and answered in a respectful and solemn manner, "The alchemy god, the existence that established the laws of alchemy." Anyone would display an extremely respectful attitude when mentioning the alchemy god, especially at the stone medicine world where alchemists thrived the most. The alchemy god had an unreachable prestige in this place, even higher than immortal emperors. Nothing but respect could be found from alchemists regarding this topic since the alchemy god had an incomparable status in their hearts. Without the alchemy god, there would be no complete Tao system for alchemy like the one today. Many alchemy emperors appeared since the beginning of time, but outside of the alchemy god, even the most heaven-defying emperors didn't dare to call themselves an alchemy god. This was out of respect for the alchemy progenitor. In the end, Madame Ziyen told Ancient Pine, "Elder Pine, tomorrow, I will personally go to your mansion to greet young noble Li." She didn't bring up the matter of the Lai clan anymore. To her and the country, the fate of the Lai clan was not important. It was only another family in the capital, not one of her subjects. In the meantime, in Ancient Pine's mansion, Bai Weng received the news about the Lai clan. He shuddered when he heard that their fire source exploded and Lai Jia died a terrible death. He heard what Li Qia had said to Lai Jia before, and now, it actually happened, so how could he not be astonished? Although he hadn't seen Li Qia take action, he was sure that Li Qia was the culprit even if he didn't leave the mansion. However, he didn't know how this was possible. He recognized that Li Qia was not as harmless as he seemed. Li Qia was not only a genius at pill refinement and a generous prodigal son that could scare people to death, he was also the ruthless type. He would decisively make a decision without showing any mercy as he unleashed his thunderous wrath upon his enemies. The Lai clan was a living example. The Lai clan's sudden accident caused a huge stir in the capital. Overnight, some people were happy, some were sad, and others lost sleep throughout the night. However, none of this had anything to do with Li Qia since he had a great night's sleep. In the morning, when Li Qia woke up, Ancient Pine and Bai Weng had already been waiting outside. Ancient Pine stepped forward after seeing Li Qia and respectfully spoke, "Did young noble have a good night's rest?" Li Qia glanced over at Ancient Pine and smiled, "Demon Monarch can be frank with me, there is no need to beat around the bush." Ancient Pine awkwardly smiled and rubbed his palms together to say, "Her Highness is here to see young noble and is in the main hall right now. Will you meet her?" Under normal circumstances, outsiders would find this matter hard to believe. The giant bamboo country was still a big country in the alchemy realm, and Madame Ziyan was its royal lord. As a demon king with a heavenly king cultivation, she would be regarded as a top character no matter where she went. However, today, Royal Lord Ziyan personally came early to visit with a sincere and humble attitude. This was quite surprising. It made sense if she was visiting an ancestor of a great power, but today, she was only seeing a young man, a youth without any fame. The entire country would be shocked if this were to come out. Just what kind of character was worthy of their royal lord's grand treatment? If your royal lord is here, then I'll see her. Li Qiye reacted very blandly and smiled. Bai Wang, who was standing to the side, didn't dare to comment. He knew that anyone else would have felt a sense of honor and pride, but Li Qiye reacted calmly as if this was how it should be. This was indicative of his heaven-defying peerlessness. The alchemist demon monarch smiled wryly and said, "This might sound a bit absurd, however, there is a legend about an alchemy emperor that goes like this." Chapter 640, Meeting again in the main hall, Madame Ziyan sat there, waiting, accompanied by 17 demon monarchs. This was quite a grand showing. It could be said that all of the most powerful rulers in the giant bamboo country were here. Such a showing could only be seen when greeting virtuous paragons. Ordinary grand characters would never see such a big gesture. Initially, Madame Ziyan wanted to go see him alone, but the other monarchs also wanted to see just what this illustrious person who could refine pills like cooking named Li Qiye looked like, so they followed to add to the fun. Anyone who had never witnessed such a grand team before would tremble upon seeing a demon king and 17 demon monarchs together. However, upon his arrival, Li Qiye was still as relaxed and comfortable as ever. The monarchs were stunned to see Li Qiye since he was completely different from what they had imagined. They assumed that a supreme alchemist with such great pill refinement skill should at least have a floating immortal aura, each of his steps should give birth to lotuses or at least have an imposing momentum. However, Li Qiye looked quite bland and lacked perceivably excellent qualities. If they didn't know of his skills beforehand, they wouldn't believe that this ordinary man before them was the famed alchemist. Madame Ziyan was also astounded to see Li Qiye since she didn't expect to meet him again in these circumstances. Li Qiye sat down and glanced around before stopping on Madame Ziyan, then he grinned. He laughed when he saw her dazed expression and said in a carefree manner, "Your Majesty, we meet again. It has been a while." The monarchs were surprised as well as they all looked back at Madame Ziyan. They didn't expect for their demon king to have met Li Qiye once already. Ultimately, she was still a demon king, so she quickly composed herself and revealed an elegant and noble smile to say, "I also didn't expect that you were young nobly." So it turned out that Madame Ziyan was the woman Li Qiye met in the ancient house on the outskirts of the capital on that night. She didn't expect that man who spewed out such arrogant words and was lost in his delusions to be the supreme alchemist, Li Qiye. In fact, it was not quite a coincidence. That night, Li Qiye went to the ancient house in order to recall his past. As for the madam, she went there whenever there was a big issue to contemplate in silence, to follow the example of her matriarch. Young noble's arrival is our giant bamboo's honor. The elegant demon king Ziyan said, "I am very busy and couldn't greet you right away, so please excuse the lack of hospitality. Today, we prepared some meager gifts as an apology." A servant carried a chest forward. It had yet to be opened, but the immense sound it made when it dropped to the ground showed that the items inside were not ordinary. Li Qiye didn't open it for a look, however. The majority of treasures was nothing in his eyes. He only revealed a carefree smile instead. "To meet is to be connected by fate, Your Majesty can be straightforward with me." Madame Ziyan replied, "I heard our demon monarch say that young noble is interested in being an alchemist of our country. I wonder if this is true?" Li Qiye smiled and said, "We can talk about the alchemist position later, but I heard your majesty needs someone to participate in the alchemy conference for the giant bamboo country. I can lend you a hand with this." The monarchs glanced at each other, and the madam was shocked as well. No one thought that Wuxia would agree so readily. A supreme alchemist was highly sought after no matter where they were in the stone medicine world, even imperial lineages were no exception. One must pay a tremendous sum to invite such an alchemist. Even the Qing clan negotiated quite a lot with the giant bamboo country just for entering the alchemy conference. After all, alchemists were quite popular, especially the young and talented ones. So now, Wuxia's swift agreement was outside of everyone's expectations. However, Madame Ziyan understood that there was no free meal in this world, so she asked straightforwardly, "May I ask what your wishes are? Or what can the giant bamboo country do to assist you with? If you need anything, just say the word." Wuxia smiled and shook his head. "I am not looking down on the giant bamboo country, but this country does not have the things I desire. I trust that your majesty is quick with your intel. So, do you feel that I lack treasures or wealth?" These words were quite arrogant and caused some of the monarchs to be unhappy, but they all admitted that he was only speaking the truth. Even Madame Ziyan had to smile bitterly. Spending 200 immortal emperor refined jades to buy an alchemy fowl. Such a wasteful act was indicative of his riches. Even if the country mustered up its entire treasury, it would still be very difficult to produce 200 immortal emperor refined jades. Wuxia alone was capable of throwing out such a sum without a care. He clearly was not short of money. Since even an entire country was not necessarily richer than him, the gap between the two sides was considerable. Wuxia smiled and asked, "However, if your highness really wants me to provide a condition, this wouldn't be hard either. I will participate in the alchemy conference for the giant bamboo country, but I have a brother who wants to be a court alchemist. What does your highness think about this?" Ancient Pine quietly reported to Madame Ziyan. After hearing his words, she asked Wuxia, "Is young noble talking about Shihao?" "Correct." Wuxia nodded and said, "It is by fate that we've met, so although I will not take in a disciple, he has learned a bit of my pill refinement skill. Brother Shi's clan was once loyal subjects of the giant bamboo country, and he also wants to contribute to the country. I trust that he will be able to do so in the future." Madame Ziyan nodded her head in agreement. "I can't ask for more regarding this matter. As long as envoy Shihao is willing, the imperial court welcomes his registration at any time." The other monarchs were quite ecstatic as well. Since Shihao had learned some pill arts from a supreme alchemist like Wuxia, he would surely become a great talent in the future for the giant bamboo country. Wuxia commanded by Wang, "Tell Shihao to come meet Her Majesty and the other monarchs." Wuxia trained him not just because he valued Shihao, it was also to train a talent for the giant bamboo country. Soon, Baiwang led Shihao into the room. Prior to this, Baiwang had clearly told him of the situation, but Shihao's legs still shuddered the moment he saw the monarchs and Madame Ziyan. All the monarchs were of the ancient saint and heavenly sovereign realms. Needless to say, Madame Ziyan was a heavenly king with even greater prestige. Shihao had never encountered such a situation before, so he was quite nervous. He actually felt that this was all a dream. He had aspirations of reviving his clan, to be a court alchemist one day and slowly rebuild his family. However, these were only dreams buried deep inside his heart since, as a little envoy, he was very far from reaching these aspirations. Prior to this, he didn't even dream about meeting Her Majesty, but it was one of his wishes during his youth. His dream came true too fast and he was not mentally prepared. He stepped inside the room while quivering, clearly having lost his calm. Seeing Shihao's anxiety, Wuxia encouraged him, "Shihao, go greet the monarchs and Her Majesty. Her Majesty has agreed for you to become a court alchemist." Wuxia's reminder caused the nervous Shihao to calm down. He kneeled down and bowed, "Shihao from the Shi clan greets Your Majesty." rise." Madame Ziyan accepted his bow and nodded her head. The Shi clan from the Calm River County had always been loyal subjects of the giant bamboo country with great contributions. "Today, you may enter the court and will bring prestige back to the name Shi." Shi Hao was still overwhelmed by the swift and sudden realization of his dream. Her Majesty had personally allowed for him to become a court alchemist. While Shi Hao's mind was still foggy, Bai Wang led him around to meet the other monarchs to fulfill his responsibility as Shi Hao's caretaker. After greeting all the monarchs, Shi Hao composed himself and prostrated before Wuxia and emotionally uttered, "Big brother." Countless words ran rampant in his mind, but he didn't know where to start or how to express them. He understood that everything he gained today was because of Wuxia. Wuxia also accepted his prostration and calmly said, "Do your best. It is not difficult to repay me as long as you don't bring shame to my refinement technique. My pill technique is the best across the eons, so even if you have only learned a little bit, as long as you keep trying hard with diligence, then you will surely become a legendary alchemist in the future. I would be disappointed if you couldn't achieve this." His words caused the madam and the monarchs to take deep breaths. What a bold tone, claiming himself to be the best of all time. Even the alchemy kingdom wouldn't dare to make such a bombastic proclamation regarding their pill techniques. However, such words from Wuxia's mouth carried great confidence and calmness, as if it was not merely outrageous and ignorant blustering. Shi Hao took a calming breath and clenched his fists to say, "Big brother, rest assured, I will definitely not let you down." He had a new goal in his mind while being full of ambition. He must become a legendary alchemist. Prior to this, he only wanted to become an alchemy master to be eligible to join the imperial court. Chapter 641, Invitation. And now, his goal was to become a legendary alchemist. He was able to dream of this due to Wuxia. Shi Hao and Bai Wang then took their leave. Shi Hao was still young and inexperienced, so he needed an older alchemist like Bai Wang to keep watch over him in order to avoid detours on his future path. After the two left, Madame Ziyan asked Wuxia, "Since young noble is our representative for the alchemy conference, is there anything we can do to help prepare?" "There's nothing too important." Wuxia smiled and said, "However, I am used to being alone and doing my own things, so I hope that during the conference, there will be no accompanying alchemists. That would just be a waste of my time." Madame Ziyan nodded her head and promised, "Don't worry, young noble. As long as you attend the conference, you will be our only participant." This guarantee caused the eagle demon monarch's expression to dim. Prior to this, the giant bamboo country intended to have the Qin clan's descendant as a participant, and Eagle was quite familiar with the Qin clan. However, he was not unhappy about this at all, since it was quite beneficial for the giant bamboo country. It was just that he had yet to see Wuxia's true abilities, so there was a thorn in his heart. "I have no other requests then. Wait until the conference. I trust that the giant bamboo country will return triumphantly." After a moment of silence, Madame Ziyan asked, "I wonder if young noble is interested in accepting an alchemy position at the giant bamboo?" She truly wanted to keep Wuxia, since anyone would want to recruit such a supreme alchemist. Moreover, she always had a love for talent, so a wise demon king like her wouldn't give up on this once-in-lifetime opportunity. Her invitation caused him to smile and shake his head. "Madam, I am not trying to be arrogant, but if I wanted to seek power, then I wouldn't choose the giant bamboo country. As long as I say the words, I trust that countless imperial lineages will want me. However, if we take a step back and say that I wanted to stay at the giant bamboo country, then you wouldn't be able to handle my condition." Others would be unhappy with Wuxia's arrogant tone, but Madame Ziyan was a modest person and smiled. "What is your condition? I would like to hear it." Wuxia looked at her and couldn't help but smile back. The giant bamboo country didn't have anything for him to desire. He spoke clearly, "If you really want to hear my condition. I am currently missing a driver by my side, "Are you interested in this position?" This was met with immediate displeasure from all the demon monarchs. One of them stepped out and shouted at Wuxia, "How presumptuous! Young noble, you went too far." Even Ancient Pine couldn't help but stand up and speak for his ruler. All the monarchs glared at Wuxia. To them, Wuxia's statement just now was humiliating both to their royal lord and country. Although giant bamboo was no imperial lineage, it was still a first-class power. It had a considerable status in the stone medicine world. Moreover, not to mention that their demon king was a heavenly king, she was also extremely beautiful and without a lack of suitors. In fact, many young prodigies tried to court her. If she so desired, she could have married into an imperial lineage already. However, she let go of her personal matters and focused on the giant bamboo country. So now, when Wuxia requested for her to be his driver, how could the other monarchs stand it? This was clearly insulting their demon king and country. They were furious, but Madame Ziyan waved her hand to calm them. She looked at Wuxia and suddenly remembered the words he said back in the ancient house. She noticed his calm and nonchalant appearance devoid of any sign of hubris, but she couldn't tell where he was getting his confidence from. If a person acting in this manner was not arrogant, it meant that they were strong enough. Others might feel that this type of action was overbearing, but to him, it was natural and not a big deal. If Wuxia was the powerful type, then she had failed to see through him, this young man standing in front of her. Anyone else would instantly be driven insane or would walk away after hearing such humiliating words, but Madame Ziyan was both humble and understanding as she showed no sign of anger. She looked at him and slowly spoke, "Young noble is truly confident." Wuxia smiled and shook his head to say, "The truth is, I selected you because I appreciate giant bamboo, and I feel that your personality is not bad. This has nothing to do with confidence. To be frank, when it comes to qualifications, even a descendant of an imperial lineage might not enter my sight." The calm Madame Ziyan inquired further, "Then so to say, young noble believes that I should feel honored for being chosen as your driver?" "You are correct." Wuxia flatly replied, "Being a driver for me is indeed an honor. You are a demon king, a ruler of a country, so what will your future accomplishments be? At best, you will stop at virtuous paragon. Will you be able to earn divine bestowment? As for God King, this is far beyond your reach." His response stunned her. She was indeed aspiring to become a virtuous paragon, but obtaining a divine title was too difficult for her, and the title of God King was basically impossible. It was not due to a lack of confidence, but rather, a deep understanding of her capabilities. Since the start of time, which God King had not been heaven-defying? Those who gave themselves the title are excluded from this, but real God Kings were all apex existences and not far off from immortal emperors. Wuxia smiled and said, "If you become my driver, then your figure will be there as we hover over myriad races. When my carriage departs, myriad races will prostrate and immortal emperors will come to greet us. If you stay next to my side and accept some of my pointers, you will gain boundless benefits for the future." What a big tone. The eagle demon monarch unhappily snorted by the side. Wuxia still smiled without batting an eye and continued, "It is fine if you don't believe me. I am only speaking the truth." And this was indeed the truth. For tens of millions of years, Wuxia's drivers all enjoyed illustrious fame. Even if they were not God Kings, they were still able to sweep through the 9 worlds. The weak were not eligible to become his driver. Keep in mind that back when Wuxia's carriage was on the move, there used to be immortal emperors who came to greet him, thus his driver had to be extremely strong to be worthy of this role. Madame Ziyan waved her sleeve to prevent the eagle demon monarch from speaking any further. She only sighed and didn't say anything else. Wuxia cheerfully said, "Of course, I won't force the unwilling. You can go back and think it over." Madame Ziyan didn't say anything else. This request was indeed too unreasonable for her. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the ancient pine demon monarch rubbed his palms and changed the subject. Ha 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 ha. There is nothing to worry about since young noble Li has agreed to represent us at the conference this time. Young noble is a supreme alchemist with unprecedented skill at pill refinement. The eagle demon monarch spoke at this time. Recently, I've been trying to find an alchemist but was unable to find a suitable one. I wonder if you are interested in making me one cauldron? As long as you name the price, I will be able to satisfy your demand. Eagle's words caused all the demon monarchs to stare at Wuxia, and Madame Ziyan was no exception. Although Ancient Pine had recalled Wuxia's pill refinement process and they did not doubt him, there would be a sense of unrest looming in their minds until they saw it with their own eyes. Is this a test? Wuxia smilingly asked. Ancient Pine stepped in to smooth things over and said, "It is a misunderstanding, young noble. The eagle demon monarch had also gathered a lot of ingredients but hasn't been able to find the right alchemist, so today, when he met such a matchless one such as yourself, he couldn't help but ask." Wuxia interrupted Ancient Pine. He didn't look at the eagle demon monarch but straight at Madame Ziyan to say, "I don't care for this test or whatever." Since Madame Ziyan showed sincerity and I quite like her as well, if I don't show a bit of skill, then she won't be able to rest easy. Very well, I will demonstrate my ability, but there is no challenge with fate pills. Let us raise the difficulty or else it will be very boring. The other monarchs couldn't help but glance at each other. This fellow was too outrageous. Fate pills are no challenge to him. Many alchemists struggled to refine them since they were a benchmark for alchemists. But now, Wuxia was saying that fate pill refinement was not enough to reach the apex. The alchemist among them spoke, "If young noble is interested, I have some ingredients here. They are part of my family's ointment powder recipe. Although it is not a supreme recipe or anything, it is still quite famous." The other monarchs took a deep breath since refining such a thing would be impossible for Wuxia. Recipes for physique pastes, longevity medicines, and fate pills were all public for alchemists in the world. However, it was different for ointments. Every ointment, such as this type of powder, all had their unique characteristics and unique process of creation. Chapter 642, Matchless Tao of Alchemy. Although there were public recipes for ointments circulating in the 9 worlds, their effects were quite limited. Only the secret and exclusive recipes had powerful effects, some could even revive the dead. But now, Wuxia did it with just a swing of his hand. This was completely astonishing to them. Both the speed and how he did it without knowing the recipe left them aghast. Inside the alchemy wrapping, the ointment slowly hardened. Wuxia then gently covered it with his palm before handing the wrapped-up ointment to the alchemist. "Take it." The alchemist monarch took a deep breath in his attempt to calm down after seeing this. Wuxia's little action was the last important procedure after wrapping up the special formula. Without this procedure, the effect of the ointment would be greatly affected. Thus, how could the alchemist not be shocked when Wuxia knew of this action? If he didn't believe in his own clan, he would have suspected that Wuxia had stolen the formula even though he knew that this was impossible. While everyone else slowly calmed down, the alchemist took his time opening the wrapped-up ointment. Everyone looked over to examine the ointment resting on top of his palm. The alchemist quickly became pale after seeing the ointment and had to take several steps back. How could this be? This is of the best quality. All the impurities are gone. This ointment, once applied to the wound, would quickly permeate into the body and heal the injury instantly. The alchemist was frightened to the point where he eventually dropped down to the ground. Another monarch was also aghast after seeing the ointment. A different monarch praised right away, "What a great ointment, it is several times better than the one brother's son gave to me." It's not just several times better. The alchemist sitting on the floor acted as if he had seen a ghost. After a while, he managed to regain his wits and smiled wryly to say, no one can create this ointment at this quality outside of our progenitor. There is a legend in my clan. If we refine our clan's ointment to the ultimate limit, then it can almost compare to the soul-rending immortal powder of the alchemy kingdom and would be much better than many of the contemporary ointments." At this point, the alchemist paused for a second and exclaimed in both excitement and disbelief, "Prior to this, I had always thought that it was impossible, but I can now see that it is indeed true." So amazing." The others responded with gasps. The soul-rending immortal powder was a famous ointment exclusive to the alchemy kingdom. Countless big characters didn't mind throwing away their wealth just to ask for a little bit of soul-rending immortal powder. Not only was Wuxia's ointment of the highest quality, the process was also too frightening. At this point, everyone was speechless from shock. This was not Ancient Pine's first time watching Wuxia performing alchemy, but he was still shaken despite being mentally prepared. Chapter 643, Tao of the Ointment. At this time, Madame Ziyan and all the other demon monarchs truly understood what Ancient Pine had said before. Compared to Wuxia, the 4 alchemy prodigies are nothing, as common as the clouds in the sky. The truth was that it wasn't just the 4 prodigies. The majority of the contemporary alchemists, including legendary alchemists from the previous generation, were not comparable to Wuxia. All of them felt that him becoming the alchemy emperor was certain since no one could touch him. As long as he remained alive in this world, his alchemy throne would be assured. Eventually, the alchemist monarch looked at Wuxia in disbelief and stammered, "How can this be? Our clan's ointment formula. We definitely didn't expose it to outsiders, so how did you know?" He couldn't believe it. He absolutely wouldn't believe this if he had heard it, but alas, he had seen it with his own eyes. Not even in his wildest dreams would he expect his secret formula to be refined by an outsider using a method that even their clan couldn't replicate. Even their progenitor who created this formula couldn't perform his method. "There is no need for me to know it," Wuxia answered with a smile. The alchemist monarch shockingly said, "I'm possible. How could you refine and temper it if you didn't know the formula?" The rest of the crowd stared at Wuxia. They weren't alchemists, but they knew about the common laws of the alchemy Tao since they were cultivators of the stone medicine world. One absolutely wouldn't be able to refine ointments without the formula. This was the most basic of all rules. Everyone knew about it. "Is that so? But that only applies to others and not me," Wuxia nonchalantly said. "Whether it is purifying longevity medicines, refining fate pills or tempering ointments, the crux of all these processes is to extract their essences and utilize their effects. As long as you know all the medicinal properties, you would be able to uncover the effects of the individual ingredients once mixed together. For example, with your ointment, there is crimson scorpion's venom and snake grass, so the venom has to match the grass. The combination of the essences from these 2 things will be able to stop bleeding and reconnect broken bones. In order to temper these 2 together, you need a powerful flame. Among the rest of these ingredients, you also have inner cold stone. This type of stone is best when burned to harmonize the 2 essences previously stated." Wuxia took his time to explain his process. The most profound and complex alchemy Tao became easy to understand as if it was an ordinary matter when it came from Wuxia's mouth. He was able to describe, in detail, each of the reasonings behind the medicinal effects from the ingredients to an unbelievable extent. The 18 monarchs and Madame Ziyan became astonished after listening to his explanation as they stood there, frozen. Even those who weren't alchemists could understand and realize how frightening Wuxia was. He looked at the frozen bunch and lightly said, "For any kind of pills and creations, in principle, we are not the ones who create them, and neither are the recipes. We only manage to recognize the formulas because the alchemy foundation has always existed. It is only that the world had yet to discover its magical effects." The group continued to be speechless. It didn't matter whether they were the arrogant type or not, at this moment, they were truly convinced. They were shaken by Wuxia's skill in the Tao of alchemy and felt that no one in the world could compete with him in this regard. In the end, the alchemist monarch said while still slumped, "My life. I've wasted my life studying. I didn't even know the basics." This alchemist monarch could be said to be the most skillful among the loyal subjects of the giant bamboo country, and others called him the #1 demon monarch alchemist. But today, he felt that his knowledge and skill regarding the alchemy Tao that he accumulated throughout his entire life was not worth mentioning. The young man before him, Wuxia, was a vast ocean while he was only a drop of water. A drop of water was indescribably insignificant compared to the vast sea. Today, Wuxia had shattered his confidence since he felt that he didn't even manage to grasp the basics of the alchemy Tao. Several other demon monarchs slumped as well and understood how frightening Wuxia's skill was. A while later, Madame Ziyan shuddered and calmed down, then she asked, "Young noble Li, may I ask how long you have been studying the Tao of alchemy for?" "How long you say?" Wuxia shook his head and said, "I do not know, but I can say that pill refinement is only a hobby for me to relax in my spare time." By. Even a demon king like Madame Ziyan nearly choked after hearing this. She was not the only one since something similar occurred to the 18 monarchs. Only a hobby? One monarch even wanted to prostrate out of disbelief. This was not just a literary expression. Wuxia's answer sounded awfully pretentious, but since he had such abilities, no one thought that he was just bragging. Unfortunately, it had the effect of causing the alchemist monarch to want to slam his head into a wall to commit suicide. This was only a hobby? A hobby, yet he could already become an alchemy emperor? Then those other alchemists who spent their whole life on this path should just die already. Could he at least show some mercy to those who couldn't become an alchemy emperor despite striving for it throughout their entire life? At this moment, all of them finally had their doubts erased and no longer felt that Wuxia was being too arrogant. They decided to leave and, compared to earlier, the monarchs were much more respectful. Alchemists had a great status in the stone medicine world, and Wuxia's ability was comparable to an alchemy emperor, so how could they not be respectful? Before leaving, Madame Ziyan invited Wuxia, "How about young noble Li come stay at the palace for a couple of days?" She felt that he was a supreme alchemist and hoped that she could keep him here. Wuxia immediately rejected, "No need, I am quite comfortable here." Madame Ziyan didn't dwell on the issue after Wuxia declined. Before leaving, she also told Ancient Pine to take great care of Wuxia and ensure that nothing happened. The next day, Madame Ziyan started another conference in the palace with all 18 demon monarchs. She commenced the conference. "Today's topic is young noble Li, fellow monarchs may state your opinions." The 18 looked at each other and weren't sure of what to say. One of them began, "Your Highness, we must keep a great alchemist like young noble Li at all costs. If we could have an alchemy emperor, then who in the stone medicine world wouldn't respect us in the future?" Madame Ziyan only forced a smile and gently sighed, "What can we do to keep him here? A future alchemy emperor, this noble role is beyond words. What do we have to make him stay?" The 18 monarchs were silent. Indeed, an alchemy emperor, a priceless treasure, would be adored no matter the generation. Even imperial lineages would beg for one to stay. It is already quite good that young noble Li agreed to participate in the conference for us. Madame Ziyan lamented. It was not from a lack of confidence, but an alchemy emperor was simply too highly sought after. Shihao is a good place to start since young noble Li seems to value him a lot. The eagle demon monarch deepened his tone. Another monarch spoke, "What the eagle demon monarch said makes sense. Even if we can't keep him here, we can invite him to the giant bamboo country even if it's only in name. Then, we'll still greatly benefit. Even if it is only titular, what do we use to tempt him?" Ancient Pine said, "In my opinion, very few things are capable of doing so. It seems that nothing can enter his eyes." Ancient Pine's words were not unreasonable. Back in the Golem Square, Wuxia threw out Immortal Emperor refined jades. A person who could do so would not lack divine weapons or immortal items. And even if these types of items could tempt him, the giant bamboo country did not possess such things. A demon monarch suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh. We do have something. This item might be something all alchemists crave." Madame Ziyan's eyes became serious and slowly asked, "Demon monarch is talking about the legendary immortal nectar?" "Yes." This demon monarch replied, "I heard that even alchemy emperors from the alchemy kingdom wanted our giant bamboo's immortal nectar. Maybe this nectar will be able to tempt young noble Li." At this time, Madame Ziyan and all the other demon monarchs truly understood what Ancient Pine had said before. Compared to Wuxia, the 4 alchemy prodigies are nothing and are as common as the clouds in the sky. The truth was that it wasn't just the 4 prodigies. The majority of the contemporary alchemists, including legendary alchemists from the previous generation, were not comparable to Wuxia. All of them felt that him becoming the alchemy emperor was certain since no one could touch him. As long as he remained alive in this world, his alchemy throne would be assured. Eventually, the alchemist monarch looked at Wuxia in disbelief and stammered, "How can this be? Our clan's ointment formula. We definitely didn't expose it to outsiders, so how did you know?" He couldn't believe it. He absolutely wouldn't believe this if he had heard it, but alas, he had seen it with his own eyes. Not even in his wildest dreams would he expect his secret formula to be refined by an outsider using a method that even their clan couldn't replicate. Even their progenitor who created this formula couldn't perform his method. "There is no need for me to know it," Wuxia answered with a smile. The alchemist monarch shockingly said, "I'm possible. How could you refine and temper it if you didn't know the formula?" The rest of the crowd stared at Wuxia. They weren't alchemists, but they knew about the common laws of the alchemy Tao since they were cultivators of the stone medicine world. One absolutely wouldn't be able to refine ointments without the formula. This was the most basic of all rules. Everyone knew about it. Is that so? But that only applies to others and not me. Chapter 644, Legendary Immortal Nectar. Our Immortal Nectar. Madame Ziyan smiled wryly before looking at the 18 monarchs and asked, "Has any demon monarch seen our immortal nectar before?" This was met with silence since they only knew about it as part of a legend, a tale that told about the supreme treasure of the giant bamboo country, the immortal nectar. However, this was strictly folklore since none had seen it before. Generations of royal lords did not believe in this legend or the nectar's existence. This doubt was not surprising at all since seeing was believing. The monarchs were silent, not knowing what to say, and Madame Ziyan was no exception. This mythical nectar was rumored to be extremely amazing. In fact, Madame Ziyan didn't know whether to believe in its existence or not since there were formal records in the palace that verified its existence. However, its location and the method to obtain it remained unknown. As the royal lord, she had read many records but couldn't find a clue of its whereabouts. This immortal nectar, another demon monarch bitterly laughed. Who knows if this elixir truly exists or not? Since none of us have seen it before, it would be very difficult to convince young noble Li by using such an impalpable item. The eagle demon monarch spoke austerely, not necessarily. Although people said that many had searched all over our country to no avail, there is still one location that remains untouched. All the monarchs glanced at each other upon hearing this. Ancient Pine deepened his tone to say, "Brother Eagle is referring to the bamboo garden?" "Correct. The bamboo garden. If our country does indeed have this immortal nectar, then it is probably inside the bamboo garden," Eagle answered. A different monarch shook his head and said, "Only the heavens will know. Who has ever been to the bamboo garden before? Take a step back and pretend that it is in there. It would still only be like flowers in the mirror and the moon on the water's surface." Although his accomplishments and fame regarding the alchemy Dao were not as illustrious as the other four, he came from an alchemy clan, so his personal abilities were not bad at all. Very few geniuses could compare to him outside of the other four. However, he also had one condition if he were to participate in the conference. He desired a marriage between the giant bamboo country and the Huangfu clan, one between him and Madame Ziyan. This was not a strange request at all, for she had never lacked suitors and admirers. She was a charming and beautiful demon king, and her looks, temperament, intelligence, and cultivation left no room for criticism. Moreover, she was the ideal virtuous wife for many men. However, Madame Ziyan immediately refused Huangfu Hao's request with a firm resolution. Her countenance turned cold after hearing the confidant. Normally, she carried a gentle aura, but she was now emitting a cold energy as she was quite enraged. Huangfu Hao's gesture was not as simple as it seemed. With an ancestor with him, it was clear that he was not just here to talk and was already leaning towards the path of coercion. It is rare for a Huangfu ancestor to come to our country while keeping such a low profile. The madam coldly spoke. The 18 monarchs were furious as well. It was a different matter if the Huangfu clan master was to come for the marriage proposal with Huangfu Hao, but an ancestor was a totally different story. How could an ancestor from a great power come into being so easily? Such an existence should be sealed underground unless a great matter beckoned their presence. Now, his presence meant that this marriage proposal must be successful, and this showed the determination of Huangfu Hao and the Huangfu clan. One demon monarch couldn't help but coldly say, "The Huangfu clan's actions are intolerable. Do they think our giant bamboo country has no one that could stop them?" Humph. Huangfu Hao came to their abode with force, so how could the 18 monarchs not be furious? At this time, the always gentle madam emotionlessly declared, "Tell them to leave. I will not grant an audience at this moment." As a demon king, she was no pushover. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid that won't be the wisest course of action." The eagle demon monarch pondered for a moment. Although he was dissatisfied with the Huangfu clan's actions, he still had to voice his advice. Although our giant bamboo country will not become in-laws with the Huangfu clan, it hasn't come to the point where we need to break all formalities. Your Majesty should still meet Huangfu Hao and tactfully reject him. After all, even visitors such as them are still guests. Chapter 649, Ominous Star Flower. Madame Ziyan grimaced and deepened her tone. Young noble Li's skill of alchemy is flawless. All of the monarchs had witnessed his supreme pill refinement ability. Qingyu quickly said, "I trust your Majesty and all the demon monarchs." However, as an alchemist speaking on behalf of alchemy, discussing and exchanging alchemy arts is how it should be. Moreover, Wuxia is here to represent our country, so everyone should see his alchemy Dao with their own eyes. What do you think, your Majesty? The other alchemists all clamored, "Yes, your Majesty." If Wuxia's alchemy Dao is peerless, then let him broaden our horizons. It was only natural for the dissatisfied crowd to support Qingyu. This was their chance to let out their dissatisfaction without truly offending Madame Ziyan's imperial prestige. Madame Ziyan's eyes became serious after seeing Qingyu's refusal to yield. It was not difficult for her to chase him away, but she still wanted to see how Wuxia wanted to deal with this situation. Wuxia stopped looking at the spirit plants and glanced at Qingyu. He smiled and said, "Ah. You want to challenge my alchemy Dao?" A flame lit up in Qingyu's heart after seeing Wuxia's attitude. He tried his best to contain his anger and coldly said, "That's right. I want to challenge your alchemy Dao to see if you are qualified to participate in the conference or not." He was very confident since he didn't believe a nobody like Wuxia was better than him. After all, the number one alchemist of the giant bamboo country should be confident in his own abilities. Madame Ziyan was not happy with Qingyu's aggressiveness, so she furrowed her brows and said, "Qingyu, how do you want to challenge young noble Li? Pill refinement. Qing Yu replied, full of confidence, we'll bet on our pill refinement skills, and the victor can do whatever he wants. I will accept any bet you make, so if you are confident enough and want to bet your life, I will take that on too. The losers will have to fuel their cauldron's fire source. These words shocked everyone. Alchemists might settle grievances with alchemy, but betting their lives and fueling their own fire source was too grave. Generally, unless if it was an irreconcilable feud, no one would make such a bet since it was too serious. Not only would the bet take the opponent's life, it would also humiliate them. A cauldron was a lifelong friend to an alchemist, so killing oneself using their own fire source was an extreme means of humiliation and much more brutal than a simple death. Madame Ziyan's expression sank as well after hearing this. She could understand Qing Yu's desire to challenge Li Qia. After all, he suddenly lost his qualification to represent them, so his dissatisfaction was justified. A simple challenge was tolerable, but now, it was not just a challenge since Qing Yu's aim was to humiliate Li Qia. Qing Yu, do not act rashly. Madame Ziyan raised her tone, do not mention this again lest you wish for a severe punishment. Even without any trace of anger in her voice, she still carried a mighty prestige worthy of a demon king. However, the moment her anger was ignited, her noble and powerful aura would be unstoppable and suppress all directions, rendering people breathless. Qing Yu's expression greatly changed as the imperial aura caused him to take several steps back. Although he was the #1 young alchemist of the country, he still couldn't withstand the madame's aura that caused him to turn pale. She didn't purposely want to suppress Qing Yu, but her anger was enough to deter him. Li Qia only smiled and didn't bother caring about him as he walked forward. A person like Qing Yu was not worthy of consideration, so it was enough that Madame Ziyan chased him away. Li Qia didn't want to make a move against such a trivial character unless Qing Yu ignorantly continued to jump and shout in front of him. Then, Li Qia wouldn't mind personally taking care of him. The other young alchemists didn't dare to say anything else since Madame Ziyan's imperial aura was indubitable. They were not as strong as Qing Yu, so how could they challenge her aura? Huang Fuhao became disappointed since he wanted to see Li Qia's abilities. Who would have thought that Qing Yu would be swiftly dealt with by Madame Ziyan? Back in the Golem Square, he saw, with his own eyes, Li Qia's generous spending and extremely arrogant attitude. He wanted to see just what type of person this human junior named Li Qia was. As the first young noble of the Huangfu clan, Huang Fuhao had never been afraid of anyone. He still wanted to learn more about Li Qia. If Li Qia had no backing, then he was only a fish on a cutting board in Huang Fuhao's eyes. Li Qia went to another field and was surprised to see a particular spirit medicine here, ominous star flower. This field only had one large flower around the size of a table surface. It had the appearance of stars with its flashing petals akin to starlight. The huge flower had so many layers of petals that one couldn't see its pistil. In the center was a darkness that resembled a black hole. The flower was very bright and beautiful, but do not be fooled by the appearance of this flower. Its name was the ominous star flower. Outside of its star-like appearance, the most important word in its name was ominous. It was certainly vicious and would capture all existences close to it, not only animals, even other spirit plants would be devoured. Because of this, the plot where this flower grew was D. However, the even more pressing reality is that no one in the country can enter it at all. Moreover, are you sure that the nectar is inside the garden? Perhaps even you guys don't know and are only tricking me. The monarch became very embarrassed after Li Qia revealed everything. He indeed wanted to tempt him and thought that Li Qia wouldn't know about it, so Li Qia laying everything bare made it very awkward for him. Ancient Pine didn't know what to say as he stuttered, he didn't expect to be caught by Li Qia. Li Qia continued on, Demon Monarch only wants to tempt me so that I will stay at the giant bamboo country. However, you have picked the wrong person, others might be convinced, but unfortunately, you met me. The monarch's heart skipped a beat as he quickly prostrated and apologized. Young noble, this is my own doing, thinking that I was smart I tried to scheme. I hope that young noble, Wuxia saw the monarch's fear and trepidation, so he gently waved his sleeve to say, stand up, this matter is over. You bore no malicious intent and only wanted me to stay as a guest of Giant Bamboo. The monarch heaved a sigh of relief after being forgiven by Wuxia. He bowed his head and admitted his mistake. This was all my doing. Her Majesty didn't agree either. Wuxia only smiled and didn't say anything else. He stared into the distance and said, if there is a party at the alchemy garden tomorrow, then I'll come and take a look. Your participation will add countless brilliant colors to the party. After the initial shock of Wuxia agreeing to go to the party, Ancient Pine happily exclaimed, I will go tell Her Majesty. Wuxia didn't stop Ancient Pine. He looked towards the sky to gaze at the huge bamboo standing proudly among the 9 heavens. The rays of sunlight piercing through the gaps of the leaves were quite soothing to the soul. This tree had always protected this area, bringing peace and tranquility. This was the truth for millions of years. This bamboo tree had always protected the capital. The next day, the feast began at the alchemy garden. Many promising young alchemists from the sects in Giant Bamboo were present, and some came from the other countries as well. This was actually a farewell party hosted by Madame Ziyan. Prior to this, she announced that there would be rewards for young alchemists who participate in the alchemy conference. Many young alchemists didn't mind traveling the long distance to pass this test. However, with Wuxia's promise to attend the conference, there was no longer a need for other young alchemists, so Madame Ziyan hosted this party. She was a wise ruler and invited not only those who passed the initial test but also unknown young alchemists. The young alchemists who passed the test were slightly unhappy with the farewell party because they initially had a chance of being selected as the conference participant. Chapter 646, Giant Bamboo Country's Alchemy Garden. However, a person named Wuxia came out of nowhere and removed the need for the final competition to determine the participant. Despite their unhappiness, the Giant Bamboo Country still compensated them for the long journey. Moreover, Madame Ziyan herself hosted this feast, so the alchemists were quite happy to attend. The reason was very simple: regardless of passing or failing the test, this was still a good opportunity for them because the alchemy garden of the Giant Bamboo Country was quite famous. Although Giant Bamboo was not an alchemy country, its garden was huge with large-scale plants of high-level spirit medicines and grasses. Although it couldn't be compared to the garden of a giant monster such as the Alchemy Kingdom, it carried its own distinguished reputation. It was much better than the gardens from the other great powers. Of course, there were reasons for its prosperity. For these alchemists, especially the younger ones, this was a rare chance for them to take a look at the alchemy garden, a chance to increase their knowledge by seeing many exceedingly rare herbs and plants. Poets and scholars loved to gaze at the moon to gain inspiration for new literary works. However, in the stone medicine world, the most wondrous thing for alchemists was to gaze at plants. Because of this, even before the feast had started, many young alchemists came early to the palace and were escorted into the garden by Giant Bamboo disciples. Meanwhile, Madame Ziyan was personally presiding over the feast inside the garden. She didn't stay out to greet the arriving guests, but a demon king like her attending such a feast was already a grand and appreciable gesture to the young alchemists. She was well known for her hospitality to talents, and today was a clear example of her humble pursuit for talents. Clearly, she was not just fishing for compliments and fame. The alchemists were amazed once they entered the alchemy garden and looked around. Even though many of the youths were from alchemy clans, they still had to admit that Giant Bamboo's alchemy garden was worthy of its prestige. It was vast and occupied a huge location. Looking ahead, one could see the undulating waves of changes in sceneries, including different batches of fields, mountains, ponds, and even alchemy pools as red as fire. No matter what type of medicines these fields were cultivating, all of them were encompassed in a thick worldly energy. It could be said that this place was full of it, so it was not only an ideal place for plant cultivation, but also a great location for normal cultivation as well. Such a great place was something to be desired. After seeing the thick worldly energy, the participating youths finally understood why this alchemy garden was so famous. All kinds of spirit medicines and grasses of the highest level could be found inside. Such a garden was much better than the gardens from the other great powers. Why was it that the giant bamboo country had such a good garden? Many alchemists and lineages had secretly debated this matter. Even the country's disciples gossiped about this. Some believed that this garden was blessed due to the deity tree's protection, that it was groomed by a divine essence so it was able to grow this many alchemy ingredients. Others stated that its excellence came from being built at the end of the elegant azure mountains where it was empowered by the worldly energy there. Many people, including experts from the country itself, thought that both of these speculations were logical. It was situated behind the palace, very close to the bamboo garden. One had to cross this alchemy garden before they could reach the bamboo garden and then the elegant azure mountains. Everyone in the stone medicine world knew about the giant bamboo tree of this country. Of course this alchemy garden would be blessed and a divine guardian was so close to strengthen it. The second theory was even more accepted. There was a saying in the stone medicine world, 3 ancestral veins, 8 grand veins. The 3 ancestral veins were the alchemy vein, stone vein, and beast vein. These ancestral veins were also called the corners of this world since these veins divided it into 3 great realms. These veins were named the alchemy realm, stone realm, and beast realm, and the inhabitants relied on them to exist. Inside these 3 realms were 8 grand veins. Although these 8 grand veins were not comparable to the 3 ancestral veins, they occupied this land like 8 monstrous dragons. The elegant azure mountains were one of the 8 grand veins. The mountain range spanned across several tens of millions of miles of territory. There were many clans and great powers built along this great mountain range. The giant bamboo country was situated at the tail of the elegant azure mountains, and the imperial palace was at the center of the back. Of course, it was needless to say where the alchemy garden was, it was at the tip of the vein. The 3 ancestral veins concentrated all the worldly energy in the stone medicine world while the 8 grand veins were able to do the same for their respective realms. Since the elegant azure mountains were so large, its territory spanned for tens of millions of miles. It could be said that the vein condensed the widest area of worldly energy, causing the energy to be quite thick here. Due to its great location, it was not strange for the alchemy garden to be so fertile. The astounded young alchemists also learned a lot with the help of the giant bamboo disciples introducing them to everything here. They also noticed the bamboo garden very close to the alchemy garden. That must be the bamboo garden where the giant bamboo divine guardian resides. They couldn't enter the bamboo garden, but they were still able to see it. There were flickering tree shadows with rich vegetation, indicative of its great vitality. The giant bamboo tree was very famous in the stone medicine world, and the country was even named after it. Some people referred to it as an invincible deity. The party became very lively due to the high number of young participants. Many alchemists conversed with each other or were just gazing at the plants. At this time, there was a small uproar as one young alchemist spoke in a low voice, "The main descendant of the Qing clan is here." A young man followed a giant bamboo disciple inside. He was dressed in an alchemist style as his body emitted a green light as well as an aroma of herbs. Anyone could smell these fragrances coming from his body. Several young alchemists who were familiar with him came to give their greetings. "Brother Qingyu, you finally made it." This young alchemist was the Qing clan's descendant, Qingyu. The Qing clan was an alchemy clan. Chapter 647, Huang Fu Hao. Although he received a grand reception from the giant bamboo country after entering the alchemy garden, he was still feeling very upset. He should have attended the conference for this country. This was already a done deal. He was full of ambition and wanted to show his alchemy skills at the conference to become renowned in the world. However, this set-in-stone matter suddenly changed as a saboteur jumped out of nowhere to steal his seat. He even lost his chance to be part of the reserve. If his spot was stolen by a renowned alchemist like the Four Prodigies, then Qing Yu would have no grievances. However, Li Qie, who stole his spot, was an alchemist no one had heard of before. How could Qing Yu, who people referred to as the #1 alchemist in giant bamboo, be happy when a nobody stole his spot? He didn't dare to reveal his anger in front of Demon King Ziyan, but his expression said it all. Young noble Huangfu has arrived. A message came from outside of the door and rang across the alchemy garden. After hearing this message, many alchemists shuddered and turned around to look at the entrance. Some of them whispered, "Even the first young noble of the Huangfu clan is here." Many of their hearts thumped once. Even the more arrogant alchemists had to hang their heads low at the moment and let go of their pride. "We are extremely lucky to attend a party with Huangfu Hao," a group of alchemists cheerfully said. Huangfu Hao was very famous in the alchemy realm and even the entire stone medicine world. He was not only a genius at cultivation but a prodigy in the Tao of alchemy as well. As the first young noble of the Huangfu clan, he did not let his upbringing down since he was already a heavenly king at his young age. Although the difficult Tao era had already ended, it was still quite amazing for him to reach this realm and was indicative of his commendable talents. However, the accomplishment that was talked about the most was not his cultivation, but his skill at the Tao of alchemy. In this world, some people once said that if Huangfu Hao didn't spend so much effort on cultivation, then he would have had the chance to be part of the 4 alchemy prodigies. Even though his alchemy skills were vastly inferior to the 4 prodigies, people in the stone medicine world still called him the 5th prodigy. Many thought that he was only second to the 4 prodigies and others couldn't compare with him among the younger generation regarding alchemy. He was a golem, so as he stepped into the alchemy garden, his stout stature seemed impressive. This would be the case no matter the location. The divine rings pulsing around his body were even more shocking. At this time, he didn't try to hide his presence and seemed to want to suppress everyone. The divine rings made his already tall figure seem as omnipotent as a deity. Many young alchemists palpitated since they could feel the heavenly king aura coming from his approach. They all took a deep breath and didn't dare to compete with him. As the host, Madame Ziyan came to greet him. "Your presence brightens this party. It seems that your majesty has been particularly busy. It has been a struggle to see you." Huangfu Hao was secretly annoyed. Recently, Madame Ziyan had denied all of his requests to meet. Although the giant bamboo country didn't show a lack of formality with demon monarchs entertaining him, that was not what he wanted. Madame Ziyan calmly replied, "A few trifling matters in the country had been a bit onerous. Please excuse me." Huangfu Hao took a deep breath to calm his dissatisfaction and slowly spoke, "I have heard of your country's famous alchemy garden before. I wonder if I could have the honor of your majesty taking a walk around the garden with me?" Madame Ziyan looked at him and nodded her head, "If you are interested, then I do not mind." She led Huangfu Hao to look at the different plants in the garden. The truth was that Huangfu Hao was like a drunkard whose heart was not tempted by wine at the moment. He simply wanted to have a chance to be together, so he asked Madame Ziyan to lead the way. One yearning alchemist couldn't help but say, "Fairy Ming is the #1 beauty, so if I could just see her face once, I don't mind losing a decade of my life." He wasn't the only alchemist who was a big fan of Fairy Ming. All the other alchemists inevitably longed to see the #1 beauty. Ming Yeshua, the descendant of the alchemy kingdom, was very famous throughout the stone medicine world. Although very few people had seen her and she kept a very low profile, her fame didn't diminish one bit. An innocent alchemist from a smaller sect asked, "Didn't the Huangfu clan have a marriage alliance with the alchemy kingdom for several generations? How come Huangfu Hao isn't marrying Fairy Ming?" This naive comment annoyed the other alchemists. In the stone medicine world, cultivators and alchemists, especially the younger ones, all considered Ming Yeshua to be a goddess amidst the clouds. Thus, they all snorted at this comment and then glanced at Huangfu Hao standing in the distance with a contemptuous smile. They didn't dare to answer this question in front of Huangfu Hao. They waited for him to go far away, of course, before showing their disdain. One of them sneered in a low voice, "How could that be possible? The Huangfu clan isn't worthy of the alchemy kingdom." It is indeed impossible. Although the Huangfu clan had a marriage alliance with the kingdom for several generations, this was limited to the regional level. As for the main branch or the imperial family of the alchemy kingdom, it didn't need a marriage alliance to consolidate their position. One alchemist who was knowledgeable about the kingdom answered, "The Huangfu clan has no chance of a marriage with the kingdom's direct branch. Not to mention a male from the Huangfu clan wanting to marry a direct female disciple from the kingdom, it is already exceedingly difficult for their main daughter to marry a direct male disciple." This makes sense. The other young alchemists nodded their heads after hearing this explanation. There were very few existences comparable to the monster that is the alchemy kingdom in this world, so its descendant had no need for a marriage alliance. Then young noble Huangfu wants to marry Her Majesty Ziyan. Another alchemist was annoyed to see Huangfu Hao standing next to Madame Ziyan, but he had to admit that only someone like Huangfu Hao was worthy of a demon king like her. A young fan of hers coldly countered, "Humph. Not necessarily. The giant bamboo country is not weaker than the Huangfu clan. Plus, she is the ruler of a country, so she absolutely won't marry into the Huangfu clan." Another alchemist interjected, "But that is not certain. I heard that Fairy Ming and Huangfu Hao are relatives, and she is actually his little cousin. If this relationship is real, then maybe the giant bamboo country will use this to earn the kingdom's favor." Chapter 648, Qingyu the knowledgeable alchemist spoke again, "Not necessarily. The rumors are right, Fairy Ming and Huangfu clan are indeed related, but it is a very distant relationship that has a gap of many generations. If Fairy Ming was Huangfu Hao's first cousin, then the Huangfu clan would have wagged its tail everywhere already." At this point, many alchemists were staring at Huangfu Hao, especially after Madame Ziyan had left his side. With his impressive aura, he was like a crane among a flock of chickens. Alchemists with humble upbringings didn't dare to start a conversation with him. Only an excellent talent like Qingyu would strike up a conversation. At this time, a disciple ran over in a hurry and reported to Madame Ziyan, "Your Majesty, young noble Li is here." After hearing this news, Madame Ziyan's spirit suddenly became better and went out herself to greet him without the slightest delay. Even Huangfu Hao didn't enjoy such treatment. All the alchemists were glancing at each other after hearing about Li Qia's arrival. They became even more curious when they saw Madame Ziyan personally going to greet him. They all knew that the giant bamboo country erased all the alchemists from the list, even Qingyu, just because of this unknown Li Qia. They were very interested while simultaneously shocked to see what kind of god Li Qia might be in order to be so highly regarded by the giant bamboo country. Qingyu's expression sank after hearing about Li Qia. It would be strange if he was fine with it. Li Qia was the reason why Qingyu lost the chance to show himself and become renowned throughout the world. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind killing this nobody, Li Qia. At the same time, Huangfu Hao's glare became cold with flashing glints akin to needles. He had this expression because even his treatment had been inferior. As the first young noble from the Huangfu clan, his nobility was without question, yet Madame Ziyan didn't go to the door to greet him. Alas, this was still reasonable because Madame Ziyan was at the highest position as the ruler of a country and a heavenly king. It was normal for her not to personally greet Huang Fu Hao. But now, this nobody Li Qie was enjoying this grand gesture, causing Huang Fu Hao to hate Li Qie even more. More important, there had already been a brewing feud between these two. Back at the Golem Square, Huang Fu Hao had wanted to buy the heavenly cauldron from the Hundred-Grass Alchemy Emperor. With great difficulty, he managed to convince Jian Wushuang and had to pay an exorbitant price. He thought that he would be able to own the cauldron, but who would have thought that Li Qie would bid even higher and paid several times the price, drowning out his beautiful dream of owning the cauldron? He wanted to kill Li Qie due to this hatred since that cauldron was extremely rare. It was an opportunity for him to get closer to the imperial family of the Alchemy Kingdom as well as suck up to his little cousin, Ming Yeshue. However, Li Qie's unexpected interference made him lose all hope of this. Li Qie entered the garden with Madame Ziyan as his escort. He took a deep breath to feel the pure worldly energy from the alchemy garden. He couldn't help but become a bit sentimental once he stepped on this familiar land as he felt an intimate connection with it. It was as if this place had a beating heart and remained the same since the last time he had visited. Madame Ziyan, playing the role of escort, was very attentive. This is our giant bamboo's medicinal garden that contains a few spirit medicines. Our alchemist's skills are limited, so I hope that young noble Li can teach us a thing or two. She didn't only lead him to see each plant, she also introduced them very carefully. Her goal was to take him throughout the entire garden and hope that he could give them some pointers. As long as he was willing to depart with a bit of his knowledge, the country would greatly benefit from it. Her care, patience, consideration, and enthusiasm as a guide made all the onlookers jealous. Huang Fu Hao didn't get nearly the same level of treatment. People realized now that earlier, Madame Ziyan was only fulfilling her duty as the host when she took Huang Fu Hao around. Her demeanor was completely different as she took Li Qie around. It was clear that she was entirely driven by a sincere passion. However, the young alchemists were greatly disappointed after seeing Li Qie. Everyone here knew that they were removed from the list because of Li Qie. Prior to them seeing his face, they all thought that he was a grand and untouchable character. But now, it turned out that Li Qie was only an ordinary human, an inconspicuous junior. They secretly looked at him with scorn. Why does the giant bamboo country value this Li Qie? Could it be that he is very gifted at pill refinement? This doubt was understandable because any alchemist with some achievements would have a different appearance. It could be due to the sweet aroma of herbs or something special about them. However, there was nothing special about Li Qie outside of his origin, the human race. An alchemist had heard of a certain rumor and spoke. I heard that he threw around enough money to scare people to death. An unconvinced young alchemist snorted and said, "What does being rich have to do with this matter? The giant bamboo country is looking for an alchemist, not a financial backing." Some of them had the urge to challenge Li Qie. They didn't believe that this ordinary human brat was better than them. However, out of fear of Madame Ziyan's imperial aura, they didn't dare to go forward. Others might be scared, but this didn't mean that Qin Yu was afraid. He snorted after seeing the madam accompanying Li Qie the entire time. He had been annoyed this whole time after being replaced by Li Qie even though he was the #1 young alchemist of the country. He felt especially snubbed after seeing Madame Ziyan treating this nobody with the highest level of courtesy. This difference in treatment greatly exasperated him, so he wanted to take it out on Li Qie. He walked closer then bowed towards Madame Ziyan before directly asking Li Qie, "You are Li Qie, correct?" It was apparent to everyone that Qin Yu wanted to cause trouble with his aggressive demeanor. Madame Ziyan couldn't help but grimace. Meanwhile, the other alchemists were becoming more excited. Many of them were already displeased with Li Qie, but out of fear for Madame Ziyan, no one wanted to do anything. So now, they were more than happy to watch Qin Yu provoking him. However, Li Qie didn't bother looking at Qin Yu who wanted to cause trouble and continued to nonchalantly gaze at the spirit medicines. This attitude enraged Qin Yu even further. Who was he? Although he was not as famous as Huang Fu Hao, he was quite popular in the giant bamboo country and was referred to as its #1 young alchemist. Furthermore, his skill showed that this title was well deserved. Qing Yu coldly spoke, "Oh. You don't have the courage to admit who you are." Madame Ziyan's brows furrowed as she said, "Qing Yu, halt your impudence. Everyone in the alchemy garden is a respected guest of the giant bamboo country, do not overstep your bounds." Madame Ziyan's words were an explicit warning to Qing Yu. Although the Qing clan was quite large in the country, and sometimes, even the imperial palace required its existence, Madame Ziyan knew very clearly who was more important between Li Qie and Qing Yu. Even the entire Qing clan was not comparable to Li Qie. The madam was the demon king of an entire country, so she commanded respect even when displaying signs of anger. Everyone's hearts thumped after hearing her, her imperial aura was unstoppable. Others who wanted to challenge Li Qie as well didn't have the same confidence as Qing Yu, so they stood to the side to watch. Huang Fu Hao smirked on the sideline as well since he wanted to see what Li Qie could do. He was going to test Li Qie, but he was more than happy to watch Qing Yu try him first. At the same time, Madame Ziyan, who was emitting her imperial aura, caused Qing Yu to become nervous. Her clear partiality to Li Qie made him even more annoyed. He took a deep breath and calmed his mind before biting his teeth and decided to take a risk. He didn't believe that the Qing clan's position in the giant bamboo country was not as great as this nobody. Although he knew that his actions were impinging on Madame Ziyan's prestige, he had great confidence in the Qing clan's influence. He trusted that this matter would eventually become no big deal. He prepared himself and placed his hands together to bow towards the madam before speaking in a stern manner, "Your Majesty, you are the ruler of our country and I did not intend on offending you. However, I am also an alchemist who follows the rules of alchemy. If Li Qie is to participate and represent our country at the conference, this means that he is the most excellent young alchemist in giant bamboo and only he alone is qualified to participate. I am not questioning Your Majesty's decision. Your Majesty is wise and brilliant, so this choice will naturally not be wrong. However, as an alchemist, if Li Qie is the #1, then I wish to challenge him to see if he is qualified to be our candidate or not." Chapter 649, Ominous Star Flower. Madame Ziyan grimaced and deepened her tone, "Young noble Li's skill of alchemy is flawless, all of the monarchs had witnessed his supreme pill refinement ability." Qing Yu quickly said, "I trust Your Majesty and all the demon monarchs. However, as an alchemist speaking on behalf of alchemy, discussing and exchanging alchemy arts is how it should be. Moreover, Li Qie is here to represent our country, so everyone should see his alchemy Tao with their own eyes. What do you think, Your Majesty?" The other alchemists all clamored, "Yes, Your Majesty. If Li Qie's alchemy Tao is peerless, then let him broaden our horizons." It was only natural for the dissatisfied crowd to support Qing Yu. This was their chance to let out their dissatisfaction without truly offending Madame Ziyan's imperial prestige. Madame Ziyan's eyes became serious after seeing Qing Yu's refusal to yield. It was not difficult for her to chase him away, but she still wanted to see how Li Qie wanted to deal with this situation. Li Qie stopped looking at the spirit plants and glanced at Qing Yu. He smiled and said, "Ah. You want to challenge my alchemy Tao?" A flame lit up in Qing Yu's heart after seeing Li Qie's attitude. He tried his best to contain his anger and coldly said, "That's right. I want to challenge your alchemy Tao to see if you are qualified to participate in the conference or not." He was very confident since he didn't believe a nobody like Li Qie was better than him. After all, the #1 alchemist of the giant bamboo country should be confident in his own abilities. Madame Ziyan was not happy with Qing Yu's aggressiveness, so she furrowed her brows and said, "Qing Yu, how do you want to challenge young noble Li?" "Pill refinement." Qing Yu replied, full of confidence, we'll bet on our pill refinement skills, and the victor can do whatever he wants. I will accept any bet you make, so if you are confident enough and want to bet your life, I will take that on too. The losers will have to fuel their cauldron's fire source. These words shocked everyone. Alchemists might settle grievances with alchemy, but betting their lives and fueling their own fire source was too grave. Generally, unless if it was an irreconcilable feud, no one would make such a bet since it was too serious. Not only would the bet take the opponent's life, it would also humiliate them. A cauldron was a lifelong friend to an alchemist, so killing oneself using their own fire source was an extreme means of humiliation and much more brutal than a simple death. Madame Ziyan's expression sank as well after hearing this. She could understand Qing Yu's desire to challenge Li Qia. After all, he suddenly lost his qualification to represent them, so his dissatisfaction was justified. A simple challenge was tolerable, but now, it was not just a challenge since Qing Yu's aim was to humiliate Li Qia. Qing Yu, do not act rashly. Madame Ziyan raised her tone, do not mention this again lest you wish for a severe punishment. Even without any trace of anger in her voice, she still carried a mighty prestige worthy of a demon king. However, the moment her anger was ignited, her noble and powerful aura would be unstoppable and suppress all directions, rendering people breathless. Qing Yu's expression greatly changed as the imperial aura caused him to take several steps back. Although he was the #1 young alchemist of the country, he still couldn't withstand the madame's aura that caused him to turn pale. She didn't purposely want to suppress Qing Yu, but her anger was enough to deter him. Li Qia only smiled and didn't bother caring about him as he walked forward. A person like Qing Yu was not worthy of consideration, so it was enough that Madame Ziyan chased him away. Li Qia didn't want to make a move against such a trivial character unless Qing Yu ignorantly continued to jump and shout in front of him. Then, Li Qia wouldn't mind personally taking care of him. The other young alchemists didn't dare to say anything else since Madame Ziyan's imperial aura was indubitable. They were not as strong as Qing Yu, so how could they challenge her aura? Huang Fuhao became disappointed since he wanted to see Li Qia's abilities. Who would have thought that Qing Yu would be swiftly dealt with by Madame Ziyan? Back in the Golem Square, he saw, with his own eyes, Li Qia's generous spending and extremely arrogant attitude. He wanted to see just what type of person this human junior named Li Qia was. As the first young noble of the Huangfu clan, Huang Fuhao had never been afraid of anyone. He still wanted to learn more about Li Qia. If Li Qia had no backing, then he was only a fish on a cutting board in Huang Fuhao's eyes. Li Qia went to another field and was surprised to see a particular spirit medicine here, ominous star flower. This field only had one large flower around the size of a table surface. It had the appearance of stars with its flashing petals akin to starlight. The huge flower had so many layers of petals that one couldn't see its pistil. In the center was a darkness that resembled a black hole. The flower was very bright and beautiful, but do not be fooled by the appearance of this flower. Its name was the ominous star flower. Outside of its star-like appearance, the most important word in its name was ominous. It was certainly vicious and would capture all existences close to it, not only animals, even other spirit plants would be devoured. Because of this, the plot where this flower grew was devoid of other plants. The older it was, the stronger it became. Once it reached a particular level, it could then even fly around. This flower was extremely malefic but also exceeding rare and precious with a sky-high price. Madame Ziyan explained after seeing Li Qia's interest in the flower, we bought it several years ago from an auction. At that time, it was only a seedling, but it was quite vicious already. Li Qia only gave a passing glance at the flower and nodded his head approvingly. It is growing well, it seems that your alchemists have a bit of skill. Others would think that Li Qia was arrogant without peer after hearing this. The imperial palace had many alchemists, but Li Qia said it as if they were not worth mentioning. Madame Ziyan didn't think anything of it. Since she had seen his pill refinement skill personally, she knew he was qualified to make such a statement. However, the other alchemists were very unhappy, especially Qing Yu, who responded with a scowl. Madame Ziyan smiled and said, "Young noble is too kind. This is only a display of insignificant skill and is not worthy of your approval. Moreover, the palace can't take all the credit for this. It was really difficult to grow this ominous star flower. After planting it, it would prey on the other spirit medicines, never settling down. Luckily, an elder alchemist from the Qing clan and Qing Yu researched and created a new fertilizing water meant for this flower. With it, we were able to calm it down and the flower was able to grow much better." Qing Yu's actions caused her displeasure, but she was a wise ruler and didn't want to bury a good talent, so she asserted his contributions to this matter. Qing Yu couldn't help but reveal a smug look after being praised by Madame Ziyan. This was one of his greatest achievements, since mixing fertilizer was a test of skill. Even though it was not mixed by him alone, he indeed contributed greatly to its creation. Li Qie looked at the flower and shook his head to say, "This is only treating the symptoms and not addressing the root cause, it's only an illusion of wellness. This strain of fertilizing water can only hold on for 2 to 3 more years. Afterward, the flower will become even fiercer." Madame Ziyan's heart thumped upon hearing this, so she quickly inquired, "Does young noble have a way to save it?" Although she didn't understand the inner workings of this matter, she was very confident in Li Qie's alchemy skill. The smug Qing Yu's expression quickly changed after hearing Li Qie's critique. Li Qie belittling the unique recipe was the same as provoking him. "Humph! How arrogant!" Qing Yu coldly said, "Anyone can see that this ominous star flower is growing well, don't comment haphazardly and delude people with lies." This unique fertilizing strand was one of his proudest achievements, so he became furious when Li Qie put it down. He had previously viewed Li Qie as an enemy, but he became even more aggressive now. Initially, Li Qie was too lazy to bother with a little character like Qing Yu, but this ant jumped in front of him once again, so he had to teach him a lesson. He didn't bother to give a glimpse at the guy as he slowly spoke. "This fertilizing formula only has corruption ward sacred water, the other ingredients are not worth mentioning. The flower is calm because of this water." Chapter 650, The Tao of Cultivating Flower. Qing Yu was astounded when Li Qie quickly revealed the crux of his secret formula, but he recovered very quickly. Perhaps Li Qie was only lucky and guessed correctly. Qing Yu coldly spoke, "So what? The ominous star flower is vicious by nature, but this is due to its environment. It usually grows up in nether and dangerous lands, so it has vicious tendencies. Coincidentally, the corruption ward sacred water is able to dispel the evil aura from these spirit plants. By dispelling the evil impulses from the flower as well as nurturing it with this fertilizer so that it could have a better growing environment, this would allow for it to calm down. Through time, its vicious nature will be erased, and one day, it will become a divine flower." Although Qing Yu and Li Qie were enemies, it had to be said that Qing Yu was indeed slightly capable with some knowledge regarding the Tao of alchemy. "Young noble Qing, you definitely deserve to be called the #1 alchemist of the giant bamboo country. This solution truly is wonderful." After hearing what Qing Yu said, many of the surrounding alchemists couldn't help but voice their praise. "It really is amazing, to be able to use this fertilizer to change the vicious habits of this flower. As long as we continue to use it, with the passage of time, this fierce flower will turn into a divine flower." Another young alchemist couldn't help but admire Qing Yu's method. Madame Ziyan was not an alchemist, but prior to this, she also appreciated Qing Yu's solution. She told Li Qie, Qing Yu's fertilizer was indeed effective. Ever since the ominous star flower was treated with it, it changed a lot and became very docile while exhibiting great growth. Li Qie looked at Qing Yu and smiled, "This is only an illusion. The corruption ward sacred water has the effect of removing evil from ordinary spirit medicines, but what is an ominous star flower? It is an extremely precious and rare strand that has its own awareness. The water won't be able to remove the evil from it. In fact, it would only act as supreme nutrients for the flower. Wuxia nonchalantly continued on, a young ominous star flower would grow very quickly with the sacred water, so why would it need to catch other prey when this super nutritious water was being handed to it directly? It is only pretending to be docile since there is no reason for it not to. Humph. How can an alchemist speak such nonsense? Qingyu coldly smiled. Everyone knows of the evil deterring effect of the sacred water, so where is this nutrient nonsense? If it was extremely nutritious, then it would have been used by many alchemists as fertilizer. Huang Fuhao added, Brother Qing makes a lot of sense. I haven't heard of such a thing before. The usage of corruption ward sacred water is common knowledge to all alchemists. In my opinion, Brother Qing's special mix has great effects. When the flower's evil properties disappear, it will turn into a divine flower. Qingyu became a lot more lively and proud and arched his chest after hearing Huang Fuhao. He stared intensely at Wuxia with a pressing momentum. Huang Fuhao was called the fifth young alchemy prodigy in the current generation, so no one dared to question his alchemy skills as his words carried a lot of weight. Thus, when Huang Fuhao voiced his support for Qingyu, all the spectating alchemists looked towards Wuxia. Many of them were already unhappy with him, so a barrage of attacks came right after Huang Fuhao's comment, being good at pill refinement doesn't mean you know how to plant. The alchemy Tao is separated into these things for a reason. If you are no good at plant cultivation, then don't spout nonsense and try to destroy someone else's reputation. Another alchemist sneered, that's right, everyone knows that the sacred water is meant for dispelling evil, so young noble Qingyu's application of it to grow the ominous star flower is perfect. It is an incredible formula. One more verbally assaulted Wuxia, it is not enough just knowing the basics. It would be completely humiliating to let someone like this participate in the alchemy conference. Complete garbage. At this time, Qingyu was emboldened and coldly stared at Wuxia. If you don't have any evidence, then don't speak nonsense. Wuxia, your earlier words are blatant defamation towards my Qing clan's reputation. It is not too late for you to apologize. Otherwise, my clan will not go easy on someone who tried to maliciously stain our reputation. Earlier, Qingyu was suppressed by Madame Ziyan's imperial aura and couldn't do anything about it, but now, he became much more aggressive after latching onto Wuxia's weakness. He would never let go of this rare chance and would take advantage of this opportunity for his counterattack. He would never let go until he completely defeated Wuxia. If the situation allowed it, he would even kill Wuxia. At this time, Huang Fuhao spoke, the Tao of alchemy is a serious study, so one should conduct themselves carefully. Do not utter words carelessly without thought. Huang Fuhao's status and prestige were great. His showing of solidarity not only made Qingyu bolder, it even caused the other alchemists who were initially unhappy with Wuxia to want to challenge him. Wuxia was now under attack by the crowd, causing Madame Ziyan's brows to furrow. How could she not understand what Qingyu, Huang Fuhao, and the other young alchemists were trying to do? She wanted to back Wuxia up, but he waved his sleeve to signal her not to. He smiled and said, my words are proof. Your words are proof. Qingyu sneered and said, your irresponsible defamation is proof. This ominous star flower is now harmless thanks to the Qing clan's unique fertilizing strand. It has been growing here for several years. And not only has it been growing at an incredible speed, it hasn't even harmed a fly. All of this is proof that the ominous star flower has been dispelled of its evil affinity and is slowly growing into a divine flower. So now, how can you say that the flower is still the same? You are jealous of our Qing clan's unique mix and want to destroy our reputation. If you do not make this clear, our Qing clan will not let you off so easily. At this point, Qing Yu drew closer to Wuxia with a frightening momentum, wanting to push him to the very edge. This is true. With Huang Fuhao's support, all the other alchemists quickly rode the wave as well. One of them said, "Lacking even the most common of knowledge, yet you still dare to spew arrogant drivel and defame the Qing clan. A treacherous man like this should be punished." Wuxia only smiled and didn't mind the brigade branding against him. He asked, "Then you must be very confident with the Qing clan's unique mix?" Qing Yu smirked in response, "Humph. Actions speak louder than words. No matter how sly you might be with words, you cannot deny the truth that our Qing clan's mix has cured the flower of its vicious nature." Wuxia slowly replied, "If you want the truth, then I shall give it to you. In my knowledge, the ominous star flower is very sensitive to loud screams. Whether it has changed or not, you can give it a shot." Qing Yu's pupils narrowed while looking at Wuxia. He drily said, "Really now?" Wuxia smiled and waved his palm in the air back and forth to say, "This is the case as far as I know, but I suggest that you do not try it since it won't end well." "Is that so?" Qing Yu coldly sneered while gazing at Wuxia. "Since you put it that way, I want to try it even more. What would you do if your method fails?" Qing Yu clearly didn't want to let this go until Wuxia accepted defeat. "What do you want me to do?" Wuxia replied with a grin. Qing Yu suggested with a smirk, "Very simple, it'll be the same as before. If you are right about it being an act, then I deserve death from being attacked by the flower. It would be because my Tao of alchemy was insufficient. However, if you are wrong, not only did you stain our reputation, you also caused trouble and unfounded defamation, so you have to feed yourself to your cauldron's fire source." Madame Ziyan's expression sank after hearing this. Qing Yu's approach was taking things too far. It was apparent that he wanted to kill Wuxia. All the other alchemists held their breaths in anticipation. This was a life-or-death gamble and not something to be laughed about. Although many of them didn't like Wuxia, it wasn't to the extent where they would wish death upon him. They didn't say anything else to fuel the fire now that Qing Yu voiced his desire to kill Wuxia. Meanwhile, after voicing his support, Huang Fuhao only smiled while calmly watching things play out by the side. If necessary, he would interfere again to fan the flames. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and smiled in the face of the repeated attempts of Qing Yu wanting to kill him. People who were familiar with Wuxia would shudder with fear since this expression meant that Wuxia intended to kill. Wuxia smiled and waved his hands to say, "I'm afraid that's no good. In my opinion, this ominous star flower has flourished very well and it might take your life if this goes sour." "Ha ha ha, I should thank you for your concern." Qing Yu sneered, "But there is no need, I trust my Qing clan's unique mix. If you are afraid to die, then just say it. It is not too late to kneel and beg for forgiveness. This would still be much better than losing your life." Qing Yu was astounded when Wuxia quickly revealed the crux of his secret formula, but he recovered very quickly. Perhaps Wuxia was only lucky and guessed correctly. Qing Yu coldly spoke, "So what? The ominous star flower is vicious by nature, but this is due to its environment. It usually grows up in nether and dangerous lands, so it has vicious tendencies. Coincidentally, the corruption ward sacred water is able to dispel the evil aura from these spirit plants. By dispelling the evil habit from the flower as well as nurturing it with this fertilizer so that it could have a better growing environment, this would allow for it to calm down. Through time, its vicious nature will be erased, and one day, it will become a divine flower." Although Qing Yu and Wuxia were enemies, it had to be said that Qing Yu was indeed slightly capable with some knowledge regarding the Tao of alchemy. Chapter 651, Man-Eating Ominous Star Flower. Qing Yu became more and more unreasonable, to the disapproval of Madame Ziyan. Wuxia was an honored guest of the country, yet Qing Yu was humiliating him like this. This was a deliberate act challenging her. If it wasn't for Wuxia stopping her just a moment ago, she would have personally taken action. Wuxia gently sighed and put on a helpless appearance, but the shots had been fired, so he let it go and said, "If you really want to bet, then I can't do anything about it. Let's do it and let it be up to fate." Qing Yu couldn't help but sneer after seeing Wuxia's appearance. At this time, he felt his victory was assured, and Wuxia was pretty much a dead man in his eyes. "Don't worry, fueling a fire source isn't a painful death, you will be burnt into ashes in a split second," Qing Yu coldly said with a clear gloating look. Wuxia said, "If this is how it has to be, then start. Just make a screaming sound." Qing Yu sneered while looking at Wuxia to say, "Since you are anxiously waiting to reincarnate, I'll send you off." With that, he let out a long scream with a considerable sharpness. The moment the scream came out, there was no change in the dormant ominous star flower. Qing Yu then let out a loud laugh and pointed at Wuxia to say, "Li, now it is your turn to fuel the fire source." Oh, but at this second, before Qing Yu could finish, the flower suddenly rushed forward. The pistil of the flower opened its mouth like a bowl of blood and swallowed half of Qing Yu's body in an instant. No! Qing Yu's wail came from inside the flower, but it was too late. The flower was like a hungry beast with a growing stomach and swallowed him entirely. In the blink of an eye, Qing Yu was nowhere to be found. The only thing that was left was the sound of chewing as the flower gorged on its hearty meal. After it finished chewing, the flower let out a popping sound like a belch. It didn't do anything afterward and acted just like before, as if nothing had happened. This sudden development left all the alchemists present aghast, since it happened too quickly. They were sure of Qing Yu's victory and how nothing would happen, so who would have thought that Qing Yu would be swallowed whole by the flower where not even his corpse would be left behind? Such a scary and unexpected scene would, of course, leave all the alchemists in fear. Oh God! Eventually, all the alchemists calmed down and retreated with horrified and blanched expressions as if they had just seen a ghost. Suddenly, all of them stayed far away from the ominous star flower. Even Qing Yu was swallowed in one gulp by this flower, so if they were close, perhaps they would be next and get devoured by the flower without leaving behind a body. Even Huangfu Hao was shocked by this development. Although he supported Qing Yu, he essentially didn't care for Qing Yu's outcome. Huangfu Hao only wanted to use him to test Wuxia. He didn't expect for Wuxia to be right, for the flower to swallow Qing Yu whole. Of course, he couldn't care less about Qing Yu, he only wanted to learn more about Wuxia's abilities. As for a demon king like Madame Ziyan, she stood there unperturbed. With her power, she was definitely able to save Qing Yu. However, he was courting death, so why would she do so and offend Wuxia, causing him to be unhappy? Wuxia couldn't help but laugh a bit. How could anyone in this world be more knowledgeable about spirit medicines and grasses than him? The flower was extremely sensitive to shrieks. The moment someone screamed, it would immediately attack the creature that emitted the sound. There were alchemical reasonings behind this that someone of Qing Yu's level couldn't understand. You got the worst out of it since you didn't listen to the wise. Like I said, it was better not to bet, but you didn't trust me. Look what happened now, you've even thrown your life away, a sad death with no burial. Wuxia smiled and calmly said while waving his hand dismissively. It would be strange if Wuxia would forgive Qing Yu after his malicious actions. Only death awaited him the moment he wanted to kill Wuxia. At this point, the alchemists present couldn't help but take in deep breaths while looking at the ominous star flower before them, overwhelmed by a creepy sensation. At this time, flashing starlight still came from the flower in a beautiful fashion as if nothing had happened. But now, none of the alchemists dared to approach it. They understood that its vicious nature had not changed and would still hunt its prey. Just like Wuxia had said, this was only an act, and the flower only wanted to absorb the sacred water for its nutritious properties. The other alchemists were not only anxious, they were also dumbfounded. Earlier, They thought that Qing Yu had won for sure and that his logic was sound since it was based on common knowledge privy to all alchemists. They didn't expect that the truth was far from it. At this moment, the common sense that they were used to had been shattered by Wuxia, leaving them in disbelief. The entire scene inside the alchemy garden was now silent besides the howl of the gentle breeze. Many alchemists here couldn't help but glance at Wuxia. Even if these alchemists were annoyed with Wuxia earlier, at this moment, they were aware that Wuxia was someone who was actually capable. Otherwise, the giant bamboo country wouldn't have chosen him so easily. Those who sneered at him earlier shuddered and felt fortunate to not have been the one who tested the waters. Otherwise, they would have taken Qing Yu's place and end up being devoured by the flower. The only person who was calm, perhaps, was Madame Ziyan since she saw Wuxia's peerless alchemy skill with her own eyes. Qing Yu couldn't compare to Wuxia, so his end was within expectations. One can only say that with such low alchemy standards, being eaten by the ominous star flower is no surprise. Wuxia smiled and looked at the seemingly calm flower while leisurely saying, "It seems that the flower won't need to eat for some time now." "You tricked him." At this time, a cold voice came from Huang Fu Hao. "You already knew this would be the result, so you urged him to his death." Wuxia turned around to look at him with one eye and nonchalantly said, "So what? I only killed one person, what is there to be alarmed about? Those who provoke me should come to understand that they are being suicidal." Wuxia's domineering reply caused many alchemists to shudder, especially those who sneered at him earlier. They subconsciously took several steps back to create some distance between themselves and Wuxia. They didn't want to die a miserable death like Qing Yu. "You are too cruel." Huang Fu Hao's expression sank as he coldly said, "Someone who kills their peers like this will not be tolerated by the world." Huang Fu Hao's rhetoric carried an air of righteousness. He simply wanted to use this chance to propel his own agenda. At this time, Wuxia was too lazy to look at him again. He looked around the garden and slowly spoke, "Don't pretend to be a defender of justice in front of me. While my mood is still good, instantly scram back to your Huangfu clan with your tail tucked between your legs before I paint this paradise with blood. If you truly provoke me, then you won't be the only one dead, your entire Huangfu clan will disappear from this world." Everyone gasped after hearing this declaration. It was truly too bold and caused the alchemists here to glance at each other. They didn't expect for Wuxia to dare say such a thing to Huang Fu Hao. Huang Fu Hao wasn't only the fifth alchemy prodigy, he was also a brilliant cultivator. He had reached Heavenly King, allowing him to look down upon the younger generation. Moreover, he was also the first young noble of the Huangfu clan, thus his prestige rang far across the alchemy realm. But right now, Wuxia didn't care for Huang Fu Hao and opened his mouth to declare his murderous intent. Moreover, he even announced his intention of eradicating the Huangfu clan to the roots. Such a claim was far too arrogant. A few alchemists here felt that Wuxia didn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth and could even be described as ignorant. Of course, some alchemists also gloated with cold smiles. Wuxia provoking Huang Fu Hao in such a suicidal manner was a good thing for them. Even Madame Ziyan, standing by his side, had to smile helplessly. She herself thought that Wuxia's words were too outrageous. Killing Huang Fu Hao was not difficult, but wanting to destroy the entire Huangfu clan was far more challenging. Even their giant bamboo country couldn't do so. Huang Fu Hao's expression quickly turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. He was the heaven's proud son of the alchemy realm, a prodigy respected by everyone no matter where he went. Their Huangfu clan was a top-ranked great power that had an alliance with the alchemy kingdom. Not too many existences dared to touch their clan in the alchemy realm. Well, Huang Fu Hao was enraged and replied with a cold smile, "Naive fool, I want to see what you can do. Today, I will personally skin you and pull out your tendons." Having said that, he took a step forward. Earlier, he wanted to find an excuse to teach Wuxia a lesson, but he didn't expect Li Qie to be so bold and choose to meet the blade's edge head-on. This was actually perfect for Huang Fu Hao. With a sneer, he raised his foot and instantly stepped over towards Li Qie's direction. As a heavenly king, his stomp carried an untouchable momentum like a gigantic mountain crashing down. He wielded an attitude as if Li Qie was an insignificant ant in his eyes that couldn't reach the apex. 1 foot alone was enough to crush Li Qie to death. However, Li Qie didn't even bat an eye. He slightly stomped on the ground with his foot and shouted, "Scram!" The moment his words came out, a series of rumbles appeared. It was as if there was a dragon underground. One could hear a crash, and suddenly, the muddy soil seemed to turn into a dragon that soared into the sky. In an instant, a shadow snapped forward like a long whip. Qing Yu became more and more unreasonable to the disapproval of Madame Ziyan. Li Qie was an honored guest of the country, yet Qing Yu was humiliating him like this. This was a deliberate act challenging her. If it wasn't for Li Qie stopping her just a moment ago, she would have personally taken action. Li Qie gently sighed and put on a helpless appearance, but the shots had been fired, so he let it go and said, "If you really want to bet, then I can't do anything about it. Let's do it and let it be up to fate." Qing Yu couldn't help but sneer after seeing Li Qie's appearance. At this time, he felt his victory was assured, and Li Qie was pretty much a dead man in his eyes. "Don't worry, fueling a fire source isn't a painful death. You will be burnt into ashes in a split second," Qing Yu coldly said with a clear gloating look. Li Qie said, "If this is how it has to be, then start. Just make a screaming sound." Qing Yu sneered while looking at Li Qie to say, "Since you are anxiously waiting to reincarnate, I'll send you off." Chapter 652, Green Bamboo, Pa. Huang Fu Hao, who seemed to be a gigantic mountain stomping down, was suddenly smashed into a bloody pulp. Ah! Before he could react, his entire body was slapped away by this whip-like shadow. He was blown out of the capital and sent all the way towards the horizon before eventually disappearing in the farthest reaches of the sky. His shrill scream filled the sky after being whipped and blown away. Even if he didn't die, he would still be at death's door. After blowing Huang Fu Hao away with one blow, both the dragon-shaped soil and the item that resembled a whip disappeared underground without a trace. That was, after seeing this whip-like item, Madame Ziyan was astounded. Amidst its action, she noticed that the whip was actually a bamboo root. To be more exact, it was a branch connected to the root. Madame Ziyan herself used to be a violet bamboo tree, so after seeing the bamboo root, she immediately thought about many things. The other alchemists didn't know what was going on since they were scared silly. They actually thought that there was a dragon hiding underground. They couldn't calm down as they shuddered at the thought of Huang Fu Hao, a heaven's proud son at the heavenly king realm, being swatted away like a fly by the shadow underground. How could they not be shocked by this development? Was there really a dragon underground? Of course, there was no dragon beneath the soil. This earth was personally sealed by Li Qie and strengthened by many wise sages, including god kings. An extremely formidable law suppressed the area below. After stepping into the garden, Li Qie seemed to be enjoying the spirit grasses, but the truth was that he was measuring this land and calculating the changes to once again take complete control of the gigantic seal underground. At this location, Huang Fu Hao causing trouble was akin to courting death. Li Qie didn't even have to do anything and could still easily kill him. Could that have been? Madame Ziyan regained her composure, but she still carried a shocked expression. She lifted her head up to look at the giant bamboo that pierced the firmament. "You guessed correctly." At this time, while looking at the madam, Li Qie slightly raised his brows to say, "That was a branch of the bamboo's root, just a tiny one." This answer left the madam frozen. Although the giant bamboo tree was their divine guardian, for millions of years, no one had seen it take action. From the time she became a disciple of the country, she had never witnessed any movement from the tree. The giant bamboo tree had always been the same, staying high above the clouds without any changes, as if it would forever be this way for many more millions of years to come. However, today, an outsider like Wuxia came and spurred the giant bamboo deity to take action. Under Wuxia's control, a small root actually came and swatted Huangfu Hao away to the ends of the earth. This was simply unthinkable. While she was still in a daze, Wuxia moved forward and instantly crossed the alchemy garden. At this moment, he was standing at the end of the garden, and in front of him was the path towards the bamboo garden. Even though the two gardens were connected, the bamboo garden was currently full of rippling radiance. The giant bamboo in the sky poured down little specks of light that came together to form an extremely realistic ward and sealed off the entire bamboo garden. No one could cross this barrier to enter the garden. Wuxia looked at this barrier ahead and then the giant bamboo in the sky. He couldn't help but laugh as old scenes started to play out in his mind. At this time, the endless sea of memories in his forehead shot out a golden law. Bang! This law struck the barrier and dissolved it before swiftly turning these flashing runic lines into a door. The door opened as Wuxia stepped inside the barrier and into the bamboo garden. After he entered, the door disappeared while the barrier remained without any changes, prohibiting entry for anyone else. Impossible. After seeing this scene, Madame Ziyan was horrified and had to take several steps back from the shock. How could she not be shocked? This bamboo garden had always been a forbidden ground in her country. For millions of years, besides the progenitor, she had never heard of anyone else being able to enter the garden. However, an outsider like Wuxia could easily walk inside without using force. It was as if the bamboo garden specifically allowed him entry. It became even clearer to the madam after seeing the door formed on the barrier. This meant that the garden accepted Wuxia, and more importantly, the deity of her country accepted Wuxia. For tens of millions of years, the giant bamboo country had produced many brilliant geniuses along with wise rulers. However, outside of their progenitor, none of these people had been accepted by the garden and the deity. Despite all of this and to the dismay of the madam, an outsider like Wuxia was accepted. She even saw it with her own eyes. As for the other alchemists in the alchemy garden, they didn't know what was going on. They actually thought that Wuxia was a disciple of the giant bamboo country. Fellow guests, today was truly a grand event where everyone took the time to join us here. The madam composed herself and immediately told all the alchemists in the garden. However, some unexpected events happened and there was a misunderstanding, resulting in spilled blood, so we can't do anything except end the party before the appointed time. At this moment, she formally ended the party. After all, this sudden development caught even a royal lord like her unprepared. The alchemists here didn't dare to say anything else. Qing Yu was dead and Huangfu Hao's fate was unknown. They knew a storm was brewing after such a big event occurred, so at this time, many of them quickly left the party. After all the alchemists were sent out, Madame Ziyan immediately went to the end of the alchemy garden and stood in front of the entrance, the barrier to the bamboo garden. She took a very deep breath and reached out towards the barrier. She wanted to see if she could enter the bamboo garden or not. Unfortunately, with a bang, she was immediately repelled by an extremely powerful force from the barrier. After she regained her balance, she took another deep breath and sent out a command: summon all 18 demon monarchs here without delay. Meanwhile, Wuxia had entered the bamboo garden and only saw an indistinct scene. The entire garden was immersed in a worldly energy so thick that it had nearly condensed into fog. Such thick worldly energy was frightening. This level of density couldn't be found even in the ancestral grounds of the great powers. Anyone would feel relaxed in this place, all of their pores would open as if they were about to flutter away into the sky like an immortal. By standing in this location, even those with the most ordinary of talents would be able to feel the laws of this ground. Those who were more talented could resonate and become close with the Grand Tao, and the Tao would answer back. This place could only be described as a treasure ground, one great enough to be coveted by all great powers. So tens of millions of years of saturation could turn a regular location into a sacred ground. Wuxia stood amidst this fog and felt the beat of the earth as well as the elegant azure grand vein beneath the ground. It was as if this earth was hiding a dragon, and it caused him to become sentimental. Long ago, this land was only an ordinary location, but after a certain era, Wuxia planted a green bamboo here. At that time, the kings heeded his call, virtuous paragons and god-kings all gathered here just to strengthen this ground. Many invincible existences created a supreme seal at this place. In that year, Wuxia used an extremely heaven-defying method to alter this land. He gathered the worldly energy from the elegant azure grand vein and moved it here so that the entire vein would cultivate the green bamboo planted by him. As he walked around the garden, it appeared to be a forest with splashing rivers. Many flickering shadows were cast from the tree. Flowers and grasses were silently blooming with new green sprouts growing everywhere. This place was full of life and vitality. Here was a scene of tranquility like a paradise amidst this vast world, an escape from the rowdy and mundane world. Walking in this place allowed one to be immersed in the worldly energy, giving birth to the illusion that this was a land of immortals. Wuxia took a leisurely stroll through the garden and eventually found himself standing before a bamboo tree. This tree was beyond gigantic, and after millions of years, he had finally seen it once again. It had a lush green color like jade. At a glance, it had a green and glossy glow just like a supreme immortal piece of jade. As the flow of time raged on, this bamboo was still as shiny and moving as before. There was no sign of aging, as if it could live for millions of more years without any problem. When one stood before this unreasonably large tree, they would feel that there was a gigantic wall before them. One couldn't calculate how many people it would take to surround such a huge tree. Wuxia couldn't help but reach out with his hand to gently stroke the jade-like bamboo tree's trunk. He sighed before murmuring, "How many years have passed? When I brought you out from that ominous ground, you were only a seedling, but now you have become a deity." The bamboo tree's shadow swayed while rustling its leaves high in the sky. Its branches fluttered back and forth gently as if answering Wuxia. Since Wuxia used a law from his sea of memories to open the barrier, the bamboo tree that had turned into a deity naturally knew what had happened and who was coming. Chapter 653, Your Disappearing Fragrance. Wuxia gently caressed the giant bamboo and couldn't help but gently sigh in his mind. He suddenly became sad for no reason and murmured, "Not everything in this world can be perfect. Although you can't turn your Tao into sentience, why is it not a good thing for you? Tens of millions of years would only be a blink of an eye. You can watch the seas turn into mulberry fields, and all the grievances and feuds in the mundane world are just ephemeral clouds and puffs of smoke." The green lights coming from the tree slightly shifted as if it was listening and responding to Wuxia. He gently leaned against the tree and closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt relaxed and carefree. At this second, his mind gained a rare moment of serenity. Many things had happened in the past millions of years. Although he could cause a storm in the 9 worlds with a simple sway of his hand, although a simple gesture from him could massacre myriad realms, although his anger had caused the world to tremble, although the state of his eyes could change day and night. For the past millions of years, he had too many things to do: kill, battle, scheme, venture, train talents. For millions of years, besides his deep slumbers, it was as if he had never slept before. His time seemed to pass by slowly as if each moment was an eternity. At this time, he was sitting comfortably with peace of mind. Here, he didn't need to think too much, he didn't need to be vigilant against anything. Although he had countless secrets, he was able to relax at this time. The giant bamboo seemed to be very quiet as well. Its green light became gentle as if it was quietly protecting Wuxia. After a long period of time, Wuxia opened his eyes and reorganized his thoughts. He couldn't help but smile while slowly walking around the bamboo tree. The moment he made it halfway around, he saw a pond before him, emitting a gentle light. Before one even got close, they would feel the approaching water vapor permeate deep into their body. The water in the pond was a collection of dew that dripped down from an old root of the tree. It took a very long time for this old root's dew to slowly accumulate into an entire pond. People in this world always talk about the immortal nectar, but how many of them have actually seen it? How many of them know that immortal nectar is merely a name? Wuxia chuckled after seeing the pond. This was the giant bamboo country's immortal nectar. For many generations, many people of the country had tried to find the legendary immortal nectar, but all had failed. Every single location in the country had been searched, but no one was able to find it. The immortal nectar was merely a name. Only those who were unaware would call this water immortal nectar. In fact, there were many types of immortal nectars, and the difference in rankings was quite great. Wuxia didn't linger by the pond. He continued to tread forward around the pond of nectar and finally stood before a small cabin. This cabin was not big and was also very simple. However, after millions of years, it was as if it hadn't changed at all. It was still as clean and bright as before. Countless images appeared in his mind while gazing at the little cabin ahead. The graceful and lively young girl that was as gentle as water and oh so considerate. As he found himself lost in this scene, it felt as if all of it happened just yesterday, even though millions of years had passed. Squeak. He opened the door and, amidst his daze, he could still hear the two words, "Young Master," being tenderly cried out just like that year. The two words, "Young Master," made his heart so happy. This room was still clean, and the table and chairs inside were still the same. The bookshelf by the wall was still stocked neatly with old scrolls and trunks of books. "Yenner, you were not able to let go back then." Wuxia couldn't help but let out a light smile. In the end, he could only sigh softly with a sad and helpless sensation while saying, "Those years lasted for ages. I once ruled myriad worlds, and some people even said that there was nothing I couldn't do. However, the truth is, since time immemorial, frustration arose countless times. Countless people left my side, and I couldn't keep them even if I wanted to." In the quiet little cabin, Wuxia's eyes were like a flowing river running across each corner of the room. This place was once filled with his presence. Before he knew it, he was standing next to the bookshelf that housed many old scrolls. He couldn't help but open some of them. He easily read the words they contained as old scenes appeared right before his eyes. It was as if the past had struck him, as if it were yesterday, as if he was reliving past events. If Madame Ziyan saw these old scrolls, her soul would be scared away from her body because all of these things were secrets of the giant bamboo country that were never passed down. Some of them were merit laws and techniques that even her country didn't have. Wuxia only casually flipped through these secrets, they were not much to him. The merit laws and techniques that belonged to the giant bamboo country mostly came from him. Only a small portion was created by its progenitor. Back in that time, its progenitor was only an ordinary girl. Wuxia let her stay by his side and led her down the path of the Grand Tao while teaching her supreme arts. Due to various restraints, Wuxia didn't train her as a potential immortal emperor. Nevertheless, she stayed by his side as his maid and took care of his daily needs. Wuxia, at the same time, gave his all and taught her the best techniques. Although she couldn't become an immortal emperor, her life and skill were extremely frightening and completely heaven-defying. Wuxia gently went through all of the scrolls on the shelf once before putting them back. By the window, a guqin could be found. The sight of it caused Wuxia to gently sigh. He sat before it and took a deep breath to calm his emotions before lifting his hands to play a melodious song that carried a free and relaxed temperament. Chapter 654, Which Path to Take? Regarding this affair, the alchemy monarch and ancient pine held an optimistic attitude. Another demon monarch also agreed, "Your Majesty, this is indeed an auspicious omen. Just think about it. If our country could have an alchemy emperor, then even the alchemy kingdom would respect us. Moreover, millions of years have gone by without anyone gaining the acceptance of our deity, so maybe young noble Li is the bringer of prosperity and the ruler of our giant bamboo. I'm afraid we need to be more careful about this matter." The eagle demon monarch pondered for a moment and said, "If young noble Li agrees to stay in our country, then I will wholeheartedly agree to this. However, for him to act freely as the bringer of prosperity, this requires further consideration. We don't even know of his background." When the title, Bringer of Prosperity, came up again, the monarch who spoke earlier had to cough with a slightly embarrassed expression. He misspoke earlier because Madame Ziyan was the current royal lord of the country. If Li Qie becomes the new ruler of prosperity, then where would Madame Ziyan go? Brother Eagle is right, maybe young noble Li only came for our bamboo garden. A different monarch agreed with Eagle's view and said, "It is not that we don't trust young noble Li, but we really know nothing about his origin. What if he came with a hidden agenda?" Although the phrase, bringer of prosperity, is somewhat inappropriate, the ancient pine demon monarch quickly tried to defuse the situation. "However, I think it is very unlikely for young noble to come with an agenda. Not to mention that his Tao of alchemy is beyond the reach of all the sects. We can take a step back and pretend that young noble came here for our bamboo garden. However, is this at all plausible? Let's forget about outsiders, even we don't know what is inside the garden outside of our deity. We'll take another step back and assume that young noble Li really came for our garden, but this in itself is impossible since everyone knows that outside of our progenitor, no one else had been able to enter before. Even our strongest virtuous paragon couldn't enter. Think about it, could young noble Li force his way in? We can all see that his entrance was permitted by our deity. Even though our deity hadn't taken any action for millions of years, as disciples of giant bamboo, each and every one of us know that it has always been protecting us. It can see through all things and understand them more clearly than all of us. It definitely has its reasons for accepting young noble Li. In this situation, ancient pine was still supporting Li Qie. Intuition told him that Li Qie would definitely bring about a miracle and become a great figure. At this time, the 18 monarchs were stuck in a dilemma as they couldn't make a decision. Putting aside Li Qie's mysterious background, it was difficult to make Li Qie stay. Ordinary conditions would not be able to tempt Li Qie, and perhaps only by handing over the reins of the country would he be willing to stay. However, this situation had its own problems. There would always be unease in the monarchs' minds by letting someone with an unknown origin become their ruler. There was another problem. If Li Qie were to become the ruler of prosperity for their country, then what would Madame Ziyan do? She was a wise ruler with many notable contributions. As long as she was still on the throne, they couldn't make her abdicate since it would be quite unfair. That's fine. Madame Ziyan revealed a calm and gentle smile. She was aware of the current deadlock, so she slightly nodded and said, "If young noble Li truly wants to stay and take the reins, then I will happily abdicate for a better ruler. Until now, our giant bamboo country had always let the most capable become our ruler. This is our tradition." But, Your Majesty, after her words came out, the 18 monarchs couldn't help but become shocked. She was a wise and open-minded ruler who was always kind to her subjects. Up till this point, she had been adored and supported by the entire country, so if she had to resign under such a condition, then many loyal subjects as well as the 18 monarchs would feel ashamed for having done her wrong. This conversation might have seemed like a forced abdication, but the monarchs had no intent of doing so. However, if the only way to keep Li Qie was for her to abdicate, how would the monarchs choose? For our giant bamboo's grand plan, my abdication is acceptable. Madame Ziyan calmly spoke. She was indeed extraordinary and had a will that couldn't be found in others. What if young noble Li does not wish to stay? At this time, another monarch presented a different view. This question caused the monarchs to glance at each other while contemplating. Even the madam pondered for a moment. It seemed that everything was just one-sided and wishfully thinking on their part so far. They still didn't know if Wuxia wanted to stay or not. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had come and gone. Inside the bamboo garden beneath the giant bamboo, Wuxia withdrew his true fate treasure, the rock from the divine dragon mountain back in the metal realm of the prime ominous grave. At this time, the stone itself had turned into Wuxia's fate treasure. After undergoing continuous transformations, it had now turned into a grand seal. Wuxia named his fate treasure World Seal. After some research, he had understood the mysticisms of his World Seal. At this moment, it was unclear to them whether Wuxia was friend or foe. Perhaps under such a tense atmosphere, one wrong move would result in a fight. What is it? Do you wish to fight? Wuxia stared at the madam along with the monarchs. He was still at ease since he didn't mind if they wanted to take action. The monarchs couldn't help but look at each other before shifting their gazes towards Madame Ziyan. At the moment, they still wanted to listen to the madam's orders. She took a deep breath and eventually calmed her mind. A pair of eyes as smooth as flowing water fell upon Wuxia as she slowly spoke. Young noble Li, we do not wish to do so, we only hope that young noble Li can stay and lead our giant bamboo country. Young noble has obtained the recognition of our bamboo deity, this has immense significance to our country. Wuxia only chuckled after hearing Madame Ziyan. He responded by casually throwing a bottle to her while lightly saying, "Take it." This is, Madame Ziyan caught the bottle and was taken aback. She couldn't help but look at Wuxia since she didn't know what was inside. Wuxia didn't say anything and only stood there, smiling. Madame Ziyan composed herself and quickly opened the bottle. The moment it was opened, a powerful aura rushed out. After recognizing what was inside, she began to shudder uncontrollably. She lifted her head and looked at Wuxia, then emotionally asked, "Could this be? Is this the legendary immortal nectar of our country?" Immortal nectar. The 18 monarchs were astonished as well. They all had to take deep breaths. Even their country had never seen this nectar before, but now it appeared in Wuxia's hands. This treasure is extremely hard to come by. It's a gift from the giant bamboo tree to the country. Be frugal since this bottle can last for several generations. Wuxia said in a nonchalant manner. In this instance, the group couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. They became a bit silly since they didn't expect Wuxia to give them something so precious. Although they had never seen it before, they knew that this was something even an alchemy emperor from the alchemy kingdom had tried to find. One could imagine just how precious and priceless it must be, and yet, Wuxia had just casually thrown it to them as if it was not enough to reach the apex. While the rest of the group was in a daze, Wuxia stretched his fatigued back and slowly said, "I'm tired, help me prepare a place to rest." The others calmed down and didn't dare to delay his request. Under Madame Ziyan's command, the most quiet and comfortable courtyard inside the imperial palace was prepared for Wuxia. For the next few days, Wuxia stayed in this courtyard. Outside of cultivation, he began to control the world seal. To a cultivator who wanted to reach the peak, their fate treasure was absolutely indispensable because this treasure could unleash their true capabilities as well as their strongest battle power. Many cultivators preferred to have stronger weapons. For example, nothing could be better than an immortal emperor true treasure to them. However, for the ones with extraordinary ambition, this was not the case. Even if they had extremely powerful weapons such as immortal emperor true treasures, at the end of the day, those still belonged to other people. This only created a sense of dependency and was not the correct path. For tens of millions of years, those who eventually became immortal emperors ultimately relied on their own weapons to sweep through the 9 worlds and obtain invincibility. It could be said that a qualified cultivator was one who could refine their own weapons so that they were capable of exerting their strongest fighting potential. The type of cultivator who depended on someone else's weapon would never be able to reach the apex. Regarding this affair, the alchemy monarch and ancient pine held an optimistic attitude. Another demon monarch also agreed, "Your Majesty, this is indeed an auspicious omen. Just think about it. If our country could have an alchemy emperor, then even the alchemy kingdom would respect us. Moreover, millions of years have gone by without anyone gaining the acceptance of our deity, so maybe young noble Li is the bringer of prosperity and the ruler of our giant bamboo. I'm afraid we need to be more careful about this matter." The eagle demon monarch pondered for a moment and said, "If young noble Li agrees to stay in our country, then I will wholeheartedly agree to this. However, for him to act freely as the bringer of prosperity, this requires further consideration. We don't even know of his background." When the title, Bringer of Prosperity, came up again, the monarch who spoke earlier had to cough with a slightly embarrassed expression. He misspoke earlier because Madame Ziyan was the current royal lord of the country. If Wuxia becomes the new ruler of prosperity, then where would Madame Ziyan go? Brother Eagle is right, maybe young noble Li only came for our bamboo garden. A different monarch agreed with Eagle's view and said, "It is not that we don't trust young noble Li, but we really know nothing about his origin. What if he came with a hidden agenda?" Although the phrase, bringer of prosperity, is somewhat inappropriate, the ancient pine demon monarch quickly tried to defuse the situation, however. Wuxia paused here for a bit before continuing, "Second, I will not take the royal lord position of your giant bamboo country since I have no interest in it. And even if I were to take this position, I wouldn't be able to take your country to the glorious peak." Wuxia's words puzzled the madam quite a bit. His firm rejection caught her by surprise. His Tao of alchemy was peerless, and such a talent would be sought after by countless great powers. If anyone else were to face the choice of ruling the entire giant bamboo country, then even if they didn't start salivating from temptation, they would at least hesitate a bit before declining. However, Wuxia didn't have the slightest bit of yearning. It was as if controlling an entire great power was only a trivial matter to him. The madam calmed down and looked at Wuxia to say, "I can understand young noble not wanting to become our royal lord to rule the country. However, like you said, if you are in control, you will be able to take us to the glorious peak with your abilities, yet your second statement contradicted the first. May you explain this?" She carefully considered his words. Others might think that Wuxia was spouting arrogant nonsense, but not the madam. Wuxia looked at the elegant and noble woman before him. She did indeed resemble Yenner in the past. He shifted his gaze and looked outside the window before slowly speaking, "The giant bamboo country. This is a tranquil place, a land of peace. I do not wish to involve it in a bloody conquest. In the future, my path will be paved with blood and corpses. No matter how high the heavens might be, no matter how far myriad worlds are, I will kill my way to the very end. Because of this, let's leave this serene place how it is right now. I do not want to tie it to my war chariot. You can think of the country as your home, and you can come and go as you please." Home, Wuxia revealed a faint smile and gazed into the distance. After a while, he slightly shook his head and said, "It is impossible for me." At this point, Wuxia paused for a bit before looking at the madam and smiled, "If you are willing to come with me, I will be more than happy to take you. Follow me and, in the future, you will definitely see many sceneries from the top of the peak." Madame Ziyan was stunned by these words. Any other girl who heard such a thing would think that Wuxia was teasing or flirting with them. However, Madame Ziyan didn't think so. She didn't sense any intention to flirt or tease from the tone of his words. In fact, this was not his first time proposing this idea. Back at Ancient Pine's palace, he had said something similar. Boom! Right when Madame Ziyan was still in a daze, a majestic aura suddenly appeared in the sky. It was so powerful that it was as if its billowing waves reached the heavens itself. This mighty force instantly flooded the earth and drowned the entire capital. What's happening? The unrivaled aura that appeared without any warning and loomed over the capital caused all the citizens and cultivators within to be frightened. Even royal nobles and ancient saints were quivering in fear. A virtuous paragon. Madame Ziyan suddenly stood up with a shocked expression at the appearance of this aura and exclaimed, "This is an ancestor from a great power." The giant bamboo's capital was a large city. In the contemporary times, ancestors from great powers would not easily show their face, but through the years, there would still be ancestors coming and going in this capital. However, no matter which great power they might be from, these ancestors wouldn't act in such a wanton manner. They wouldn't use their invincible aura to seemingly aim to suppress the entire capital. This meant that the opponent wasn't merely arrogant and instead came with malicious intentions against the country. Virtuous paragon? Li Qie only narrowed his eyes after sensing this aura. His expression was essentially unchanged. Even a virtuous paragon was not a big deal to him. Your Majesty, not good, not good. At this time, the ancient pine demon monarch came rushing in and saw Madame Ziyan together with Li Qie. He quickly said, "Your Majesty, something bad has happened." Demon monarch, what happened? Why are you so nervous? Madame Ziyan asked in a serious tone. In fact, even if the demon monarch was not in a panic, she would still know that something big had happened. An aura suddenly erupting from a virtuous paragon was a sign of suppression. This newcomer obviously bore malicious intent towards the giant bamboo country. People from the Huangfu clan came. Ancient Pine's expression was quite unbearable to look at as he quickly said, "There are quite a few too. One ancestor is personally leading the group that consists of 3 high elders and 5 elders. In the past few days, the 18 monarchs didn't dare to come bother Li Qie. Meanwhile, Madame Ziyan came to see him every day. More often than not, she even personally took care of his daily accommodations. It didn't stop there. Whenever Li Qie was free, she would explain the current situation of the world and the giant bamboo country to Li Qie in great detail. Today, she came to see him like always. Noticing that he was deep in meditation, she slowly sat down by his side. A while later, Li Qie opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Is there something else you want to tell me?" Chapter 656, The Huangfu Clan's Vengeance, So They Are Finally Here? Madame Ziyan's glare became serious as she tried to confirm the situation. Ancient Pine quickly responded, "They still haven't entered the capital and are staying on the outskirts. Their ancestor sent a message to Brother Eagle's group and wants our giant bamboo country to give an explanation regarding Huangfu Hao or face the consequences." It turned out that after being blown away from the capital, the Huangfu clan expended a lot of effort before finding him. Huangfu Hao was found on the verge of death. Although he managed to survive, his wounds were quite grave, so he would be bed-stricken for some time. The Huangfu ancestor quickly brought Huangfu Hao back for treatment. After his wounds stabilized, the people from the Huangfu clan regained their calm and refocused their attention. How could the people from the Huangfu clan swallow this anger? Because of this, the ancestor brought a group of experts from the clan, demanding an explanation. Madame Ziyan's visage became cold as she stated, "So if we say no, they will massacre our capital." Ancient Pine had cold sweat running down his face as he said, "Most likely. It seems that the Huangfu clan won't give up unless we give them an explanation. If they actually attack, I'm afraid the Eagle Demon Monarchs group won't be able to withstand it." Madame Ziyan scowled while showing a cold glare. She knew very clearly that there were many great powers in the alchemy realm who had been eyeing their country. However, all of them had been living together peacefully. Nevertheless, with such a good excuse at the moment, how could the Huangfu clan let this great opportunity go? In addition to all of this, Huangfu Hao desired a marriage alliance with her, so their clan could use this as leverage as well after this event. It was killing two birds with one stone. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Ancient Pine hastily asked. With a serious gaze, Madame Ziyan austerely declared, "If the Huangfu clan wants to play hard, then we shall entertain them. Our giant bamboo country is not so easily bullied. I'm only worried that behind the Huangfu clan is the alchemy kingdom. They had been in-laws for several generations." Ancient Pine couldn't help but worry. Madame Ziyan coldly replied, "When the soldiers come, let the generals deal with them. When the flood arrives, let the earth halt it. If the Huangfu clan is too dumb to scram, then even if they have the alchemy kingdom as their backing, I will still exterminate their clan to their very roots." Having said that, his eyes narrowed. The giant bamboo country had a special position in his heart, so if the Huangfu clan dared to touch this country, he didn't mind massacring their whole clan. Those who dared to offend the giant bamboo country would be killed without mercy. This was one of his uncrossable bottom lines. Madame Ziyan slightly nodded and formally said, "Since you have such confidence. Very well then, we'll leave this for you to deal with." Although she did feel that his words were somewhat arrogant, her intuition told her that Wuxia was not the type to bluster. In fact, all of his actions seemed to be premeditated, so she had faith in him. "Your Majesty." Ancient Pine was startled by Madame Ziyan's decision. To say that the country was being encroached by an army right in front of their gates was not an exaggeration. Right now, the Huangfu ancestor was right outside, but their lord was leaving this catastrophe to Wuxia and didn't even invite an ancestor, so how could he not be scared out of his skin? Over the years, Madame Ziyan had been a great ruler. All of her decisions had been admirable, but now, Ancient Pine, who was counting on her to resolve this dispute, didn't expect for her to throw this matter over to Wuxia. "Demon Monarch, summon all the other monarchs. This time, all the problems will be personally dealt with by young noble Li. All monarchs and disciples must follow his orders." Madame Ziyan slowly declared. Although she was not very loud, her voice carried a powerful resonation that left no room for questions. Ancient Pine paused for a moment but didn't say anything in the end. He left and carried out the order. To him, although this decision was a bit crazy and could even be said to be insane, he still chose to follow Madame Ziyan's command. After Ancient Pine left, Wuxia asked with a smile while looking at the madam, "It seems that you have a lot of confidence in me, ah?" The madam couldn't help but meet his gaze and softly say, "Are you confident in this?" These words were very gentle and pleasant, like soft water that could drown listeners in pleasure. Wuxia looked at the madam and smilingly stated, "I like women like you." This response caught her off guard. Once she composed herself, she smiled back at him. Of course, she was not misunderstanding Wuxia's intent. She didn't feel that he was teasing her or taking advantage of her. At this moment, she believed that Wuxia had no need to take advantage of her. With his attitude, it seemed as if even the goddess of all 9 heavens would not be much to him. Even the fairies from myriad domains would wish for his loving embrace. He was the most confident and indifferent person she had ever met. The moment the monarchs received her order, they all stood there while looking silly. One monarch couldn't help but say, This is a bit too crazy. Perhaps this is Her Majesty giving young noble Li a chance to gain more experience." Another monarch replied. This speculation made the monarchs look at each other. This made a bit of sense, since if Wuxia were to rule the country in the future, he must experience storms such as this to hone his skill. Despite their skepticism, they eventually carried out her order and gathered around, awaiting Wuxia's command. Seeing the 18 monarchs sitting there while waiting for his orders, Wuxia couldn't help but smile wryly. He shook his head to say, "It's only a little matter, there is no need to make such a big deal out of it." Madame Ziyan didn't reveal her stance on this situation while the monarchs remained silent. Their extremely dangerous predicament was not exaggerated at all since they were under siege by a virtuous paragon ancestor. But now, Wuxia was saying that it was only a minor matter. This was the most indifferent person they had ever met. Chapter 657, Critical Juncture. Right when they felt that Madame Ziyan's decision was crazy, the Huangfu ancestor outside of the capital spoke, "Royal Lord Ziyan, our Huangfu clan's descendant suffered a sneak attack and was gravely wounded inside your imperial palace. He was your guest, yet not only did you fail to protect him, you are also shielding his assailant. Does your country wish to oppose my Huangfu clan? I hope that you will be able to give us an explanation. Otherwise, I will have to personally take a trip to your palace." At this time, the huge figure of the Huangfu ancestor appeared. Although he had yet to step inside the capital, his mountainous shadow, along with the grand, majestic virtuous paragon's aura, was about to suppress the entire capital. A virtuous paragon's voice was able to reverberate throughout the capital so that every single inhabitant would be able to hear his words. The presence of a virtuous paragon was boundless. The moment his voice hovered around the capital, each of his words were like hammers nailing the hearts of everyone in the city. Countless people felt the pressure and couldn't help but stagger backward. A Huangfu clan ancestor, a heavenly sovereign from the previous generation, exclaimed while aghast after seeing the mighty figure outside of the capital. After knowing that the Huangfu ancestor was personally sieging the city, countless cultivators went pale from fear. There were even those who fled the capital overnight. It was understandable that they felt fear. After all, the one who appeared all of a sudden was a virtuous paragon. This was too much for weaker cultivators to bear. The sudden siege by the Huangfu clan left many citizens thinking that a disaster was approaching. What is going on? Don't we have a good relationship with the Huangfu clan? Why are they sieging us now? Many cultivators trembled before the anger of the Huangfu ancestor. One cultivator who knew a thing or two said, "I heard that something happened to their first young noble, Huangfu Hao, several days ago at the feast in the palace. I don't know what happened, but he was blown away from the capital. Although he is still alive, he was seriously wounded, so he can only stay in bed. He is currently unable to stand for even half a second." It wasn't just that Huangfu Hao was seriously wounded, Qing Yu from the Qing clan was killed inside the Imperial Alchemy Garden without even leaving behind a corpse. A cultivator who knew even more added, "What exactly went wrong? The party resulted in one dead and one wounded? Moreover, they are both famous young geniuses." After hearing this information, many cultivators became aghast and felt that a storm was approaching. Sure enough, while the Huangfu ancestor was causing trouble outside of the capital, the Qing clan also sent their own words of intimidation. "Your Majesty, my son attended the royal feast and died a terrible death inside the alchemy garden, yet your Majesty didn't even send notice. His killer is still free and is still considered a guest by the court. For millions of years, even if my Qing clan had no notable contributions, the blood-spent effort was still there, but now, my son is dead. Your Majesty, however, continues to harbor the killer. This will sadden everyone's hearts and deter all the talents in this world. Your Majesty must give our Qing clan justice." The Qing clan revealed its stance. At this time, not only did they express their attitude to the court, they did so in an open manner as if they were going to inform the entire country. This indeed happened after the Qing clan's message came out. The entire country was sent into turmoil with rumors spreading everywhere. A wave was stirred in just a moment. Many messages were spread across all the counties. Moreover, most of them criticized the current royal lord of the country, Madame Ziyan. Her Majesty is famous for her righteousness and love for talents. People praised her as a wise ruler, but now, it turns out that she is harboring a killer? Wouldn't this negatively affect her reputation? All of a sudden, in all the streets and corners, all the inns and tea shops, everywhere was full of people discussing this issue. This news spread way too fast, and all kinds of rumors from all over the place eventually returned to the capital. I heard that Her Majesty and the killer has a special relationship. Because of her protection, the killer dared to act so wantonly without a care for laws. Don't people say that Her Majesty is impartial and wise, a true virtuous ruler? How could Her Majesty protect the killer? Because you don't know. These praises only act as a pretense for outsiders to see. From this matter, one can immediately conclude that it was all political posturing. The rumors became increasingly harsh. There were hidden helpers with unknown agendas pushing for chaos in the nation. One messenger sneered, Madame Ziyan's love for talents, humility, and impartialness are only an act so that she could climb to the throne. In my opinion, she has already viewed the country as her own property, so right now, since her rule has been consolidated, she is beginning to reveal her true colors. At this moment, she basically sees human life as trash and will do whatever she wants with no consideration for giant bamboo's prosperity. All sorts of messages were sent. Another one stated, think about it, only the wise and virtuous rule the country. This was the order created by our progenitor and has been upheld for millions of years. Although the Qing clan is not considered her direct subject, the clan is absolutely loyal to the country and has commendable contributions. Every time the country was in danger, the Qing clan would rush to the front to protect it. Think about it, a family of heroes like this had to suffer the injustice of the death of their descendant. This is blatantly wanting the clan to end, so how could people not cry in pain from this grievance? Since our giant bamboo country has a tradition of wise and virtuous rulers, if our royal lord is not wise and uses her power for personal gains and also treats lives like trash, then the throne should change hands to a new wise ruler. At this time, the rumors were no longer simple, and their intentions were clear. It could be said that overnight, not only was it just the street of the capital, all the provinces of the country were full of these rumors. It was clear that the storm was quickly approaching and will bring great turbulence in tow. At this time, the informed cultivators realized that this matter was not so simple. It was the Huangfu clan who first laid siege, then the Qing clan cried out for justice. Now, rumors were circulating everywhere, stirring the hearts of people and causing them to become restless and uncertain. The smart cultivators realized that if this situation was dealt with inadequately, then the entire country would fall into turmoil. Even a long-lasting war was not out of the question. Sure enough, on the second day after the Qing clan's cry for justice, the Qing clan's leader brought many people to the capital. Before entering, he cried out, "My son had died a terrible death. Your Majesty, please hand over the culprit and punish anyone who was involved in this matter. Give our Qing clan justice. The Qing clan does need an answer." When the Qing clan's people made it to the capital, a few lineages in the country also voiced their opinions. Some even sent their disciples to the capital to declare, the Qing clan deserves fair treatment. Boom! The moment the Qing clan's people made it to the capital, a cauldron's flame pierced all the way to the sky, illuminating an entire zone as if a fire god was emerging. What just happened? Even the distant border regions of the giant bamboo country could sense this huge commotion, especially when this endless flame shot through the sky like a violet aura from the east heading towards the capital. Such momentum caused all the cultivators inside the capital to feel its presence. I heard that the Qing clan's Pill King is about to come into being. Since the Qing descendant died a horrific death and the Qing clan suffered unfair treatment, the Pill King was enraged and didn't mind breaking his blood era stone to come into being. In a short period of time, this frightening news reached the capital as if this scenario had been prepared beforehand. The Pill King is about to appear? Another virtuous paragon is about to come to the capital? After hearing this ancient title, a few cultivators from the previous generations were startled. In the legends, the Pill King was a Qing ancestor, a brilliant alchemist. Word of mouth stated that the Pill King's cultivation stopped at the Heavenly King realm, but he was extremely well versed at pill refinement, so after gathering countless ingredients, he was able to refine one batch after another. After eating fate pills like meals, he finally broke through the Heavenly King realm and became a virtuous paragon. The arrival of the Huangfu ancestor and the coming of the Pill King along with some clans showing their support all happened within one short day. This caused many great characters inside the country to shudder. Is there going to be a revolt? One person murmured, is the throne of the giant bamboo country about to change owners? Giant bamboo had been standing strong for millions of years. The royal succession established by the progenitor maintained a firm grasp on the country. No one had ever been able to shake its foundation. But now, the capital was under siege, causing people to have crazy thoughts. The Qing clan's sudden attitude was not simply a demand for justice for the death of their descendant. To bluntly put it, it was a forceful call for abdication. I wonder if Madame Ziyan is going to be able to handle it. At this time, a lot of gazes fell upon the imperial palace. Although the Qing clan had an aggressive momentum at this moment, the madam in the country still had a great reputation. Moreover, she was loved and supported by her subjects. However, it was precisely due to their love for her that many of them were left very worried at this moment. Even the Pill King is coming out. After this news reached the palace, many monarchs were both angry and shocked. In just a few days, too many ups and downs occurred. It was clear that there was an underlying scheme, and it resulted in a lot of stress for the 18 monarchs. At this point, they were counting on Wuxia to take some sort of action because the madam had left everything to him. However, he did not do a single thing. It was as if he had not heard any news at all. Let it be known that anything that happened in the country had been reported to Wuxia by the monarchs. Despite all of this, he was still relaxed. It was as if he paid no mind to this whole matter. Such a situation made the monarchs very nervous. One even hoped for Madame Ziyan to take over, but the madam only smiled and said, "We need to have confidence in young noble Li." Chapter 658, Forcing an Abdication. After hearing about the eventual appearance of the Pill King, even the Eagle Demon Monarch who was friends with the Qing clan was enraged. Normally, he would say a nice word or two for them or try to win them some advantages, but in the end, he still came from the court and was one of its disciple as well as a loyal subject. Thus, during this critical juncture, he was on the side of the court. What is the Qing clan trying to do? Are they intending to force the king to abdicate? One monarch angrily exclaimed, "I hope they didn't forget that it is not up to their clan to do as it pleases with the country." The Eagle Demon Monarch was quite worried as well as he spoke, "If the Pill King comes to the capital, I'm afraid we will be in danger. We will have no choice other than to invite the ancestor to come out in the face of two virtuous paragons." At this time, a disciple rushed over and reported, "Young noble, the Qing clan wants to have an audience with Her Majesty." The monarchs couldn't help but turn to look at Wuxia, who was leisurely sitting on the throne that originally belonged to Madame Ziyan. However, at this moment, he was half sitting there in a completely relaxed fashion as if nothing was happening. As for the madam, she was sitting on the other side. With a calm demeanor, she didn't say anything. At best, she would only reveal a smile. Eventually, Wuxia came back to reality and lazily said, "Since they are already here, how could we not see them? Go tell the Qing clan and the Huangfu clan. In fact, tell this to all the people in the capital, all the lineages, that have something to say or are demanding an answer." Wuxia didn't make a single move in the last 2 days. He was still nonchalant towards all the new developments. Now, he finally took action, allowing the monarchs to heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, for the monarchs, it didn't matter whether Li Qia's actions were right or wrong, it was still better than his attitude of indifference. At least he was doing something. This disciple immediately acknowledged Li Qia's command and quickly carried it out. Young noble, we should have a discussion with the Qin clan and the Huangfu clan about this matter tomorrow. This is only a misunderstanding, so as long as young noble shows sincerity and relies on the reputation the giant bamboo country that has already been established, erasing this animosity shouldn't be a problem. The ancient pine demon monarch busily said. He thought very highly of Li Qia, so he didn't hope for Li Qia to ascend to the throne in a state of war before consolidating his power. The eagle demon monarch also pondered for a moment before speaking to Li Qia. Young noble, I volunteer to talk to the Qin clan. We have some time, and with my mediation, resolving this conflict shouldn't be a problem. The eagle demon monarch also didn't want to see the country fall into disarray, so he was willing to solve this side of the issue. Mediation and erasing this animosity with me showing sincerity? Li Qia couldn't help but chuckle after hearing these two and slowly replied, Who said I wanted to mediate? Who said I wanted to resolve this conflict? This answer took the monarchs by surprise. Ancient Pine had to interject, Young noble, before we lose all sense of pretense, it is not too late to reconcile so that we can spare the country from war. Li Qia laughed and lazily said, Spare from war? Demon monarchs, there will be war wherever I stand. Why should I try to reconcile? Very well, if you want peace, then I will think about it. Actually, my demand will be very simple. Tell the Huangfu ancestor and that whatever pill king to prostrate and beg for forgiveness. Then, I will think about not bringing war to their door. The moment these words came out, all the monarchs were stunned and took passing glances at each other in order to read the situation. If Madame Ziyan handing this matter over to Li Qia was crazy, then at this moment, Li Qia's decision was truly insane. The ancient pine demon monarch hesitated for a bit and had to speak, Young noble. Ah. This will make it so that we will face the enemy from all sides. That would be bad. Li Qia lazily said, Demon monarchs, now that all of you are here, I will let you know my creed. First, I will not negotiate. At least, not with my enemies, unless they prostrate before me. Second, the words admitting defeat are not in my vocabulary. Third, I will not let go of past grievances unless my enemies beg for forgiveness and accept their sentence. If their attitude is good, then I can think about it. Fourth, a very simple phrase, those who dare to halt my path shall be killed without mercy. Even immortal emperors are no exceptions. Li Qia's lazy remark didn't carry an aggressive tone or oppressive momentum, but the contents were the most arrogant and overbearing words in the world. However, they came out of his mouth in such a nonchalant and confident manner as if all was within his grasp. The 18 monarchs were dumbfounded by this declaration. They looked at each other and felt that Li Qia had turned mad. At the very least, he was the most insane person they had ever seen. Well, young noble, what will you do tomorrow then? One monarch couldn't help but ask. Li Qia didn't even bat an eye as he slowly uttered, What else is there to do? If they do not prostrate before me, then I will kill all of them. The stone-paved path before the imperial palace has not been washed with blood in a very long time, so it is high time that some people learn that the imperial court is not something they can provoke. Speaking up to this point, Li Qia paused for a moment. He had an indescribable air of gentleness as he softly continued, I adore peace and also wish for this place to be a tranquil paradise, but when the time comes, I don't mind washing this land with the blood of enemies, even the gods won't be able to escape. Let the people of the 9 worlds and myriad realms know that those who offend the giant bamboo country, no matter their background or race, will be massacred by me. His eyes turned fierce at this point. The gentle expression was replaced by this fierce gaze. It wasn't only the madam, the 18 monarchs all quivered as an illusion appeared in their minds. At this moment, Wuxia had become a fierce prehistoric beast. The moment he woke up would be when an ocean of blood forms and when corpses pile up into mountains. It was as if he was sharpening his fangs at the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Behind him was a scene of carnage where even the gods would wail. The people in the room had to shake off this creepy feeling. After finally calming down, they all took deep breaths. Inadvertently, they would feel a cold chill whenever they looked at Wuxia. However, they found Wuxia lazily seated in a leisurely posture. At this moment, he was but an ordinary and carefree young man, so where was the aura of a prehistoric beast devouring the world from earlier? This disparity, this contrast was hard to accept for the monarchs. However, we are about to face 2 virtuous paragons. The eagle demon monarch paused for a bit before speaking after finally calming down. Essentially, we alone cannot deal with 2 virtuous paragons. Just one of them is more than enough to slay all of us. If we don't invite our ancestor, we simply can't resist their might. At this time, Wuxia glanced at the eagle demon monarch and slightly shook his head to say, "Eagle demon monarch, you are mistaken, it is not we, but I, you all have no part in this, I alone shall deal with them." This development silenced all the monarchs. Even Ancient Pine was quite skeptical as he repeated, "Just young noble alone?" How could he not be skeptical? The enemy camp had 2 virtuous paragons, so how could Wuxia do anything by himself? Even if he was a virtuous paragon, it would still be impossible. Demon monarch, what else must I say? If I say I want to do it alone, then that is that, there is no need to waste more breath. Wuxia slightly raised his brows and added, "Also, spread this news. Tomorrow when I see them, those who want to spectate can come. This is something that I'm encouraging, so there is no need for an entrance fee. Of course, if people want to join the enemy, then I welcome that too. Killing 100 with one hand is not as shocking as killing tens of thousands." At this point, the monarchs had no words left for Wuxia. Under such circumstances, others would be afraid of having too many enemies to handle, yet he was actually afraid of having too few enemies. What could the 18 monarchs say to a person who desired to have even more foes such as him? They became a bit helpless and had to look at Madame Ziyan. They hoped that she would come out and try to counsel him because Wuxia's approach was too crazy. However, the madam didn't say anything and only sat there quietly with a smile on her face. It was obvious that she had faith in Wuxia. Seeing as how even the madam was supporting Wuxia, the 18 monarchs didn't have anything else to say. They had no choice but to do as he said. Sure enough, the imperial court released a certain message overnight: tomorrow, the court will meet the Huangfu clan, the Qing clan, and any other lineage or sect that wants to support them. This news spread across the capital very quickly. After this news came out, all types of reactions ensued. Her Majesty has finally decided to show up. After hearing this news, there were those who were excited since they were confident in Madame Ziyan. They trusted that, with her appearance, she would be able to solve this problem. In fact, her popularity was very high in the country. Even though there were 2 virtuous paragons challenging them, there was still quite a lot of people who believed that the madam was capable of quelling this storm. However, there were also those who were shaken by this stormy situation. A few gazed towards the imperial court and murmured, "Will the court survive this disaster?" After hearing the eventual appearance of the Pill King, even the eagle demon monarch who was friends with the Qing clan became enraged. Normally, he would say a nice word or two for them or try to win them some advantages, but in the end, he still came from the court and was one of its disciple as well as a loyal subject. Thus, during this critical juncture, he was on the side of the court. What is the Qing clan trying to do? Are they intending to force the king to abdicate? One monarch angrily exclaimed, "I hope they didn't forget that it is not up to their clan to do as it pleases with the country." The eagle demon monarch was quite worried as well as he spoke, "If the Pill King comes to the capital, I'm afraid we will be in danger. We will have no choice other than to invite the ancestor to come out in the face of two virtuous paragons. At this time, a disciple rushed over and reported, "Young noble, the Qing clan wants to have an audience with Her Majesty." Chapter 659, Opening the Gates to Welcome the Enemy. I'm afraid both the Qing clan and Huangfu clan will not easily halt their troops. Any wise man was able to see this. The turmoil in the last 2 days and the rumors that spread everywhere allowed them to conclude that the Qing clan didn't just want justice, they wanted to force an abdication. A cultivator from the previous generation murmured, "If this isn't dealt with correctly, then the giant bamboo country will change." I think the Qing clan has had ambitions of ruling the court for a long time now. The sudden upheaval from the Qing clan was not strange at all. The Qing clan had been in the country for millions of years. Although they were not considered a great power and could only be considered a first-rate sect at best, they were deeply rooted in the country. Although the clan's biggest weakness was their lack of invincible experts since it was hard for them to produce a virtuous paragon, this was also their strength. The Qing clan was an alchemy clan that was famous for its medicines. For millions of years, many sects had asked for their medicines, and because of this, they had accumulated a great amount of wealth and had extensive connections. It was no exaggeration to say that the Qing clan had great relationships with many neighboring sections. Any sect would be happy to become friends with an alchemy clan. The Qing clan's descendant died a terrible death in the imperial court, so many of the sects outside either publicly or secretly showed their support for the Qing clan. Some even sent their disciples to help their cause. Therefore, this was ostensibly a cry for vengeance, but the truth was that this was a call for abdication. Any knowledgeable cultivator knew that the Qing clan had coveted the throne of the country for a long time now. This had always been the case, but until now, the imperial court had always held a firm grasp of the country's territories. Moreover, there was very little fighting in the country, so on top of having wise rulers, the Qing clan never had the chance despite its ambitions. Thus, the current development was a God-sent opportunity for them. The death of Qingyu along with the uprising caused by the Huangfu clan, especially the arrival of its ancestor, allowed for circumstances where they could suppress the imperial court. In such a situation, the Qing clan and the Huangfu clan were quite close. The Huangfu clan wanted to cause a storm in the country while the Qing clan wanted the royal power. Moreover, the Qing clan's pill king, who had always been in seclusion, finally decided to show himself. This move could only be described as quite menacing. In fact, they were very optimistic about this situation. The imperial court was not very favored against the Huangfu clan, so now with the uprising from their Qing clan, this was definitely the best time to make a move. If they were successful, then they would seize control of the giant bamboo country. Even if we take a step back and assume that they couldn't seize it instantly, the imperial court would be too busy dealing with the Huangfu clan. At that time, the Qing clan would still be able to gain the greatest benefit. Moreover, the appearance of the Huangfu clan made even more sects decide to voice their support for the Qing clan. With their help, the Qing clan's momentum became quite strong and seemingly flooded the country. If Madame Ziyan made one wrong move, then the country would be fragmented. Will the court survive this disaster? Could it be that the court, which has ruled the country for millions of years, will finally come to an end? Some of the older generation couldn't help but worry. A great character looked into the night sky and slowly spoke, "Morning will soon come. At that time, we will quickly find out the outcome." For many sects in the country and cultivators in the capital, this night was very long and boring. It was nearly torture for many of them. They all knew that tonight would be peaceful, but this was merely the calm before the storm. With a single misstep, the entire country would undergo a massive change tomorrow. A ray of sunlight finally shone into the capital, waking up many people. At this time, many decided to withdraw, others wanted to watch, and some wanted to offer their support. As for which side they supported, only they themselves knew. The sun slowly rose and the capital became rowdy with people coming and going. However, compared to the usual bustling scene, the atmosphere was much more somber. Both the pedestrians on the ground and cultivators flying in the sky wore a heavy expression. At daylight, many cultivators attentively watched for any movement from the imperial court. As the sun was rising, cultivators could already be found standing outside the court in anticipation of the meeting between the two sides. Boom! Finally, it was time. The grand aura of a virtuous paragon instantly shot into the sky as if a deity was arriving at this moment. Under such an overbearing momentum, the entire capital seemed to shake. It was as if the person could crush the entire city with one stomp. The capital was just a tiny boat among the storm that was his aura and could be toppled at any time. This was the Huangfu ancestor. Although his hair was completely gray and his once monstrous blood energy had withered like a sun setting, he still emitted a thunderous aura as if he was riding the storm. This was a power capable of controlling myriad realms. The Huangfu ancestor was an extremely powerful existence and was absolutely capable of causing cultivators to tremble. It was as if a slight gesture from him could burn the sky and split the sea. Meanwhile, behind him was a group of experts that included heavenly kings, heavenly sovereigns, and ancient saints. Their blood energies soared to the sky as groups of divine rings pulsed around them. They came with their ancestor and held no one in their eyes as they traveled without any hesitation. They didn't bother hiding their auras at all. On the contrary, they released them without any scruple and in an extremely arrogant manner without any respect for the capital. Does the Huangfu clan want to go all out? An ancestor alone is one thing, but there are even 3 high elders and 5 elders as well, not to mention the other experts. Many experts took deep breaths and shuddered after seeing the Huangfu clan's lineup. It was apparent to them that the Huangfu clan didn't come for reconciliation. It was apparent that they had no intentions of sitting down for a talk. Even random passers-by knew that they wanted to fight. After the Huangfu people entered the city, the people from the Qing clan were next. This group was led by the Qing clan master, and it was made up of quite a few people, including high elders. Besides the people from the Qing clan, there were also a few accompanying experts from the other lineages that wanted to assist the Qing clan. Although this group was not as powerful as the Huangfu clan, they made up for it with numbers. They entered the capital one after another with an aggressive momentum as well. In an instant, the groups from the 2 clans were right outside of the palace. They were together and created a very powerful aura, causing many spectators to shiver nervously. At this time, a squeaking sound appeared as the 2 heavy gates in front of the palace eventually opened. Above the palace on top of a series of steps was a wooden armchair with a very ordinary-looking youth sitting on it. Behind this youth were 18 demon monarchs standing in a line while Madame Ziyan, the royal lord, was standing next to this ordinary youth. Who is that guy? When the cultivators standing far away from the palace saw this scene, they were startled by this unimaginable image. The 18 monarchs could be described as lords of their own domains, individuals with great prestige. Moreover, they were all heavenly sovereigns. But now, they were lining up behind this young man. It was even more astonishing for Madame Ziyan. A royal lord and a heavenly king like her could only stand beside this young man. A single glance could tell that this young man was the person in charge at the moment and Madame Ziyan was only standing there to keep him company. This frightened and confused many cultivators as they tried to uncover the identity of the young man ahead. Just who was he to be able to command the 18 monarchs and even Madame Ziyan? He is an alchemist that recently appeared in the capital. I think his name is Wuxia, the one who spent some scary amount at the Golem Square. A cultivator knew who about Wuxia told the person next to him. At this point, many onlookers held their breaths while watching the confrontation between the 2 sides. It seemed that both sides had shown up with all their forces. All 18 demon monarchs of the giant bamboo country were here, so everyone knew that with one wrong turn, both sides would fight until the very end and bathe the palace in blood. At this time, the Huangfu ancestor stepped forward. At this level, each of his steps created an oppressive and terrifying aura. Anyone would have to shudder before this force. The 18 monarchs were intimidated and had to take a step back with shocked expressions plastered on their faces. Frankly, this was not shameful at all since the disparity between the two sides was too great. The monarchs were only sovereigns while the Huangfu ancestor was a true virtuous paragon. Even a heavenly king like the madam was in awe and unable to withstand the aura of a paragon, leaving her with a shaken expression. Only Wuxia remained as calm as water in a well. He remained leisurely seated in his chair as if he was at home and nothing was happening. It could even be said that the Huangfu ancestor before him was only a passerby, not enough to cause any trouble. A rare author's note in the chapter itself, which I think is at the right timing after reading some comments. I, of course, share the same sentiment as well for the long parts before the killing, but it is still demotivating to read the negative comments. However, I'm sure some Chinese readers were complaining at this time as well. After the big battle in the ancestral realm, the first part of the stone medicine world starts at a low point. As an author, I, of course, wish that it could always be exciting, but this is a very difficult thing to do. Each story must have their ups and downs. In short, the plot afterward will become even more brilliant and I will try to refine it even more in the future. Good night, sweet dreams. This caused many people to wonder what the madam and the monarchs wanted to accomplish by picking such an untrustworthy person like this. This was simply picking the wrong person for the task. Li. You already know full well, yet you still have the nerve to ask. You set my son up, you shameless wretch. The Qing clan master bitterly said. His eyes were burning with furious flames as he glared at his son's killer in front of him. He couldn't wait to rush forward to kill this brat. Oh, so you are talking about this matter. Wuxia gently waved his sleeve again and interrupted the clan master. He nodded his head and said, I already know about this, that means I have heard your grievances. With that, he ignored the clan master and turned his head towards the sects who were supporting the Qing clan. The Qing clan master was shaking with anger due to Wuxia's attitude and almost vomited blood. Both the Qing clan and the Huangfu clan were extremely outraged by the demeanor of this junior, Wuxia. Only the Huangfu ancestor remained indifferent. He wanted to see what ploy Wuxia would carry out. In fact, his only concern was the giant bamboo ancestor, so he stood there, waiting to see if the ancestor would come into being or not. What are your grievances? Did your sect master die at the capital? Or perhaps your sons were killed at the imperial palace? Wuxia slowly asked the lineages who were supporting the Qing clan. At this moment, these sects couldn't help but look at each other. They were not afraid of a nobody like Wuxia, but they were still quite apprehensive of the imperial court. In the end, an expert of one of the lineages came out and spoke. You murdered the Qing clan's young noble, you slew innocent and loyal subjects, you will be a disaster for the giant bamboo country with your treacherous words that confuse people, got it? Wuxia interrupted this expert and said, okay, so all of you want to be the harbingers of justice and defenders of the weak. When you see unfairness, you will unsheathe your blades to lend a hand. This expert who was suddenly interrupted by Wuxia was quivering from anger as well while glaring at him. I have now understood all of your complaints. At this time, Wuxia still sat leisurely on his chair. He glanced at everyone in front and calmly declared, now, I represent the giant bamboo country and will give a satisfactory answer to all those who have complained. Here, Wuxia paused for a bit and cleared his throat before continuing. Regarding the matter of the Qing clan's young noble, my answer is very simple, this was because of his lack of skill.
As for Huang Fu Hao, who is bed-stricken, it is even clearer, it was his fault for provoking me, and I already showed mercy by not killing him. And as for all you heroes of justice, I will also give you an answer. If you scram right now, you will be able to hold on to your life. This type of answer from Li Qie astounded everyone. The Huangfu clan, the Qing clan, and all the other sects who came to help glared at Li Qie as their anger rose to new heights. You feel that this kind of answer will be able to solve everything? At this time, the Huangfu ancestor was still not angry. However, his aura was still oppressive, and a murderous glimmer could be found in his eyes. He was determined to kill Li Qie at this time. To existences like this virtuous paragon, even if they were angry at Li Qie, there was no need to shout and scream to release their dissatisfaction, they would rather just directly kill him instead. Oh? So you have an idea? Li Qie looked at the ancestor whose murderous intent was provoked and said, "If you have one, then I am willing to listen. I have always been a humble person who accepts good advice and will not act so arbitrarily. I am happy to listen when others have complaints about me." Madame Ziyan, who was standing beside Li Qie, was out of words. If he was a humble person who listened to advice, then she would be a wise sage, a real ruler from the legends. She couldn't help but smile helplessly at Li Qie's self-boasting. Your giant bamboo country hurting my Hauer is a great crime. This is challenging my clan's prestige, looking down on us with disdain, and also a declaration of war. At this time, the Huangfu ancestor coldly spoke, "Our clan gives you two choices. The first will be a war until one of us falls." Li Qie cheerfully chuckled after hearing this and asked, "Oh, then the other choice is not war?" Seeing them talking like this, especially Li Qie's relaxed attitude, those who didn't know the current circumstances would think that they were only friends chattering. Li Qie's attitude caused many people to be speechless, in fact, it nearly drove them insane. This nonchalant rhetoric as well as his whatever-goes attitude had no place in national matters. This was more like little children playing around. The Huangfu ancestor glared at Li Qie. At this time, as a virtuous paragon, he was 100% certain that the giant bamboo ancestor absolutely didn't come into being. So without this ancestor, how could this brat ahead be so confident as if everything was under his control? This caused the Huangfu ancestor to be quite vigilant. In his view, Li Qie had no place to compete with him. This brat before him, at best, would only be a heavenly sovereign who had yet to reach the heavenly king realm. There was no difference between this brat and an ant in his eyes, yet said ant still dared to act so contemptuously in such a relaxed manner. This made the ancestor feel very strange. During this stare-down, everyone else watched with bated breaths as they all looked on in silence. In the eyes of all, the Huangfu ancestor was a beast watching his prey, and Li Qie was only a little lamb. They believed that a lamb like Li Qie would be swallowed in one gulp by the ancestor. Li Qie wouldn't even be enough to be considered a good meal. The Huangfu ancestor was a person who knew his stuff. His eyes narrowed after seeing how Li Qie was unperturbed by his aura. In his opinion, for a young man like this to not be intimidated by his aura, he had to either be a virtuous paragon or have an unshakable Tao heart. At this time, the Huangfu ancestor asked with an austere voice, "Did your ancestor come into being or not?" Although it was not too sonorous, it was thunderous like a drum next to everyone's ears. The ancestor still hasn't taken action, but his aura alone was enough to scare people here. This was the frightening part about a virtuous paragon. Those who were present could sense the gap between them and a paragon. Chapter 661, Verbal Extortion. At this moment, the scene was so silent that one could even hear the drop of a needle. There was only a gentle breeze blowing by the imperial palace. In fact, even Madame Ziyan next to Li Qie and the 18 monarchs behind him took deep breaths out of worry for him. This was a virtuous paragon.
Anyone who was glared at by one would be nervous and feel uneasy, they would no longer dare to act so bold. And yet, Wuxia was still unperturbed while seated in his chair. He was not even sitting straight, he was partially lying down, completely relaxed while waiting for the ancestor to say his piece. The ancestor looked at Wuxia for a while and only had one thought: if this brat ahead was not insane, then he was an idiot. However, since Wuxia didn't look like an idiot, he had to be crazy then. When everyone thought that the Huangfu ancestor would angrily take action against Wuxia, against their expectations, the ancestor slowly spoke: "It is fine if the giant bamboo country do not want war, but your country sneak attacked our hour. Harming our descendant is a heinous crime. Our hour's injury is grave, and outside of supreme medicines, nothing can cure him. This is an unbelievable loss that must be paid by your country." Wuxia smiled and asked after hearing the ancestor, "Oh? What kind of compensation do you want for your Huangfu clan's loss?" The 18 monarchs heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Wuxia. They all assumed that Wuxia was prepared to negotiate with the Huangfu clan instead of his previous declaration of murdering all of them. Now, with the new development, the monarchs felt that there were still room for reconciliation between the two sides. Upon hearing this, many people felt that Wuxia was acquiescing to the Huangfu clan. Some of them shook their heads after recalling his initially arrogant attitude. It looks like it wouldn't last till the very end, as he had to eventually accept his defeat. Meanwhile, the Qing clan master only sneered while his head was full of expectations. He understood that with the appearance of the Huangfu ancestor, the giant bamboo country had no choice but to accept defeat. This was a resounding success for their clan as well. In the courtyard, only Madame Ziyan slightly shook her head, since she knew very clearly that there was no way Wuxia would accept defeat. At this time, the Huangfu ancestor coldly said, "It's simple. Your giant bamboo country has to give up the 8 western grand prefectures to my Huangfu clan. That will be your compensation for our losses." The moment this demand came out, the 18 monarchs' expressions quickly soured. This initial demand already brought up the ownership of land, and it was 8 big prefectures at that. This was more than just extortion, it was basically wanting to take the entire country. They shuddered inside at this time, since they realized that their reignited hope was only grasping at straws. The Huangfu clan had never considered resolving this peacefully or letting go of their previous animosity. In the distance, the expressions of many cultivators, including even great characters, changed after hearing this. Some of them already knew that there wouldn't be a peaceful resolution, but they didn't think that the Huangfu clan would ask for so much. "Oh, so you want 8 grand prefectures? Very well, I have heard your condition." Wuxia slightly nodded his head, then he turned towards the Qing clan's group and asked, "What is your condition regarding your dead son?" The crowd was stirred the moment Wuxia spoke. Even the monarchs standing behind him were startled. Some of them were even angry, since they thought that Wuxia was accepting the Huangfu ancestors' demand. In their minds, their giant bamboo country would never yield to such a humiliating demand. One demon monarch could no longer bear it and was going to step out, but Madame Ziyan gently waved her sleeve, telling him to calm down. This is too much." A cultivator standing in the distance couldn't help but say, "Where did the giant bamboo country find this weak and incompetent person? They even left him in charge." A rowdy furor appeared among the crowd. Some were even enraged because the majority of the cultivators were still very loyal. Now, when Wuxia seemed to be agreeing to the Huangfu clan's condition, some of the cultivators here couldn't bear this shame. In fact, even people from the Qing clan and Huangfu clan along with the supporting lineages were caught off guard. This negotiation was a bit too easy. The Qing clan master stumbled a bit after being asked by Wuxia. He felt a bit dazed because this came too easily. He calmed down and took a deep breath before speaking. "You tricked my son, so this crime is unforgivable. However, Her Majesty even gave you protection, this is not only abusing her power for personal gains in an arbitrary and prejudicial manner against the giant bamboo country's reputation, it is also breaking the tradition of having wise rulers until now, I understand. Before the Qing clan master could finish, Li Qiye waved his sleeve and interrupted him. You are trying to say that you want the royal lord position of the country, and your Qing clan will enter the imperial court to rule the country. As for me, I killed your son, so I have to pay for it with my life. Am I correct? The clan master was a bit surprised when Li Qiye said everything he wanted to, causing him to nervously swallow his saliva. However, he still bit his teeth and nodded solemnly to say, yes, exactly right. Okay, your request is not surprising. Li Qiye nodded and then looked at the experts from the lineages that were assisting the Qing clan to say, the Huangfu clan and the Qing clan have made their cases, what are your requests? If you have nothing, then I will resolve the issues of these two clans. Astonishment was the only reaction to Li Qiye's reply. At first, it was only giving up territory to the Huangfu clan, but now he even handed the imperial rule over to the Qing clan. Everyone now felt that Li Qiye wasn't the only one who was crazy. Madame Ziyan's group were as well, since they actually let such a crazy person take charge. We want the territory along the South Stream. An expert from one sect immediately shouted after calming down. Since Li Qiye would even pass away the imperial rule, how could these people not try to latch on to this once-in-lifetime opportunity? Our Yao clan wants the Langfang region. Another expert immediately stated. This scene sent many people into a daze. At this time, they felt that this location didn't resemble a national negotiation of important affairs anymore, it was more like a food market. Actually, it couldn't even be considered a market, it was more like children playing around. This was especially clear when these sects shouted out their conditions and swept away the originally serious atmosphere. They have now become rowdy old ladies at the market, haggling the prices. At this point, even the 18 monarchs felt that this was a little funny. At this time, they finally caught on after seeing this scene. Good, good, very good. Li Qiye waved his sleeve to stop the haggling lineages and finally nodded his head to say, I have heard your conditions and demands. With that, all of the lineages couldn't help but look at Li Qiye. In fact, all eyes were on him at this moment. They wanted to see how Li Qiye would end this ridiculous scene of exorbitant demands. Many people even wondered if this crazy Li Qiye would actually meet these demands. Once everyone was quiet, Li Qiye finally cleared his throat and slowly said, I am a very receptive person. Everyone has desires, so I have listened. At this point, he paused for a bit before continuing, however, regarding your conditions and demands, I must give my apologies as I really cannot meet them after listening. Now that you're all done, you need to hear my own words as well. There is only one thing I want to say, immediately disappear from my eyes. Scram as far away from me as possible. The moment these words came out, everyone's countenance suddenly turned extremely ugly, especially those on the opposing side who named their demands earlier. At this point, many spectating cultivators felt particularly satisfied, especially after seeing the experts from the Qing clan and the other sects look like they had just swallowed a fly. Some were laughing on the inside, but they didn't dare to laugh out loud since the Huangfu ancestors' aura was still quite threatening. Do you think this is a joke? At this time, the Huangfu ancestor's aura was extremely scary, especially when his face turned cold. His aura could completely freeze the surrounding radius of 10,000 miles, causing everyone to feel as if the entire capital was inside a glacier. There was no doubt that the Huangfu ancestor, at this time, had become angry. The rage of a virtuous paragon could change even the temperament of the sky, causing the world to be without light. At this second, everyone became nervous and completely quiet beneath the ancestor's fury. Li Qiye slightly lifted his brow and said, to me, this is not much different from a joke. Junior, when my Huangfu clan is enraged, rivers of blood will flow. When I make a move, mountains and rivers shall crumble. The Huangfu ancestor coldly said, "If you can't be in charge, then have someone else from your country step up and meet my demands, as it is still not too late. If you refuse, hurting Hauer and making a fool out of me are more than enough cause for me to destroy your country." That's right, the imperial court needs to show sincerity. If you don't stay true to your words and treat national affairs as a joke, it will lead to the collapse of the country. At this time, the Qing clan master also said in a serious manner, "The imperial court set up my son and even protected his killer. Now, it doesn't want to stay true to its words. This discredits the entire country. It is time for a change of leadership. The giant bamboo country should be led by a wise king." All the experts from the sects whom supported the Qing clan rowdily exclaimed, "Yes, we must overthrow the incompetent tyrant of the imperial court, or else our citizens will have to continue to suffer this horrible situation in anguish." Chapter 662, Massacring Clans with a Smile. I will only say it once. I gave you a chance, but all of you did not cherish it. Li Qiye slowly said, "So now, there can only be one end, and that is to wash these stairs with your blood. Kill them all." With that, he simply clapped his hands together. Li Qiye's arrogance caused many of the spectating bystanders to become dumbfounded. These words were too outrageous. Before him was a virtuous paragon. Even the monarchs looked at each other. At this time, they didn't know what to do. Should they take action or keep watching? The Huangfu ancestor glared at Li Qiye and remained still. He was still waiting to see what the giant bamboo country was hiding up its sleeves. At this time, a heavenly king from the Huangfu clan sneered and stepped forward. His blood energy immediately soared to the sky like a dragon as he shouted, "Ignorant fool, kneel before me." The moment these words came out, a huge palm instantly headed for Li Qiye, wanting to grab him alive. Li Qiye didn't even bat an eye in the face of this heavenly king's palm. He still sat there motionlessly. At the same time, Madame Ziyan and the 18 monarchs became quite startled. Bah! But before the gigantic palm could catch Li Qiye, a small sound appeared, and this heavenly king was instantly turned into a bloody mist. He didn't even have time to scream, and he didn't know how he had died. "Don't you dare!" In a flash, the Huangfu ancestor loudly roared. This roar was capable of shattering mountains and rivers. At this time, he finally took action and immediately took out his true fate weapon. A divine saber soared across the sky, wanting to kill the thing that had just slain the heavenly king. Boom! But before the saber could slash downward, it was immediately shattered as countless little pieces flew everywhere. Next, a little ping came about as this ancestor's body was nailed to the capital's gate. At this time, his eyes were still glaring at his opponent, yet they were filled with fear. He failed to see how the opponent made a move even at the second of his death. Eventually, people clearly saw that the culprit that killed the Huangfu ancestor was only a little bamboo branch with fresh leaves. This branch pierced the ancestor's forehead and pinned him to the gate. The branch immediately destroyed his true fate. One branch, one fatal blow, this was too shocking. This was a virtuous paragon. A great power's ancestor. However, he died just like that without a chance to fight back. How could the spectators not be shocked? At this moment, people were gasping with their mouths opened wide enough to fit an egg. They couldn't calm down and their minds were completely empty. I have given all of you a chance, but you chose not to take it. Everyone only has one life, so I can only apologize. While everyone was still shaken, Li Qiye slowly uttered these nonchalant and carefree words. During the commotion, one person managed to calm down and shuddered with a blanched expression before stuttering, My Qing ancestor is the Pill King, an invincible virtuous paragon. If you dare, at this moment, the Qing clan master's soul had already been frightened out of his body and kept on retreating backward. Qing clan? From today on, there will be no Qing clan in the giant bamboo country. However, I'll give your clan a path for survival. To the elderly and young, all of you get the hell out of the giant bamboo country." Li Qiye smiled dismissively and commanded, "Destroy the Qing clan and its ancestral ground." Buzz! Up in the high clouds, one could see glimmers of green rays moving from the giant bamboo tree. At this time, a bamboo branch in the shape of an arrow appeared. With a quiet sound, the branch immediately pierced through the sky and traversed the great distance to the Qing clan's grounds. Boom! At this second, a boundless raging flame soared to the sky from the Qing clan, lighting up the entire country. No! However, this raging flame was immediately extinguished in the blink of an eye. A miserable, shrill wail echoed across the world, followed by a loud banging noise. The earth shook once as if something had penetrated the earth in the far distance. Ba, ba. Amidst the confusion, the bamboo branch that crossed the domain earlier had returned. Countless bodies were dropped before the imperial palace. No, ancestor. The moment these bodies fell down, the Qing clan master let out a sad bellow, "Grandfather, father, uncle, the Pill King." A cultivator yelled out in horror after seeing a very majestic old man among the corpses. This old man's chest had been thoroughly pierced, he couldn't be deader. These bodies were all great characters from the Qing clan, consisting of ancestors, high elders, and elders. All had been pierced by this bamboo branch. From their expressions, one could tell that they were all powerless to resist, outside of the Pill King, and lost their lives in just one attack. At this time, the Qing clan master was drowned with grief. He lost all hope after seeing these bodies because all the experts of the Qing clan were here. Each of them was able to uphold a region by themselves, but now they were all dead. "Kill them all, leave none alive," Li Qiye slowly said without batting an eye. Buzz, a green light fell down as a bamboo leaf slowly fluttered down. After seeing this leaf, all the experts from the sects and the Huangfu clan lost their minds in fear. Someone screamed, "Shit, run!" At this time, many turned to flee, but it was too late. Pluff! The bamboo leaf suddenly flashed and decapitated all the fleeing parties, including high elders from the Huangfu clan and the Qing clan master. One by one, a bunch of heads started to roll for a fair distance on the ground. The eyes on all of these heads were opened wide. They couldn't believe it since, in this very instant, they could see a spring of blood spurting from their own necks. These spraying fountains of blood were spectacular beyond words, the streams were brilliantly red and painted the ground, slowly flowing together. Eventually, thuds could be heard as numerous headless bodies fell down to the ground. After seeing this scene, whether it was the spectators or the monarchs or Madame Ziyan, all were standing there looking silly without being able to speak. At this point, all the sects and clans who appeared here were killed entirely. Not even one person managed to leave alive. The verdant bamboo leaf gently flew into Li Qiye's palm. Li Qiye gently blew on it, causing a drop of blood on the leaf to fall to the ground, permeating the mud. The leaf was still as green and delicate as before. Li Qiye gently stroked it as if it was a rare treasure. However, in the eyes of others, this was not a green leaf but the most terrifying weapon in this world. A ferocious weapon of murder. At this moment, all were petrified and unable to calm down, including the madam. There were no thoughts running in their minds, only emptiness could be found. No one thought that things would happen like this or that it would end in such a manner. Prior to this, many had different speculations about this disaster. Some assumed that the imperial court would split, some thought that it would have a peaceful resolution, and some thought that the ruler of the country would change. However, across all of the speculations, no one had thought about the giant bamboo, not even the madam. Although she was very confident in Li Qiye, she didn't consider the giant bamboo. Not even in her wildest dreams did she think she would have the chance to see the giant bamboo take action during her lifetime. The country had been named after the giant bamboo since it was their divine guardian. This story had been passed down for millions of years. Ever since the founding of the country, the bamboo had been there and was considered an auspicious symbol and the protector of the country. In fact, the country rarely had wars, it had always been peaceful, so no one had heard of the giant bamboo making a move or killing an enemy. Thus, despite it being referred to as the divine guardian, the majority of people had only considered it to be part of the beautiful scenery, the symbolistic attraction of the capital. Even the capital's inhabitants had forgotten about this tree above their heads that towered into the firmament. To them, the bamboo had been integrated into their lives. The country had viewed the existence of the bamboo as something familiar. However, people finally saw the giant bamboo in action today. One branch killed a virtuous paragon while another destroyed the Qin clan, not to mention that one leaf massacred many heavenly kings and heavenly sovereigns. This illustrious battle record was too terrifying and frightening. Such an existence was indeed worthy of being called a deity, and not just in name. In the yard, no one had expected to see the giant bamboo attacking with its invincible presence, not even in their dreams. Who would have thought that this giant bamboo, that was only considered part of the landscape, was capable of slaughtering ancestors like pigs? The truth was that this should have come as no wonder. For millions of years, very few people dared to offend the giant bamboo country. Existences like the Alchemy Kingdom, the Jianlong clan, even their ancestors who didn't know about the existence of the Dark Crow still knew that the giant bamboo country was a forbidden ground. Through the long and arduous years, no one had dared to attack the giant bamboo country, lest they be destroyed by a dark hand. In fact, for a behemoth like the Alchemy Kingdom, even when their immortal emperors were alive, the emperors had warned their disciples to never offend the giant bamboo country. Existences like immortal emperors knew that although the country was only of average size, it had an extraordinary status in the 9 worlds. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.